What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What up, everybody? What's going on? What's going on? Appreciate the patience. That is not a water shot, Jay. Some people think it's vodka, but it's not. But I appreciate the patience. Listen. I got off late, so what can I say? I ain't had much time to get prepared. You can never predict how the day's gonna go. You can never predict how this day is gonna go, but we gonna rock out. We gonna do what we do. All hiccups, everything in the way ain't gonna stop the show. We gonna keep the show moving. What up, Trucker Yell? We gonna keep the show moving. What's going on, CC? How you doing? Shout out to CC. Hey, Sal, what up, Sal? I see my people. Miss Jill, what's going on? I do love my water. I do. Uh, Everybody got their vice. I suppose mine happens to be water. What can I say? And I'm not ashamed either. Most people are ashamed of the vices that they have. I'm not ashamed. I used to have other addictions. What up, Kojak? He said vodka or gin. I'll have you know I've never had vodka or gin, so I don't know what the difference is. Just spelling of the name. BB Tom, what up? Peace Joy, what's going on, Peace Joy? Shout out to Peace Joy. You are extremely supportive, and I really appreciate that. She leaves comments after the show. It means a lot. I do read the comments from time to time. Sometimes I'll respond, but it's always good to hear you guys' insight on the conversations that we're having. And a lot of these conversations that we have, I don't know why, but people they keep having the conversation. You know what I say? I love to spark the thought that pushes the conversation. And y'all been noticing that after they leave here, they can't let it go. They can't let the conversation go. They're going to come on your stream and they're going to go crazy about these nerds. So shout out to everybody that showed up to the last stream. We balled out there. We was going crazy. And we found out a lot of y'all liars and a lot of y'all not nerds. A lot of y'all liars and a lot of y'all are not nerds. Just because it's popular don't mean you a nerd. Man, I ain't never had so many people in my life screaming that they nerds. Can y'all believe that? Man, when y'all was in school, ain't nobody was raising their hand who wants to be a nerd and raise their hand. Nobody. Nobody ever. Hell, the nerds would have chopped off their hands so they wouldn't have to raise them to admit they was nerds. So it was a lot of cap going on, but that's the thing. That is true, Jay. But listen, you did your listen. Jay Ali, I'll throw in the white flag right now. Me and you best friends for life. I will never, ever, ever go against Jay Ali, ever. Just want to let y'all know now. So if y'all got any problems with Jay Ali, it's Team Jay Ali over here. I don't want no problems at all. So whatever she says goes. So don't start no problems. Won't be no problems. Okay. Clean that up now. All right. But shout out to everybody else. Black Don is now known as Toxic Don. Black Don, who never ever watched anybody's streams from the beginning, he's now known as Toxic Don. And because of Toxic Don, because he's so toxic, I've had to adjust some of the process over here. Okay, so during the opening monologue, Black Don, no one can boot the host off from opening the monologue. You evil, toxic Black Don. Okay, I will raise the price so high that even Black Don wouldn't dare do such a thing. Okay, it's ridiculous. Toxic Don. I'm ashamed to even know Toxic Don right now, but that's right, Toxic Don. Yes. I will raise prices so high, Toxic Don will burn his hands off from pressing that chat. Yes, I shall. You're not going to ruin people's opening monologue. You're not going to ruin the show for nobody before we even get the show started, okay? It's some evil tendencies you have, okay? We're not going to have it. We're not going to have it over here. We're not going to let you ruin everybody's show, okay? Shout out to my guy, Ricky Webster. What up, bro? I appreciate you being there. I really, really do. If y'all don't know, Ricky Webster is one of the very, very few that's always consistently holding us down. In the shadows, in the background, everywhere. He's always holding it down. So we very much appreciate it over here. Thank you so much for rocking out with us. Fish, well, shout out to my people. What's going on, man? I'm always happy to see you guys. Now that we got Toxic Don out of the way, and we're not gonna let him ruin our show. How high y'all think I should raise the price for Toxic Don so he can't boot me off the show? I want to know from my people, because I let the people decide. Because I'm done with Toxic Don and his evil tendencies. Okay, I know what he's capable of. Okay, that's right, Toxic Don. But I'm loyal, so I will never break your trust. But you toxic, okay? And kicking me off the show just because I do honorable things and honor people is ridiculous. What's going on, TEC? Yeah, I might have to put a poll in there. Let me see here. But yeah, y'all know what I'm talking about. As a matter of fact, do me a favor. Do me a favor. Make sure y'all put just do pound Toxic Don. Just flood the chat with Toxic Don so he know we see how toxic he is. Because sometimes he act like we don't know. Just flood the chat with Toxic Don so he know that we see him. Because he acting like we don't know how toxic he is. We do. Oh, we very much know. Toxic Don, how you moving out here? So I'm going to ask my people, hold on. Toxic Don think he could do this to us. No, he can't. I'm going to do an arbitrary number. We ain't playing no games with Toxic Don today. He want to play, we going to play. Yeah, we going to play Toxic Don. And the people going to decide. And Toxic Don, you only get one vote. I can't believe you. Shake my head. All right, I'm going to put the poll up. And I'm going to use arbitrary numbers so Toxic Don can never take us down again. All right, good. So y'all let me know. And y'all let Toxic Don know just how evil he can be. All right. Now that we got the I would say Dawn cleaning out the way, I will say this. It's been a phenomenal day. I've been work crazy today. I will admit I've had to cover for a lot of co-workers today. But that's okay. That's okay. I took a few days off, so you guys know me. I would listen. Anytime I got off, I don't really have no actual days off. I think I had Tuesday off, but I spent the majority of that time just talking to other like content creators and people in this space that I'm really, really cool with. So even then, I have not had a like literal 24-hour day to myself. I can't even count when, right? But that's cool. That's right. We do the work. We do the work, right? So Kasi said I'm worth more than that. But but it's all fun here at the end of the day. So even though I'm running the show, I'm doing my best to make sure we have a good time. I want to be part of the fun too. I don't want to be make anybody feel like that I'm untouchable. You know what I'm saying? Because anybody can be touched. It just has to be reasonable. Okay. If we got some people in front of me, it may cost you $5 to mush them in the face to get to me. It may cost a little bit more. So that's all. But I appreciate that, Kazi. Thank you so much. But yeah, I've been rocking out. I've been trying to put more content out, be as consistent as I can be without burning out. Y'all know how many hours I put in, right? So to see y'all always here rocking out with me, it means a lot. So I'm gonna keep working. But yeah, today's Wednesday's been crazy. I got off late. I ran home. I ain't have no time really to prepare. Normally, even during the day, right? I think about maybe the conversation where I can go with it. Everything you're going to hear today is off the top of the dome, overwhelmingly more unstructured than ever. Normally, I have a thought process where I'm going to go with the show. Have no clue. Not the slightest clue. But we're going to make it do what it do. We're going to make it do what it. Oh, my sister's up here. What's going on, Sherelle? What's going on? We're going to do what we do. And y'all keep your eye on Toxic Don, too. He think he's slick. I'm watching him. He ain't going to get us today. Man, he's like that evil guy. Y'all know he's like the evil Nigerian Dr. Evil. He's like the evil Nigerian Dr. Evil. You know, he got the little cat and the little bald cat. That's him. Yeah. Little evil self think he's slick. You and your pops. That's right. Your pops that be on the show. I be seeing him. Y'all being all cahoots. Toxic son, toxic dad. Yeah, we watching both of y'all. We watching both of y'all. That's right. Yeah, that's right. My mom's watching you too, Toxic Don. Don't think you're slick. We watching you. But I know what you're thinking. I know what y'all thinking. Black conservative douchebags. Yeah, that's the conversation. Honestly, I was trying to get home earlier so I could make sure I send the leak to podcast, because this is a conversation centered around his thoughts, his words, his engagement in this conversation. Now, we've gone back and forth about this in a lot of ways, but the things about podcasts is he's a really, really intelligent guy. Just a super emotional, intelligent guy. So he goes back to the drawing board and he thinks. And so if me and him have a conversation, he'll go, how can I counter that? How can I do this? How can I come there? But the thing that I like about podcasts the most is this. He does genuinely come to the conversation to have a genuine conversation. You don't often get that with a lot of people. A lot of the times they're just waiting for you to stumble on your words, you know, waiting for you to choke up and then say, I got you, right? I do like having genuine conversations. That's why when you see, when I'm running the show, typically I let other people speak. I interject, but I sit back because I need to hear their thoughts, right? Because if I don't know what they're thinking, if I don't know what their thought process is, then I'm not really listening. You know what I'm saying? The only thing I'm not listening to is when I'm definitive on a stance, right? Which is not often for me. You can move me off a stance when I receive different information, how it's put together and how it's received to me and whatnot, right? So the one thing I'm not moving off of last show is this, and y'all let me know if y'all agree. Once a nerd, always a nerd. Nerd for life. You don't get to not be a nerd no more, okay? You don't get to not be a nerd no more. Yeah, podcast is authentic. Yeah, no doubt, 100. Very much authentic. Can't say that for a lot of people in this space, but that's okay. That's why we have different personalities, different people. You get a different doses from everybody else. But y'all know my motto. Don't hate on nobody. Don't hate on nobody. Don't hate on nobody. Don't beef. Stay away from the beef. Don't get no light to nobody because they're going to just keep chasing it. So we don't beef over here. We ain't hating over here. We ain't counting nobody pockets over here. What we do over here is have a genuine conversation. We have some fun. We do a mixture of everything, right? And also, we allow y'all to be y'all. That's what it's all about. How everybody else do things on their channel and whatnot, let them do it. Just know, if y'all rocking out with me, we not doing no hating. That's the only thing that I can't stand is hating. It's not necessary. Hating typically won't change your life. Now, if you do effective hating and it run your bag, God bless you. If you do some effective hating and it run your bag, God bless you. I can't even be mad if you want to make a whole bunch of money, you know, throwing dirt on somebody else's name. That's what you got to do. I'm not going to follow suit. So that is what it is. Now let's get to the show. Now that we got all the spring cleaning, the dawn cleaning out the way, let's get to the show. So now, black conservatives, there's a really bad, they give the black conservatives a bad name in this space, right? Particularly Mr. Podcast himself. I call him Mr. Lil Podcast. Mr. Lil Podcast. That's what I call him. Yep. That's what I do. He is extremely fixated with this conversation and frustrated with this conversation. And if you guys listen, let Podcast know if you guys can get a hold of him. He might be busy. I don't know. If he can come by later, that's cool, right? We're going to rock the show either regardless. But I wanted to have this conversation with him and with everybody that wanted to talk about it. But like I said, I've been super busy all day. I am not all like these super rich mega conglomerate millionaires on YouTube. I work pretty hard too. And for all the other rich people, shout out to y'all. I might work for y'all. If y'all listen, y'all got the bag, I will come work for y'all. I ain't too proud to work. If there's something that you think I can do to bring value to you in your life, I will come work for you. Okay? Man of the people. But podcast got an issue with black conservative douchebags specifically. Yeah, he was live earlier. Yeah, no, the podcast always, he go live so randomly. He go live so randomly. Will Leslie say, "You ready to do that hard labor work?" Absolutely. Yeah. Listen, if it's something that you need me to do for you, if that's what you hire me to do, if you think I can do the job effectively, I'll do the work. I will do the work. Shout out to my guy, Sharon. Shout out to my guy Sharon. He came back, popped up out of nowhere. That is my guy. Him and his lovely wife and his children, phenomenal people. We need more people like Sharon in this space. When we first met him, he was simping a little too hard. Okay, we got that simp blood out of him, and now he's so well balanced, so polished in this space, and we appreciate him over there. So shout out to my guy Sharon. He started the morning show back up. Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, he gonna work. He gonna work. But if y'all see him pop up in the chat, let me know. I'm not saying he is here. I don't know. But let me know if he pops up. That's my guy. He's Mr. Controversial. He started this conversation, and I'm gonna rock this conversation because that's what we do. And this conversation started on my guy Cheeky Banner show. Y'all, I'm sure y'all know he was live earlier. I was sneaking in and out. Y'all know me. I can't really go. Couldn't join the show, but I saw some of what they was talking about. You know how they do. But they had a conversation the other day that had to get cut short because we had to run a stream on We Love Nerds, The Revenge of the Nerds, right? And that went fun. We had a phenomenal show. A lot of nerds were triggered. I keep telling you, I'm not a nerd. I know y'all think that I might be. I promise you, I'm not a nerd at all. I was fortunate enough to be around nerds, observe them, their tendencies, their thought process. Really, really phenomenal people, but it's never a lot of them. It's always a small amount of them, and they're very much to themselves, right? So I was very fortunate enough to be cool, and I've met some cool people in these spaces that I'm cool with. And so because I'm around them, y'all tend to think that I might be a nerd as well. I'm not. I'm not at all. I am a thinker. I do like to think, but I'm not on that level. Everybody got to know the level they own, and I know my level. Just like I know that I can't be a hater because that ain't for me. You got to know your lane, ride your lane, okay? I am not a nerd, so people do not call me that. Because then the nerds going to attack me because they can spot an imposter immediately. And I'm not looking to be spotted that way, okay? But I will tell you what I might be perceived to be. Shout out to Kay. He said I gave you an identity crisis. My bad, bro. I didn't mean to. I may be more viewed as a conservative, right? Now, I'll let you guys be the determiners of whether I'm a conservative or not, right? Some of you actually know a stance that I've taken, but I'm not going to explain here on this show. But I'll touch on it a little bit. The conversation happened over there. They had to cancel it. We had to get to the show. I'm not denying no nerds, Gore. I love the nerds. Those are my people. I rock with nerds. Phenomenal people to be around. Rarely ever cause you harm, no matter what. Now, these new age nerds, everybody's a nerd. So I'm not speaking for them. But the ones that know who y'all truly are, those are my people. All right. No peace, joy. I'm not a nerd. I am not a nerd. I am not a nerd. Look, my social skills are way, way next level. There's no way I could be a nerd. I will take it if I could not excel at the level that they can excel. Their amount of focus, I don't have that. I don't have that. No, stop, guys. Stop trying to box me into the nerd box. I'm not a nerd. Okay, Coach K, don't start. Don't you start with that comment of for. Don't you do that. Because listen, I wouldn't vote for none of them, the governors and these. I can't stand them. I'm here because my family's here. The large majority of my family is here. Older people in my family, my grandmother, like everybody pretty much. My mom, my uncles, everybody's pretty much here. Now, that doesn't mean I have to stay here, but because of current situations, it means that I will exist here for a little while longer than I would like to. But I actually do plan on leaving California. I've talked to my brother about moving specifically where he is, and so that's in the works potentially. But then even moving where he is, and me and him moving to a state together. So it's a lot of conversations going on, and I'm being open minded. But California drives me crazy. Okay, and it's not only just the politics. It's not only just the politics, but California drives me crazy. But there was a conversation that happened on the Cheeky Banner show. And during that show, Mr. Podcast himself made an appearance. And on that appearance, he said a whole bunch of things. And some of those things we're going to break down. And if he's around when we're done breaking it down, he can defend himself, or he can explain what he meant. So let me find the particular timestamp that we're going to start at, because I'm not about to watch. Okay, there we go. We're going to start there. We're going to start there. Let me get it up. Oh, so let me get it up there. All right. Now, before I start, I just want to say I hope everybody's doing well. And I hope that the nerds did not leave my channel. I need y'all, okay? I need y'all, all the dope people in the chat. Don't leave me because I'm not a nerd, because I've been exposed, okay? Just don't do it. Now, I thought podcasts don't like conservatives. Well, we're going to play what he said. You have to both work in California and live in another state. That's what I'm doing. Well, that's a good point, Gore. But I can tell you now, and then we'll get into the breakdown. All this working from different states, it ain't gonna be going on as long as the way y'all think it is. They're gonna find a way to tax that. If you really look into what it's costing New York City in tax, I want to say, I think I read something. It's probably like $12 billion. Don't quote me on that, but I think it's a high number. I want to say it's like between $5 to $12 billion a year by allowing people to be employed in New York but live somewhere else. It's costing them crazy money. So I'm telling you now, what I understand, they coming for that money. So for all you that's enjoying this work from home, work in other states, they coming for you. They coming for you. No matter what y'all want to believe, all this tough guy talk, oh, we not going back to the office. Yes, you are. You're going back to the office. Unless you own your own business and you're a contract worker, you're going back to the office. If they have an office, you pretty much going back to the office. Some of you will get lucky and scrape through the go, but most people are going back to the office. There's going to be a hybrid model for the majority of people, but you're going back to the office. I've heard people in this space say, I'm not going back. No, if they ever make me go back, I'm going to quit. No, you're not. You ain't got enough money. You ain't got enough money to quit. So you're going to be going back to the office. You had enough money, you would have quit that damn job a long time ago. You're going back to the office. And it's not a bad thing. It should motivate you so that if you never want to go back to the office again, to find a way to escape working forever. But that's just my thoughts on that. More to come at a later time. I might actually do a deep dive on that process. But let's get into the breakdown. What brought us here today in the podcast thoughts on conservatives. Well, before we jump, did y'all like my thumbnail? I just stole that thumbnail and said, oh, I like that. Just put the collage of those people. Ooh, yeah. I said, I put my face on the side, throw this little thing here. Yeah, I like that. And use all the conservatives that people can't stand. Oh, yeah. I used all the conservatives that people can't stand. I should have found a few more, but like I said, I ain't had that much time. Yeah, we working over here. Okay, Cassandra, we'll see. But let's get into the video. As you see on screen, You have Mr. Podcast with Sean Antonio, Daryl Long, Pase Blanca. I ain't gonna even say Toxic Don's name. And of course, the phenomenal host himself, Cheeky Banner, right? This conversation started there, and we gonna push it here. So let's take a listen to some of the thoughts of Misa Podcast and what he truly believes. All right, we're gonna tap into it.
Yeah, that's gonna lead to murder. Yeah, niggas gonna die doing that. But here's the thing, though. I've realized that you all are just conservative douchebags. Y'all don't understand, right? That
Is Cheeky nodding his head? Oh, let me rewind that. Is Cheeky nodding his head? Let me see. Hold on. I know Cheeky ain't nodding his head to the conservative. I know you're not. I know Cheeky did not just do that. Let me check that out.
I've realized that you all are just conservative douchebags. Y'all don't understand, right? That the problem is that y'all not black no more. That's the problem. Is that when y'all reach a certain level, right? Y'all start looking at everything that you think equates to blackness as bad.
Now I know y'all can hear what I can hear. I know you can hear what I can hear. He said, and Cheeky Banner, do me a favor. Start muting Toxic Don because he don't have no mic etiquette. All right. He be coughing, slapping the keyboards all around, distorting the sound. Okay. Mute Toxic Don when he's on the panel and he's not trying to destroy everything. Okay. Mute him. Now, on to podcast. He said, now I don't know if you heard him, but once you reach a certain status, you're not black no more. Did y'all hear him say that? Once you reach a certain status, you not black anymore. What does that mean? What do you guys think that means? Once you reach a certain status, you not black anymore. I'm not sure what that means. I'm not sure what that status is. Now, I know podcasts, and I know typically when he says status, he typically mean money, right? But I don't want to mischaracterize what he means. So podcast, I'm just inferring. Do not take it personal. Just allow me to do such a thing. You know, we go way back. I'm your boy. Don't hurt me now. I'm just saying, typically he make an inference to a certain level, standard, success, etc. It equates to money, right? So that means if you black and you got money, you not black no more. I don't know if that's what you heard, right? But that's what I heard. Now, in comparison, that means, yeah, that's right, Stephen. They put it up. Yeah, let's put it up. If you black equal poor / hood / ghetto equal Democrat. That's offending. That's exactly okay. Wait, am I wrong, or did y'all put a 1 in the chat if y'all interpret it the same way I just interpreted, or put a 2 if I'm off and y'all heard something different? So put a 1 in the chat if y'all heard exactly what me and Stephen Day just basically we summed it up to, or put a 2 if y'all think that I'm off and I heard something else. Because I'll be off sometimes. I ain't gonna hold you. I'll be off sometimes. So Don P said I'm off. He said he heard something different. Okay. Everybody else seemed to have heard what I heard. Now, Sugar Bum, I already gave you a shout out last show. Let's not start off on the wrong hand now. Okay. So a couple people heard something different, right? I ain't gonna rewind it, but y'all heard what he said. Now, he says after a certain point, a certain level of success, we start to view things that black people do as a negative thing, right? Now, first of all, I want to know what we become if we no longer black, right? That's the first question I have. Somebody write that down. Let me write that down. What do we become if we are no longer black? Now, when podcasts get here, if he pulls up, make sure I ask him that question, okay? Make sure I ask him that question because I don't know what the heck I am at this point. The only thing I know is I am poor, so I get to stay black. But if I start to do well and get any level of success, I have to turn my black card in. All right, you heard it.
And what you do is you pick out the worst shit that you see black people do. You act like nobody else don't do that shit, and then you call it black culture, right? And that's just a sign of what Malcolm X and others prophesied to come.
Okay. So basically he said, basically he said, we point out the stuff that black people may do, say they do all the bad stuff, and act like they the only ones that do this bad black stuff. Now, okay, I'll say this. Now, since y'all want to play this game, what's up, Love C? What's going on? I'm just gonna ask y'all this. Which people tend to cause y'all the hardest time in life? Which people are the ones that robbed you? Which people are the ones that stole from you, whether it was your TV, whether they stole your car? Which ones? Which one punched you in the face? Which one kicked you when you was down? Are we wrongly attributing those things to the wrong people? Are we really saying only the people that look like us are the only ones to do things? No. Most of the times we just expressing what we've experienced. We all know everybody have certain capabilities. Any group of people can do a bunch of things. But when we looked at the numbers, when we look at our real life, when we look at our cousin, little Tay Tay, you know what I'm saying? Y'all already know. Y'all, listen, don't take my word for it. I don't want to be in trouble. And listen, I got to find out what I become. I got to find out what I become when I make a certain level. Make sure we find out what the threshold is for success.
Right? Give black people a little bit of something, and then they turn away from their own color. They turn away from their own roots, their own people. Be ready to dismiss them, right? That comment Thanos just made about, what do you do when you have gangrene? The problem is that Thanos doesn't realize this, and I'm not trying to be insulting, but he's part of the gangrene.
So Thanos had chatted earlier about what do you do when you get gangrene or something of that nature, and everybody was like, "You got to cut that thing off." And basically, he's insinuating that there's a separation that needs to be had, right? Me and Thanos have had many conversations, and as far as separation, right? There are certain things that need to be separated, right? Me and him tend to align on that. It seems to be heartless, but it seems to be what everybody else does. But when it comes to the black people, all us hurt. You feel pain? We all feel pain. You get rich? We all should be rich. You is broke? We all should be broke. Like there's this entitlement that we all should get the same experience. We all should be living at the same level. We all should understand each other's experiences. And if you give a black man a little bit of some money, he'll forget he black. They'll never accept him. Oh, podcast here. Okay, I'm gonna drop the link for him real soon. I got him. Okay, shout out to podcast. So you give somebody a little bit of something, and they'll forget everything they come from. So basically, what you're saying is the people that have nothing are the ones that are the most woke, the ones that don't forget nothing. But if you give somebody something, they start to forget. Oh, it ain't so bad. Been here over here now. I'm living pretty good now. Why are you black people going through that stuff? He basically said you start to forget why other black people struggle, why other people go through things because you're no longer in that position, right? It's kind of like when you get out the hood, when you no longer live in the hood and you don't experience the same problems. You like, oh, I don't have those problems. They think you don't care. But what happens is, and is that MRM in here? Shout out to my guy MRM. So, and I'm pretty sure he can speak for me. He's from Chicago, just like podcast. So that means this. once you evolve, once you've elevated, once you've experienced something different, this is typically what Black people do. And I'm gonna say almost all the so-called conservative douchebags tend to do is this. So podcasts, listen close. When they make it out, when they start to do well, they lose the stigma of victimhood. Yeah, this one is about to start hurting now. They lose the stigma of victimhood and they realize, oh, all this time, if I just put the responsibility on myself, stop begging the government to do things for me and do it myself, put the responsibility on my own to carry my own weight, to change my own life without help from nobody else, playing the game of how the game needs to be played, doing it with honor, dignity, integrity, etc., treating people right, but also making sure I'm doing right by myself. I want to go back and get a game to the people in the hood. So they pull up. Benzo, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes Lambo. Hey, what up, y'all? Yeah, let me tell y'all what y'all got to do. Stop being a victim. Stop thinking people going to come here and save you. Stop asking for handouts. Change your life yourself. Put it on yourself. You can do anything. You can change your own life one step at a time. This is how they playing you. Do this, do that. Get on your grind. That's what happens with these so-called conservative douchebags. They change their mindset because they realize they're not really victims. They get back and they go talk to the victims like, oh no, you're not slaves no more. You free, use free. And they go, no, I stay here with Massa. I stay here. I's not free. No, I'm telling you, look, I'm free. Look, I got you. Look, I did it. Listen to me. No. It's no safe out there. I want to stay here. And then we go, okay, we try and try. And what happens? Y'all don't want the help. Y'all don't want to listen to what people say that's done something different from what you've done. You want to do it the way you want to do it without having any understanding of what it takes to get to the other side, go back and bring people forward. So I'm just saying, that is the real issue. That's the real issue. Now, I could be wrong. Perhaps there's an experience that other people are having, and when they come back and have the conversation, that they're lying. People that made it out are saying, or the people that are stuck are saying, no, they never gave me that story. They're lying. I tried everything they told me to do and it still didn't work. If that's the story, okay, cool. No. That's not the dichotomy, honestly. I'm giving an example. Spend some time with some conservatives. You'll hear how they speak differently. I'm just saying they speak differently. But don't take my word for it. Let's hear what Mr. Podcast said about it. Because that brother knows how to put the words together. I ain't gonna take that from him. Not gonna take it from him.
Right? I'm not saying nobody need to go to the hood and say, all y'all gangbangers, put y'all guns down now or else, right?
He was going to be a salute, not a vote.
That's going to lead to your demise very quickly.
Oh my God.
I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that most of the people who do all this talking ain't building shit. Ain't building nothing, bro. Ain't taking nobody nowhere, pulling nobody out the rubble. You know what I'm saying? None of that. You just ready to drop a bomb on a specific community as if 90% of the community is messed up when we know it's really only about 15 to 20.
Okay, so I guess we're getting to somewhat the root of the actual issues, right? So basically, it's just my opinion. They're hearing people that are speaking about the community, that's not going into the community, that's not adding to the community, that's not helping change the community, right? And so it upsets them, right? And so, listen, oh man. You know, it's really, really difficult because in my mind, I'm thinking how I used to think. I'm thinking like, yeah, They got all the money. They should pay all the taxes. Yeah, it's their fault we in these conditions. It's their fault. They put us in these ghettos. Like, I understand the victim mentality. I come from it. And here's the thing. I didn't have to make any money to actually change. This is the crazy part. Most people will. The only thing I had to do is be observant and understand that what we were trying to do did not work. And all you have to do is identify people that have done things. You never even have to have a conversation with them. Just listen and go, maybe I'll try this, and break it down in steps. But I guess his gripe is that the people that are complaining, talking about the people at the bottom, so-called bottom, are not actually building anything. So one, I'm going to ask him what the building part is, what he's referencing, building, because I'm not sure what that means. I understand the actual word, but when he says not building anything, what does he mean by that? What does he want built? So we're going to ask that question. Y'all know, listen, you know he's gonna come up hot and ready, so I ain't gonna hold you. I know what comes with talking to Mr. Podcast. Really intelligent guy, so you have to brace for those conversations. I'll say this: somebody said I should charge more than $1,000. No, I'm not. That's crazy. First of all, ain't nobody paying $1,000 to kick me off the panel. Let's just be honest. So we go with that number. That's just not gonna happen, right? But honestly, is that really what people think? Nobody's not building anything? Okay. They're not building nothing. I'm not looking for nobody to build nothing, personally. You ain't got to build it. You ain't got to. I'll let Spence say it. I will say it, 98% of the people who think like podcasts don't do anything at all. Okay. All right, Spence. I don't want no trouble. I wasn't going to say nothing like that. I wasn't going to say nothing. This is just a conversation. I don't want no problems. I don't want no problems at all. What's going on, best friend? I don't want no problems. I like the conversation. Podcast know me. He know I love conversations just as much as he do. And he gives phenomenal perspectives, and we just build. I'm just saying, for me personally, I don't give a damn about nobody building nothing. I go do what I need to do for me, and I stay out your way. Won't cause you no problems, and you figure out your life then. But if you want help, if you're asking somebody for help, aka support, guidance, leadership, etc., you ain't in no position to not follow what they tell you to do. You ain't in no position to not follow what they telling you to do. You should follow. I ain't worried about building. If y'all sitting there waiting on somebody to build, bad idea. You should have the expectations of yourself. Either build your goddamn self or go beg somebody else to build, but don't have no expectations above your own. I don't expect nobody to do more for my life than what I'm willing to do. So my standards here, everybody either meet me there or below. It makes no sense for you to have an expectation of other people to do more than what you're willing to do. It makes no sense at all. So I'm just be candid with you. Podcast, if that's you, put something in the back chat. That way I know it's you specifically. That only would be you. Because you normally come, you got your other thing lit up. Okay, I got you, bro. You normally got your other thing lit up, bro. What's going on, bro?
What up, man?
I'm chilling, man. How are you? How's everybody? How's the family? Everybody straight?
Actually, I'm in the jacuzzi room with my lady. She just got her naked ass in the tub, so I'm looking at titties, so I'm feeling real good right about now. So to all the douchebags in the chat that got a lot to say about past podcasts, suck it! Say hey, baby.
Hey, baby!
Hey, what's going on?
She got bubbles all over the damn place.
I ain't mean to cause no trouble on your vacation. I've never been in a jacuzzi, so you experiencing something, man. I might have to put that on my bucket list.
No, you all good. Shout out to Granville. He let me know he was looking for me. You should have waited. We should have did this on my channel, so that way it wouldn't have been all of the bias cocksuckers in the chat, but it's cool. Let's go for it. First of all, you already did a couple of things. You already said a couple of things that was out of place, but I'm used to it. That's what y'all conservatives do. Let's go.
Well, to be fair, I did say that I'm just insinuating, assuming all kind of things, and that you would be clear with it. Just to be fair.
True, but you're insinuating with 200 douchebags in the chat, so of course they're gonna run with it. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all crazy.
They don't care about the truth. They just want to hear some shit so they can say, "Oh yeah, I'm better than podcasts," even though they actually not. But it's all good. Let's go.
Why does everybody always assume people are echo chambers and people don't think for themselves? Why can't you just
don't? It's obvious that they don't. You asked the question and you said like two people in the chat said that they didn't hear what you said you heard. And you know why? Because you're different, but I know what you're doing. So it's different as content creators, I understand. But the other people, specifically the people that be in the chats that never cam up, never come on panels or none of that shit, that's literally what they're there for, to be an echo chamber. Right? It is. And that's why two people said they heard something different, because the people that said that, they probably actually listened to me. They probably actually pay attention to what I'm saying. They understand where I'm coming from. They don't listen to hear podcasts. They listen to hear the words that's coming out of my mouth so that they can understand. Like the last thing that you just said, me pointing out that the people who talk shit about the hood ain't actually building nothing for black people, ain't doing nothing for black people, ain't changing no circumstances for black people, don't mean I want them to. And you know how you know that? See, this is what I mean by when people don't listen to me. Because if you rewind the tape, this very video that you was just playing, you would hear me say, I'm not actually asking anybody to come back and do nothing. I literally said that before I made the statement. I'm not saying that you ought to come back and do anything. My only problem is, why do you spend every day on the internet talking shit about black people?
For example, what specifically do they talk bad about black people?
It's either red pill manosphere, black women ain't shit, or it's black people broke, all they do is shoot, kill, and black culture ain't shit. And that's the thing about it. If you pick, what can you pick out of the black culture and say only black people do it?
Well, we've had many conversations about black culture, what it actually is. I've always talked about, I actually broke it down recently, that it's just American culture and black people choose which part of the American culture they want to participate in. Shout out to Long Shot. He says it doesn't take much to be better than Lil Podcast. You can work at McDonald's and be more than Lil Podcast. Long Shot, that's kind of messed up, and that don't make you better just because you have a job. Right now, if that's part of your determining factors as a job, I would have to disagree with you. That don't make you better than nobody. But I'm just saying this. Okay, let me start with the first premise, because I will agree. I did hear you say that, by the way. And I often hear you do those prerequisites, but I will tell you this: whenever people say, I'm not saying you should, but then talk about what you're not doing, it's reasonable for people to presume that you think about it. Otherwise, why point it out?
Because the reason for pointing it out is because to show the hypocrisy. Why are you talking shit about it? Like, I don't usually, like, we can talk in jest, right? We can do stuff as content creators. We can talk in jest and we can make fun of things and we can react to things, right? But I'm saying specifically, when you come to my shows, you don't see topics of me just specifically targeting people, a specific demographic of people, right? That I have no intention on doing anything about what's going on there. That's the point. The point ain't for you to come back and do anything. The point is for you to shut the fuck up. Why do you care? Like this cocksucking ass nigga. Why do you care if I don't have a job? Why do you care if I get Section 8? Why do you care at all about any of that? It don't affect you in one way or the other. It does not. Why do you care as a conservative douchebag that all the black people in the hood are killing each other when you don't fucking live there? Why do you care?
I'll answer the question at the best of my ability, but first I want to understand, are you saying that they shouldn't care?
No, I'm saying that they don't care.
No. You said, why do you care if I'm on Section 8? Why do you care if I have a job or not? Are you saying that they shouldn't care?
Yes, I'm saying that they shouldn't care. Yes, shouldn't
Okay.
matter. Shouldn't care at
So
all. Shouldn't bother them at all.
understood. So it's similar to like how black conservative douchebags on the internet complaining. You shouldn't care nothing about that either, right?
No, because the point is this: I only care about it because they're talking about people that look like me. That's my point. Why do you care at all? Why are you talking about people that look like me? Why do you care at all? It's not. We talk about women in general in the manosphere and in red pill content. Why do we talk about women? Because it directly affects us. It
No, I get that
directly
point.
affects us.
So I would say, do you think no one's getting impacted by these conversations? You don't think no one goes, I used to think like this, but I don't think like that no more. I heard what somebody else said. Maybe that is like when you say black conservative douchebags, right? You tend to put a line in the sand to say that other people, hypothetically, Democrats, are not douchebags. I'm not saying you said that. I'm just saying you understand how people would take it if you don't add them in there. You're just like, only the conservatives are the douchebags.
Right. So I hate to do this, right? First, let me do this. First, one does not represent the other. If I say right now it's cold outside, don't mean it's hot outside too, right? So just because I say something about conservatives don't mean I don't have opinion about liberals, right? But here's the thing. Here's what you're saying right now. You're asking me, can I not understand that if somebody says that, if somebody hears me say this about this, then they can assume that, right? That's not my responsibility. It's not up to me to determine what they assume. What people should do is learn how to take people at face value. See, but they can't do that because they're full of shit. That's the whole point. If you really came into conversations genuinely without bad faith, somebody could say something and you could just take it. Think about all the shit that people don't like about me. You know how they know it? Because I told them.
Oh.
Nobody doxed me. Nobody was like, yo, this nigga was on here lying saying he was balling out of control and the whole time he on Section 8. I said it soon as it happened. Because I don't have anything to hide. Because I'm not doing anything to anybody. So why does it bother you so much? Because you're a fucking douchebag. Because you want to feel like you're better than somebody else. And the same people who say they're better than me wouldn't stand in front of me and say that shit. That's the problem. That's what I mean by conservative douchebag. That's what I mean by being on the internet with the bullshit, right? When the people you talking about, because you're not suffering it, that means that it doesn't exist. Because you said, oh, the difference is that the people who make it out, they change their mindset from a victim mindset. Bruh, it's okay for black people to recognize themselves as victims when they're actually a victim of something. I understand when somebody is not a victim of something. Yes, we get that, but that ain't the point. The point ain't about getting outside of a victim mindset. The point is about why are you spending your everyday demeaning and devaluing these people that have nothing to do with your existence? You could literally go through your whole entire life and not have to pay any attention to them because you don't live there anymore. So if they so terrible, right? Why do you care? What do people always say? Don't focus on the bad. Don't focus on the negative, but that's what y'all doing. You sit on these panels every day and focus on the negative. Okay. Don't want to highlight one motherfucking thing good about the black community. All you talk about is the bad.
Okay, so I want to deal with point by point. Let me just ask you the first point. What level of success does one need to get in order to become a conservative douchebag?
I don't think there is an actual level of success. I think it's a mindset. But I think if you force me to put a number on it, I'll probably say about 60 to 70K. Because that's when people start actually moving out of the hood. When they get to around 60 or 70K, they can move out to the outskirts of the city, get into some of them little suburbs that's a little bit better, like in Chicago on the west side, they got one called Oak Park. On the south side, they got one called Oak Lawn. So when you get into that type of money, you can start moving into those other areas. And now all of a sudden you start seeing yourself as apart from what you left. I get it, right? You want to celebrate yourself. Nobody's saying don't celebrate yourself. I'm saying why demean that you left behind?
Okay, let me ask you this. What do people become if they're no longer black because they got to a certain level of success, etc.?
They become douchebags. That's exactly why I call them that, right? Because you get to a point where you, like I said, you start seeing yourself as a part. Bro, imagine it's people on here, right, that get to a certain amount of money. They still smoke weed, they still have unprotected sex, they still sleep around, they still got baby mamas, they still got a whole bunch of other things going on that could be considered ghetto or a part of the this dysfunctional black culture, but because they got a certain amount of money, all of a sudden they better, they different, they can sit on panels all day and talk shit about black people. Because they got a degree, all of a sudden they better, they can sit on panels and talk shit about black people all day, right? They don't shop at the Walmart no more, they go to Peace Produce, so all of a sudden you can sit on panels and talk shit about black people. That shit ain't cool. I got a lot of family members, bro, that got to the bag. And you know what they don't do? They don't sit on panels all day and talk shit about black people. And when we all hanging out as a family, you know what they don't do? They don't sit around and talk shit about black people all fucking day. They
Well,
don't.
well, let's get to why they talk about black people all day. Uh do you understand the majority of black people vote democratically?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that democratic power and let's so-called Republican power actually matter in this country?
Yes.
And I understand it don't have to be that deep, but you understand it has an impact. So if you're
Mhm,
a black so-called conservative, right?
mhm,
Don't you think it would be an issue if you have black people's vote being swayed to the Democratic Party when you know it never going to benefit them in the long run, and you need to get them swayed over to more of a conservative mindset so that
mhm.
because that directly impacts your life, people's lives in general. So that's probably a reason to start having these conversations like, hey, I know you think we're supposed to be democratic, but no, you're actually really a conservative person. Just ask questions, sit down with a conservative, and have a conversation with them. You realize the majority of black people are more aligned with conservative values than with democratic values.
Mhm.
So they're trying to alienate, separate, segregate people that want to be over there and over here. So black conservatives want to find other black conservatives. They don't want to become white or join the white elite. They're looking for other black conservatives wherever they can find them, wherever they can speak to an ear and that ear listens. So you
Mhm.
have to talk to the people that are 99% damn near Democratic and say, hey, no, listen, let's move you out of there. That's part of the reason that these conversations tend to happen. However, if you're offended, not you specifically, but if you're offended by some of the things, if these things impact you, then you can either do something to change them because you're probably not going to change the person that are saying them unless what they're saying is wrong and you can prove it to them and they receive that it's wrong.
Right. But the problem is you're taking what I'm saying, but you're not taking the context in which I say it, right? So think about it like this. I've always said this. People might look at me as somebody that has a problem with white people. And I always say, go back through my videos. You ain't got to watch them. Just go look at any of my videos and tell me how many of them you see that are actually titled. The topic for the show was about white people. You ain't going to see it. That's not my thing. It's not something I talk about every day because I'm not being directly affected by it all the time. Even though it still hinders me sometimes because of my background, but I, I'm not letting it bother me like that. I don't feel like it's actually preventing me from doing the shit that I really want to do. It might prevent me from getting a job, but I don't give a fuck about the job. But the things that I really want to do in life, it's not preventing me. So I don't talk about it, right? But you know when I do talk about it, Aaron? I talk about it when people sit on panels and they talk shit about black people. That's when I bring it up. That's when I'm saying, yo, but what about this? Right? People, all these panels, they want to, man, these drug dealers in the neighborhood need to be pulled out and shot. But you don't give a shit about Big Pharma though. You don't care about opioids. You don't care about fentanyl. You don't care about the ADHD medicine that got the kids going crazy. You don't care about all that shit. But you care about the
let's touch
drugs
on
in the
that.
community that the black man is selling.
Let's touch on that. So I think this is actually one of the points you brought up, and I'm glad you remembered it. Knowing you, damn near remember everything. Let's ask this question: what makes you think that black? Because we're talking about black conservatives per se, because you don't give a damn about white people and all these other people. Not saying you don't like them, but they ain't got nothing to do with what you got going on. What makes you think black conservatives don't have a problem with big pharma?
Because they never talk about it. That's the point that I said. They sit on panels all day and they talk about the black drug dealers in the community. They never talk about big pharma. We can literally, I wish I was at home and I had my computer. We can pull up all of the channels that we all support and go through their last 30 videos. You know what you're not gonna see? Why is Big Pharma doing this? Why did they allow this to go on? Why did the FDA allow this to go on? They're not never addressing them. All they only talk about is the gender war and hood niggas.
Okay, so give me an example of the things that black big pharma is doing that you think is comparable to what they're doing on the streets.
Selling drugs that people get addicted to and from. Modern Renaissance Man sat on Fight Club last weekend, the weekend before, and talked about how the drugs that Big Pharma has gave to people, the same drugs that he prescribed to people, right, has killed and destroyed more lives than crack and heroin together, which are the two typical drugs that black men are known to hustle in the community. It's crack and heroin, right?
Yeah, okay.
It's still black men in prison for weed sales today. Meanwhile, it's people out here making money off of weed right now.
No, I get that. But like whenever it was outlawed to sell alcohol, people were in prison for doing that. They were still in prison when they stopped outlawing and people eventually got out, right? So it's just a time period that we're in. So we understand there are black people that are in prison with marijuana. And if there was, I'm sure if there was any other race of people that did the same crime, for i.e. pounds and pounds and out all that stuff, sold a whole bunch of it, made all this money, they tend to go to jail too. And I don't think that they're out randomly while other people are locked up. But I know you don't necessarily care about those people. It's more of a concern for the black people. So I'm going to ask you this. Do you think that the drugs that doctors tend to prescribe, that tends to be on an individual basis, right? There can be a bad doctor here that may go off the rails and prescribe drugs they shouldn't, overprescribe things, but they have protocol in place, they have rules in place to prosecute people that tend to do that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Do you think they're just freely just getting people addicted to drugs and there has never really been no consequence for these actions?
So the internet is acting crazy in here, just so you know.
Yeah, no problem.
Because it's like choppy when you talking to me. I can't hear a lot that you was just saying, but I did hear the last question very clearly. I just want to let you know that I'm gonna try to see if I can connect to the hotel Wi-Fi too. But so here's the thing though, right? From what I know, not one person related to Big Pharma has ever went to jail. I could be wrong about that, but you know what I know it hasn't been? Millions of them. I know it hasn't even been thousands of them. It ain't even been 100 of them, right? I know I watched a documentary where they was talking about how they lied about the fact that I believe it was the opioids. They were saying that they weren't addictive when in fact they were. Not to mention a lot of the drugs that they give to the kids, bro, those quote unquote ADHD drugs and all of that, be driving them kids crazy. They be developing titties and all kind of stuff. But when they try to get off of the medicine, that's when they really lose their mind. The point is that the drugs are just as harmful, if not more harmful. That's the point. So
No, okay. Oh, I agree with that.
so
Go ahead. I'm
right.
sorry.
So I'm just saying for the people who are talking, right? If your issue, right? If your issue, the people who are talking crazy about the drug dealers in the hood, if your issue is the fact that they're selling drugs that are harmful, right?
Mm-hmm.
How can you not have a problem with Big Pharma? How can you never do an episode, never have a conversation, never express any, you know what I'm saying, sort of disdain for the Big Pharma that not only prescribes and sells just as many, but more drugs that have taken more lives and done more harm, and they have not reaped one consequence for it.
Okay.
Outside of
So
money.
Okay, I'll answer that in just a moment. Let me get to these super chats real quick. In these YouTube streets, a lot of black conservatives spew the same nonsense as these alt and far right conservatives, saying basic points and no substance. You pick and choose who you listen to. Shout out to Angry Man. He said, "We talk about black people because we are black, and the worst of us is the representation of us. We talk trash because we want them to do better. Every group has criticized their worst demographics." That's his position there. So now I want to answer your question. I'm gonna bring up MRM if that's cool with you. Is that cool with you?
I want to respond to Angry Man's comment too.
Okay, yeah, I'll pull it back up in just 1 second. Let me bring up MRM and I'm gonna answer the question, and then he can answer the question with more of an expertise in that field. Where I'm going to say this: people on the street corner are overwhelmingly selfish with their drug selling. All it does is benefit them. Now, when you look at scientists, when you look at people that sell drugs, big pharma, etc., a lot of their breakthrough comes from trial and error. And is it unfortunate that some people have to experience negative things for them to make breakthroughs in science? Well, that's kind of how life works. So there's actually a benefit at the end when you look at the history of big pharma, all the pharmaceutical companies, scientists, etc. They tend to make a breakthrough and things change. And they say, oh, we figured this out. Even though a negative came from here, it led to a breakthrough over here, right? That's never going to happen on the street level. Everything they do on the street level is going to be self-serving. That money is going to be spent however they want to spend by them. If you look at big pharma, if you look at Pfizer, right? You look at App, you look at these huge companies, they do a lot of reinvesting, right? A lot of their money go to research and development. Now, I'm not saying they're perfect, but what I'm saying is the money that they generate, you're going to get rich. There are going to be a lot of rich executives, et cetera, like that, like with any conglomerate, any corporation, right? But they're also going to do good things, and you can't get rid of the bad things that happen. Nobody has figured out a way to do that. I would argue, people on the streets ain't never helped nobody benefitly by the drugs that they're giving out, as opposed to what big pharma are doing. Although I'm not making an excuse for them, I'm saying I agree with you. They're never going to do any jail time. You know why they're not going to do any jail time? Because they're the ones that are going to continue to make breakthroughs with science. They're going to be the only ones that are going to do that thing. Nobody on the street corner, none of those great drug dealers, when we watch American Gangster, are ever going to change anybody's lives scientifically. It's never going to happen. We don't have no stories of it, no history of it. And yes, it comes the good with the bad. So that's how.
So who gets to determine which good is worthy? You?
That's a good question. Society determines that.
Because I would think for all the drug dealers who invested in the youth in their communities, bought food, paid bills, sent kids to school, bro, everybody want to make it seem like the drug dealers just make a whole bunch of money, buy Cadillacs and Jordans, and that's it. It's not how that looks. They take care of a lot of people. It's a lot of people that ate better because them niggas was hustling.
Agreed, but there's a downside
it's
to
a lot of kids. It's a lot of kids that had somebody tell them take your ass to school because of them same drug dealers. Them same drug dealers was the one telling me, no, them same gang members was the one telling me, no, you can't join the mob. Yeah, right? Because they knew I wasn't really cut out for it. Right? for what it really took to like really be in the mob. I got in the mob shelter because my brothers brung me in, right? So all I'm saying is there is some good that they actually do, right? But who gets to determine what good that is?
I get that,
right?
but here's the problem with that. They don't have to sell drugs to do that. Now, you can't argue that Big Pharma has to use chemicals, science, etc., and all that in order to do what they need to do in their field, in order to continue to produce the next big thing. Angry Man, you absolutely can come up. I'm telling you now, you don't have to sell drugs to send your kids to school to put food on the table. You can do something else. But when we're talking about science,
Nobody
we're
has to
talking
sell
about
drugs.
drugs, we're talking about experts. You can't conflate the two. Like, they have to do what they're doing in that field in order to get the next breakthrough, the next pushover. So let me mute you. I'm talking to your girl. So that's a little bit of a different. You don't have to sell drugs on the street corner to feed your family. You can absolutely do something different. So I that's the part I have to disagree with. MRN, what you got on it, bro?
If I can take my time to hit a lot of these points that we've already talked about, just to kind of give it from another perspective, because I'm somebody that came from that side. I'm talking you guys all, a lot of folks in here already know the story, but to be able to be a part of that single parent, disenfranchised, low income, Section 8, we named our roaches, we named our mice, we didn't have power at times, went around Chicago, picking cans, turning stuff in for money, et cetera, et cetera. To go from that to where I am right now, and little podcast, I want to make this clear. What I'm saying right now, what I'm getting ready to say is not directed at you. Okay, so I want to make that clear. This right here is directed to anybody might be in this chat, or this might be directed at any type of individual that might be of this particular mindset, because this mindset that I'm talking about is not just among black people. It's among the trailer trash white people too. It's among the backyard, backwood, hillbilly folks too. This particular mindset is what I'm hitting on, okay? So what I find is that it's very amazing that those who have never crossed over to what you want to call this uppity black people side, or this uppity black, I don't even like to be called conservative because I don't like to be labeled anything. I'm just me. But it's amazing that I even get labeled that. But it's amazing. A lot of folks that are actually, let's just say, from the hood, or still even in the hood, they seem to know the answers better than us that have actually crossed over and seen this other side of this world that they haven't even been on. But yet they know more than what we do while we're over here. So what I'm saying is, I'm going to try to do this in a nice little analogy. What I noticed is this. For one, when you spank a child, the child is pissed off more at the fact that you spanked them versus what you spanked them for. So I notice this same type of mindset happens when I go, and because I do this. When you say folks don't do anything, I'm not talking about you little podcast. I'm talking about just in general. We work with several after-school programs. I don't even have to do this. I go there and volunteer my time to go in there to pull people out to come over to this side to show them that they too can do the same exact thing that I did. They can do the same exact thing that I did. But what you cannot do is we cannot sit here and think about the fact that because I'm pointing out something that black people do and try to use that as the excuse of, oh, why y'all talking about black people? Why we always got to talk about black people? Because that is the problem. When I got to sit down and talk with Donald Trump, which a lot of people hate him, I don't care. When I got to sit down and talk with Donald Trump at the White House, Donald Trump flat out told us in that room, he said, white people are not going to be able to do, and I'm just telling you his words, because Donald Trump is gangster behind closed doors. I'm telling y'all. He said, white people are not going to be able to do a got boop thing to fix black people. He said, it's going to take black people to fix black people, is what Donald Trump said. So what I'm saying that for is this. Whenever we do, and as being in medicine, if you came into my office and I said, you know what's rampant amongst black people? High blood pressure, rampant. You know something that black people get when they get hurt or get scarred or get cut real bad? They get something called keloids. White people really don't get that. Black people, diabetes run high among. Now, would you get pissed off because I diagnosed the issue of what's going on with black people? Or would you say, what can I do to fix it? You would say, okay, I accept that you just diagnosed me with having high blood pressure. I accept that you just diagnosed me with having, diabetes. I accept that. But then you're going to turn around and say, so doc, what do I need to do to fix it? But what you will find is a lot of people of the black community, they don't want to know the solution. They don't want to hear the solution because all they can focus on is the fact that you just diagnosed the issue with me. Why do you got to keep on talking about me having high blood pressure? Why you got to keep on talking about me having diabetes? Why I got to be only black people? White people get diabetes sometimes too. Why aren't you talking about? Because we're talking about you. And when you think about it, because I'm just being real, black people a lot of times have been so subconsciously trained to respond that way when you have no idea. Why do I spank my sons when they were coming up? Why did I spank them? Why did I correct them? Because I want them to do what? Be better. I'm not spanking them for the sake of just spanking them. I'm spanking them because I'm trying to correct a behavior that I don't want. I'm spanking them because I see the trajectory of if they keep that attitude, where it's going to get them. So that's why the spanking occurs. But again, too often we focus on the fact that I got a spanking versus on what I got the spanking for.
Well, I want to make sure podcast perspective has been represented properly. He is very big on words. He is very specific. So I don't want you to misrepresent him. And I want you to, and I understand you want to deal with a bunch of points because me and podcast had already been talking. But we're trying to break it down piece by piece and really understand each other. So podcast, did you want to respond to what he just said?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I rock with MRM, but I barely was listening to most of what he said.
Niggas,
because he didn't.
I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you, Pac.
He didn't come up and confirm what he said on Fight Club, which is what I was expecting to do. Not come up and team up on the conservative douchebag side of the game, and try to once again pull out this 5% of people. Right. It's ironic because when I hear white people and black people clashing, you know what black people usually say, and I don't know if they liberal or conservative. I just know they be black. They usually tell the white people, "Why you always focusing on the bad? Right? Why you don't focus on the good?" I know why you was talking. I was sitting here thinking about how Fatty and Lou, they not even from here, but as much as they get on my fucking nerves, them two dudes have shared probably more information about how to strategically do things financially, right? To set yourself up for the future and set your kids up for the future than most of the other black people in this space that I have heard. Now watch somebody act like I didn't say I have heard. Watch they be like, "Oh, you lying because Anton and because such and such," because they ain't gonna give a fuck about what I say. They just want to be able to mischaracterize me. They're gonna ignore that I said that I have heard. Just pay attention to the chat. So, but they have. Right? It's a couple of things that I can name that I didn't know before I met those guys. Right? And so that's what I'm saying. Instead of, Angry Man, I want to respond to his comment. He's a tough love kind of guy. And, so is Anton. And I had to have a conversation with Anton before I understood and accepted the fact that his brand of counseling is necessary for some people. Right? Angry Man, tough love kind of guy, his brand, right, of love, of correction is necessary for some people. But there's a nice majority of people in the black community that just ain't going to accept it coming that way. And that's the problem, right? Well, you could talk about, and Mom was just talking about spanking a kid, right? Guess what? You a parent and you have more than one kid, you probably know some of your kids, you have to tell them once, tell them twice, tell them 3 times, might have to go upside their head. You might have another kid, tell them 1 time, and that's all it takes.
Can I ask you a quick question? Did Fatty and Lou, did they tell you this information privately or was it publicly on the platform?
It was on my show. It was on the platform.
Okay, no, because I'm wondering if people actually heard it or not, if it was behind the scenes. So okay, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah, it was on my show.
So your response to Angry Man is that he's tough love.
Yeah, he's a tough love kind of guy. He's saying that, we're talking about black people because, we're trying to correct them. Bro, everybody don't need it that way. For the point is that some people have had it tough enough that I don't need you to be tough with me. You know what I'm saying? I just need you to tell me. I need you to, black people always had this thing about not wanting to walk nobody through nothing. Bro, I don't want to have to grab your hand and walk you through nothing. Well, then you don't actually want me to succeed. Because guess what? Not everybody's learning style is for you to say something one time and they get it. Some people's learning style, you can look it up if you want to. Some people's learning style is them actually having to do it, right? And then
I
it kind of becomes
completely
like muscle
understand that.
memory from where they can remember how it's done by actually doing it.
Yeah.
Right. So
I,
you
I
can't,
think
everybody, you can't say, yo, go do this, that, this, and that, and then just expect them to remember it all. Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, you have to be willing to approach people, and you have to be, if you're really trying to teach people, you have to be willing to teach people the way that they need to learn. If you can't, then you know, you should have a friend or somebody, a coworker, an asset somewhere else that may, you know, be able to capitulate to their learning style. But not if they don't take to your learning style, all of a sudden they ain't shit. That's not how that
So
works.
that to me, that
Or
sounds like
not your
a
learning style, but your teaching style. I'm sorry.
that sounds like a standardized mentality that you see in a lot of the school systems. So what I'm saying that for is that, again, I mentioned earlier, notice when I was saying, like, whenever I do go to the communities or even the kids that we mentoring right now, I say things like, let me show you. So of course, everybody got a different learning style. I'm a kinesthetic learner. I learn by looking at it, touching it, feeling it, the whole nine. That's how I learn. So I know everybody got a different learning style. But see, let's say, for example, if I was talking to you really right now, podcast, and you was trying to do something, I would say, okay, what you just got done telling me everything that you just said, my brother. What do you want? What do you want? So now, since everybody got a different learning style, you're not speaking on behalf of all black people. You're speaking on specifically black people that got a learning style that might be like yours. So now I'm going to be asking you, what do you want out of this? And whatever it is, let's get it. But now, with that being said, well, no, man, I heard that, you know, something. No, if you want to do it, let's get it. And I'm getting ready to show you. But what I'm saying that for is that, again, I think too often we have been too subconsciously manipulated in the brain to do exactly that. It's a defense mechanism. We don't like to be corrected. We don't like to be disciplined, because what they teach us to do is to focus on the fact that you just got disciplined versus on somebody trying to tell you the solution. So now, example, a video that I did went completely viral, and out of nowhere, and I was not joking when I put this in the chat, out of nowhere, I was Candace Owens' brother and Larry Elder's nephew. Out of nowhere. If I'm able to share it, I'll show the video. I was on Fox News and everything, on all kind of news stations, because this just blew up all of a sudden, because I'm up here snapping on folks, letting them know, don't be going around telling these little black kids that they're not going to be able to progress and do anything because there's this thing that's out there to get them. And all of a sudden, they push. So what I'm saying therefore is that we have the solutions. But I'm just saying, as a general statement, black folks, do not get pissed off because we are first diagnosing what the issue is. I don't want to sit there and try to treat you ignorantly without knowing what your diagnosis is.
So MRM, let me tell you what I heard there, right? And I'm not even mischaracterizing podcast. I'm just thinking deeper, right? A lot of times as black people, this is what we have the hardest problem dealing with. Anton, Angry Man, MRM, Aaron O podcast ain't for everybody. But if I like Angry Man, I'm like, man, I like Angry Man, but the way he be breaking things down, it don't work for me. I get frustrated at him because he doesn't speak to me the way I want him to speak to me. But that's not fair to him. Just because I like him don't mean I have to force him to speak to me the way I want to be spoken to. I got to realize that everybody ain't for everybody. And if Angry Man can't speak to me in this particular financial format, whatever the case is, the way I need to, I can't put it on him to change who he is so that it benefits me. You have to go and then find somebody else who speaks your language. We tend to only have a few leaders or people that we look up to or people that we respect and go, I need you to do everything that I need you to do that will help us, but in the way that I need you to help me. And I'm saying people are not designed that way. We can't make Malcolm X get a mixture of this person and a mixture of this person in order for us to like them. No, you have to find people that work for you in different areas. So if Angry Man killing in this area, let it be that. But don't try to say, Angry Man, you know you can do this too if you talk like this. That ain't fair to him. Right. So I think we do that a lot as black people.
And if I can finish this point, because I know Angry Man getting ready to cook, I want to finish this point that I wrote out right here. The reason the focus could be put on blacks is because we're not trying to fix white people's issues. We're trying to fix black people's issues. And now, you know, and I'm going to say this too. What you will find too is that if you become of a certain success level, financially and all that, people tend to already get an inferiority complex about you. So therefore, they would draw up these conclusions about the type of person that you are. You know what I mean? It's like all of a sudden, I step into the realm of making a lot of money, and instantly I get put in this particular mindset of black folks that are in the hood. And I'm like, I'm right. I just can't. Dude, A freaking board's examination just separated us financially. Before that, going through school at a particular time, y'all were making more money than people in the hood was definitely making more money than what I was. I was going to school full time, taking care of a wife and 2 sons, going to school from 7 to noon, then having track practice from 1 to 3, then working at a furniture store from 4 to 11 o'clock. Come home, my son still halfway asleep, got these weird sleeping hours. My wife trying to sleep. I'm putting my son on my legs, rocking him like this while studying. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying that for is that I learned that this thing, we say you want to talk positive about the black community. I learned a lot of my hustle mentality. If it was not for the freaking streets and the hustle mentality I learned from my family, then when it comes to drugs and all that, I probably would not have been able to get through college like I did, because I went to school. I was the only black person in the program. Okay. A lot of white people fell out. Now, would I say, the reason why they fell, why did I make it through and they didn't? Did they have white privilege? Was it because of systemic racism? No, that school cared about what your grades looked like, is what they cared about. They cared about your performance. But at the same time, before I even stepped into that realm, I had folks, man, you know how hard it is. You want to work twice as hard as the white person. You want to work 3 times. I didn't, dude. I worked as hard as I needed to work. Other white people failed out. And when I asked my teacher, which some people say that they try to put him in, I'm not going to lie. Rainbow Coalition wanted me to be a part of them, NAACP. You need to figure out, look, you're the only black man in that program. And I'm telling you, it's because I flat out asked my teacher, why am I the only black person in this program? You know what they told me? Because you were the only one that applied. Well, they could be lying to. Okay, all right, then guess what? The teacher showed me the applications. So what I'm saying that for is this. No matter how much we sit back and complain about our circumstances, where we are, bro, look at what we've done thus far. It is not going to change unless you wanted to change. Based off of your actions and what I see and how you're moving, your actions is telling me that you don't want to change. That was all my points right there thus far.
So since it's me against 3,
no, don't say that. See, no, you already doing the podcast. No,
it's just the truth,
you
bro.
Already doing it.
I'm the non-conservative on the panel, so it's
I'm not no. See, now you just boxed me. You did exactly.
Wait.
You did exactly what I said that they do. You just boxed me as a conservative. I literally said I'm not a conservative.
You did. I'm sorry. I apologize. I mischaracterized you. That's wrong of me. I don't like it when people do that. At what age? This question is directly to you, Mr. At what age did Jesus start his ministry?
I would say I don't even really know, because some people say he was doing something at 12 years old. At 12 years old, they said he started at 12 years old. He was speaking, and his mom was saying something to him. He told his mom, "I'm about my father's business."
Mm-hmm. So, from what we know in the Bible, Jesus goes from age 12 to age 30, I think. Right? It's like a missing 18 years in there, somewhere like that. So you can honestly say that he really started his ministry at 30 years old, right? His actual ministry, he started at 30 years. The question would be, why wouldn't he start earlier than that? I mean, his mama was 14 when she had him, right? Everybody always talks about how people died young then, and that was the time, and everything was about starting early, right? So why wouldn't he start that, so much earlier than that, right? The reason why I'm bringing that up is because we act like everybody is supposed to have the same story and the same outcome. And at the same time, you have people like Aaron O, who will sit on the panel and tell you there are no guaranteed outcomes and not everybody is going to win. Right? So then if Aaron O can sit on the panel and say there's going to be winners and there's going to be losers, and let's just say that Aaron O is a winner, do you think it's possible? Please don't deflect from the actual question that I'm about to ask. Do you think it's possible that some people can also know that there are going to be winners and losers and just know I'm one of the losers? Do you think that's possible?
No.
Okay.
Now, what I mean by, and the only reason why I say this is because there's variables. When we got to echo. And the reason I say that is because when you say a loser, there's so many variables to that. Loser at what? Because you didn't become a doctor like I did, and that makes you a loser. The guys that fell out of the program that I was in, are they losers? No, they went on to do something else. Some of them reapplied and went through the program and made it. It don't make you a loser. It's just that for me, when it comes down to it, I like to pretty much be calculated in knowing what a person's talent, ability, and skill is, and then try to fit that into a certain type of career path that they can take. So when we say winner and losers, I need to know exactly what that loser is and what that loser looked like and what made that person a loser before I would call them a legit loser. Some people are losers because they just don't want to do anything. You're a loser.
You don't even understand what you just did. And it'll be a waste of time for me really to even try to explain it to you, because that's not an actual answer to the question, right? Do you agree that there's a such thing as a loser?
The question is flawed.
Do you agree that there is a such thing as a loser?
The question is flawed, and you're setting up a straw man argument.
Okay, just really quickly. I don't know what that is. I don't know how to do it, so I'm not doing that intentionally. I just want to know if MR thinks that there is a such thing as a loser.
Yeah, see, that's loaded, and I said no because there's variables to being what a so-called loser is.
Okay, but I'm just asking you, do you think, is there a such thing? Don't compete. I'm just asking you.
Yeah,
a straw man.
Wait a minute. Okay, wait. Let me do it this way. Watch this. Aaron O, without trying to think about where I'm going or straw man or any of that, is there a such thing as a loser?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think it's possible that a loser can know that they're a loser?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, angry man.
No,
I see what you're doing.
that
now.
is a straw man. That is a straw man fucking argument. And for the definition, you gotta echo.
Podcast. I don't know what your feedback is, bro. I know you probably usually have headphones on, but I don't
It's
know.
bouncing off the
Yeah,
satellite of
it's
his
my
wife's
phone.
naked body.
So wait, so Aaron, I'm not trying to put the responsibility on you, but when I'm not talking, if I forget, can you just mute me?
Oh no, no doubt. I got you. No doubt.
Yeah, because it's my phone. This shit trash, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, I got you.
It's a straw man argument. Straw man argument is when you set up the parameters of the question so that you definitely get the answer that you want to get confirmation bias. The concept of being a winner or a loser is subjective. DMX's first album was Born Loser. By the time he lived his life, no one could say that he really was a loser. So that's one thing. The other thing is, no video that I ever have done with conservative talking points is ever going to make Fox News or any of that. Right? Because I'm not a doctor like MRM. I'm not college educated like Candace Owens, and I'm not a potential political candidate like Larry Elder. Now, the reason why I say that is because there has been a concerted effort throughout history to deny Black people what they need in order to rise or in order to progress. And one of the things that they need, and they always have known this, is for somebody who is from amongst them, who is still somewhat amongst them, to say certain things to them. See, somebody like me is dangerous. And the reason why is because obviously from that. Now, MRM, you're from that too, but you've kind of made a transition to where they can add those 6 degrees of separation. They can say, oh, well, he's a doctor. So because they can say you're a doctor, they can put you in this bougie nigga category. It's hard to put me in a bougie nigga category.
Facts.
See what I'm saying? So if I say it, it's going to be a lot more difficult for a motherfucker to say, oh, he's a bougie nigga that's uppity and he don't know what he's talking about. No.
Which is why I even hate telling people that. So go ahead. That's why I even hate mentioning it. I'm like, no, I don't even say anything because then they're going to use that as
they use it to disqualify you, because once you become successful as a Black person in the Black community, they no longer look at you as a Black person. That's the fucking reality. And so once you no longer look like a Black person to them, you're not allowed to critique them. And the reason why is because, quite frankly, Black people are full of shit. And black people love more than anything to shame people out of critiquing them so that they can comfortably live in being full of shit. That's the fucking reality.
But AM, you're wrong about that partial statement. You are looked at as black by other successful black people.
Yeah, but not, yeah, but not, you know, but not the ones that need to hear what the fuck it is I'm saying.
I get it, but I'm just saying, like,
so do we need to make a separation from black folks versus niggas?
So here's the reality, right? The reality is, I get on YouTube and I critique black people all the time. I talk cash shit about black folk, and I'm gonna continue to talk cash shit about black folk, and I'm comfortable doing it, and I have no problem doing it. And the reason why I don't have no problem doing it is because I know how black people operate. Black people claim that they want to do better, but when you try to teach them something to do better, they give you every fucking excuse in the book as to why they can't do it. Even to the point where if you say, well, if you read this book, oh, that book was written by a white man, or, oh, I'm not reading no book. So anything that you did that actually contributed to your level of success, they want to turn around and say, well, I'm not going to do that, or make excuses to why they're not going to do that. And in the same breath, start singing We Shall Overcome. It's bullshit. Okay. Black people prior to the 60s were conservatives. Point blank, period. Right. And black people have descended and went down a path that has made them worse than they were. So it's not like black people can't do well. It's not like black people can't have flourishing communities, because we already had that. The reason why we don't have that now is because black people have become comfortable in debauchery. And the problem is most of the intelligent black folk, especially during the Gen X era, when they grow up, smart, intelligent people don't tend to have a lot of fucking kids. They might have one, maybe two. But the most ignorant of us, who are able to get a lot of entitlement programs, which makes it easier for them to indulge in having a shitload of kids, have a bunch of fucking kids. And the problem is those same individuals teach their children a lot of dysfunctional shit, and that shit has become our fucking culture. And we love to sit back and pretend that that's not what it is. Now, as far as us critiquing black people, every group has its own set of deplorables. And every group has its own set of well-to-do or elites, or whatever you want to call it. The well-to-do and the elites have always critiqued the deplorables of whatever group they're in. Okay? White people that are conservative people, they most certainly critique trailer trash white folk. They most certainly critique the things that they do. Now, here's where
harsher than what we do.
Yeah, way harsher. Now, here's where the and they're far worse, because they completely segregate them from themselves. Now, us black folks that actually get some damn money, we don't necessarily do that. Even if we move out of the hood, we still go back to the hood. We still go there and we try to help out, or we give away some turkeys or whatever the fuck, right? Or try to teach something, right? So those groups will always critique the worst of them. And the reason why is because the worst of them is a representation of their entire group. Now, for black people, that's on steroids. For black people, the worst of us, we are always judged by the worst of us. So we're always judged by what goes on in the hood and all of the activities in the hood. Now, as far as what podcast said about the drug dealing, I get that. When you have a dude in the community that's a kingpin drug dealer, he is creating an economy in that hood. And there are a lot of people that benefit from that. But you got to also think about the downside to those benefits. Now, when you talk about big pharma and you say, well, the drug dealers in the hood, there was a lot of people that ate off of that. There's a lot of people that were able to live a little better because of that. It's the same thing with big pharma. You know how many people big pharma employ? You know how many people get paychecks because of big pharma? So that same argument can be used for big pharma. That's why you really shouldn't use that argument, because big pharma actually employs way more people and put way more people in a position to live better than the niggas in the corner. And then on the corner, then on top of that, big pharma is not just peddling their drugs to one particular group. They're peddling it to everybody. Okay. Now, as far as black folk, we only represent couple years ago, it was 14% of the population. It's slowly turning into 12% of the population, which means, guess what? When you're a small group like that, you don't have the luxury of doing certain things. You talk about big pharma or what white people do in their communities. White people represent about 200 some million people in this country. They have the luxury to do a lot of shit. Black people only represent 44 million people in the country. We don't have the luxury of that. Our people are fucking dying off from a lot of stupid shit, from child deletions, because now you have women treating that like it's a form of birth control, thinking that they can run around here and have sex with anybody. You got all these issues with STDs. You got a bunch of shit that comes from the debauchery of black folk. And the fact that there are well-to-do black people trying to speak out about it and speak against it, and the only thing we can say is, yo, why are these people talking shit about black people? Why don't you have the same smoke for the people that they're talking about? That's my problem. Like, why aren't you as adamant about critiquing or telling the people that's doing that they need to stop doing that, as you are at critiquing the people that's telling them to stop doing it, which is for their own fucking good?
No, let podcast respond. I think he was trying to a second ago. Go ahead and respond, podcast.
Remember all that? I can't remember all that. It was a lot. And it's like I said, 1 against 3, which I don't have a problem with, but my memory ain't as good as it used to be. At the end of the day, the same way how you can say that, first of all, that argument that you said I shouldn't use, I didn't use it. It was a rebuttal to Aaron's point, right? But the thing about it is, if you want to say the numbers and how we don't have the numbers to do this or do that, I could say the same thing. Since we're doing whataboutisms, we don't have the numbers for y'all to sit around and beat up on people. Just go save motherfuckers or shut the fuck up.
No, that's not. No, the reason why I said we don't have the white people can lose a large.
I understood the point.
White people can lose a large number of drug addicts because there are 200 million people. Black people can't. They don't have that luxury to be losing people to bullshit. You look at like, I'll give you a prime example. You look at the small hat people. They represent an even smaller percentage. And you're never going to hear them giving lectures to other groups about what they should and shouldn't do. But I tell you who they will give a lecture to: the people in their own damn group. The only difference is the people in their group will actually fucking listen.
So again, we don't have the luxury for y'all to sit around and beat up on people. That's
no, we don't have the luxury not to.
Okay. This is gonna end up being circular, and this is my point, because we're gonna do whataboutisms, right? You can say it's not a good argument for this reason, but it could be a good argument for another reason. None of that is gonna matter. The fact of the matter is, this whole conversation is out of context, right? Because the reason why these things get said by me is because of the fact that people sit on panels and shit on black people, and they don't ever want to put anything into context, right? If we say, yo, all these black people on crack, soon as somebody say, yo, how did the crack get into the country? Oh, here we go, victim Olympian. Oh my God, why we gotta bring white people into it? Because that part of the story don't matter.
Because it's
the only actual part of the story that matters is the part that allows me to shit on black people.
Because it's just like that. And see, that's how you're looking at it. You're looking at it the wrong way. It's not about, see, the problem is, it's not about shitting on black people. Telling black people what they need to stop doing is not shitting on them. That's no different than black women saying that you're bashing them every fucking time you tell them to stop twerking.
Wait a minute. Nobody, bruh, why are y'all doing this shit on purpose or no?
Doing what?
Do I need to go get video evidence and then like give y'all a chance to pretend like that shit ain't what it looked like? Because that's not how them conversations be going, bro.
So
right,
okay,
you can't sit on the panel.
So
no, that's not what's happening. Nobody is not, they're not filming these panels from the hood while they're in there saving, rescuing people and changing lives. It's not what the fuck they doing.
Okay,
They sitting on panels and they talking about the 15% of black people who ain't rich yet. This is the problem, that a lot of you motherfuckers sit on these panels. When I say you motherfuckers, ain't personal to you, but you motherfucking conservative douchebags want to sit on these panels and talk shit about somebody that ain't reached your financial level yet, when it's motherfuckers that ain't made as much money as you, and morally they are way better than you.
Well,
that's one that's debatable. That's one that's fucking debatable, because the same way having a certain amount of money don't make you better than somebody, being fucking broke don't make you better than somebody either. Neither one of those things, if you're gonna say that, if the moral argument is that how much money you have or how many possessions you have is not a direct correlation to your character, then being broke is not a direct correlation to being virtuous either.
So here's my question to you. In a world where there's billionaires and millionaires, how the fuck is somebody that makes six figures not broke?
What do you mean?
Imagine somebody that makes six figures, $100,000 a year, telling somebody that makes $40,000 a year they broke when they make $60,000 more dollars to them, and they live in a world when it's motherfuckers that make 10 times what they make.
Because regardless of whether a person makes 10 times what you make, fucking loaf of bread is still the price of a loaf of bread. Just because a person doesn't make $20 million a year does not mean that they're broke.
The issue is this.
But a loaf of bread is mediocre. That's mediocrity. Why would you be selling for a loaf of bread? Why don't you want the most expensive bread in the world?
Ain't that
the point?
That's not the point.
Wait. Oh, go ahead, Aaron, because
I got it. I know what it is. The problem is that if you make $40,000 a year, and I make way less than that, the issue is that your insecurities, right? If another man says something about me and I don't care, it don't matter. The problem is women are telling that ain't no money, and it bothers men because they can't get the women then. See, it's an insecurity thing. If you don't make no money, if you confident, go ahead.
But here's the problem, Aaron. This is what most people don't get. If you don't make a certain amount of money, you don't have disposable income. So if you're in a position where you're living hand to mouth, if you're in a position where you're struggling and the money that you get is just enough to take care of you, you can't build any wealth. You can't build any wealth. And if you don't have any disposable income to invest in opportunities that may pass your way, or to be able to benefit from compound interest and things like that, then you end up in a perpetual cycle. Your children go through the same shit. Your children's children go through the same shit. And this is part of the reason that black people are in the position that they're in. So whenever somebody's talking to black folks who don't have any money about money, it's not to make you feel fucking insecure or to make you feel fucked up. At least I can speak for myself. I can't speak for everybody else.
I don't even know how insecurity even got into the conversation. This is what I'm saying, bro. Like, bro, this is the same thing I was saying about the Nigerians, the Haitians, the Colombians, Dominicans, the fucking Jamaicans, all the island people. Bro, I have not seen. And I'm going to preface my statement by saying I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. I have not seen one fucking show or one fucking panel where there were quote unquote FBA, ADOS, Aboriginal, Indigenous, whatever the fuck you want to call them, black people who sat on panels all day and shitted on islanders. I've never, ever seen.
Really?
Wait a minute.
I've done that numerous times.
My phone is already acting up, bro. Can I get through my sentences? I'm trying to be really respectful to y'all. See, this is what I mean. If I was a fucking millionaire, would y'all be cutting me off? Yes. I can play that same game, that if game that y'all do all the time, right?
Yes. I would.
So Here's my point. Well, if I was a millionaire, you was cutting me off, I'd do something about it. Like fucking have your bank closed for a day. So you couldn't access your money.
We gonna Kanye West you.
I don't
Right.
bank bankers, you nigga. Get the fuck out of here.
but what I'm saying is this, right? The same way how I'm saying I never see that. You know what else I don't see? I don't see panels of quote unquote broke niggas sitting up talking shit about quote unquote well-to-do niggas all day. I don't see it. I never see it.
I
And
am
you
one of their
motherfuckers
hot
ain't
topics.
perfect.
Yeah, they do.
Yo, I don't know why y'all think like, bruh, you motherfuckers ain't perfect. Y'all are pieces of shit just like everybody else, right? And my point is that it's the shit that the conversations are one-sided. It's always conservative douchebags sitting around talking shit about niggas who ain't conservatives or douchebags. The so-called liberals and all that shit, them niggas is at work and trying to go home and tell their kids to be quiet and fucking telling and trying to get some ass out their girl, and she's saying no because she don't feel like it. Like them niggas is dealing with real life.
Yo, I don't know what
No
type
fucking
of,
body I know is on the internet, bro. Nobody.
I don't
Then why are you here?
Hold on, fam. I don't know what fucking kind of goddamn Harry Potter fucking magic that the motherfucking liberals have sprinkled across the goddamn hood. But nigga, liberals are worse. Leftists are worse than conservatives when it comes to talking shit about fucking conservatives. What are you talking about?
Name the show.
What do you mean? Name. Let me do this. So are you speaking of a show specifically on YouTube, or who are you speaking about?
Okay, so Patriarch, you got to be.
Wait. Let me get my timer, Aaron. Let me start my clock because I'm gonna see how long this shit take. Okay, go.
Okay, are you telling me to name a show specifically that shits on conservatives on YouTube? Vouch. I can name Vouch. Vouch is one. Right? The Young Turks are another. You got to mute
Young
up.
Turks black?
You got to mute
Is the
up,
Young
man.
Turks?
You have to mute up, bro. I'm hearing the reflection.
I'm asking you a question. Are the Young Turks black? Yes or no?
Are you asking a question? Or so now
yes, because that's what we're talking about,
people?
patriarchy. Yes,
okay,
that's what we're talking about.
So there was a panel before we all got on here years ago. There was a panel called The Grapevine, where they would shit on conservatives, and they were all black, and they would shit on all black conservatives. You have Roland Martin. You have Roland Martin, who streams 24 hours a day that does nothing but shit on black conservatives.
Roland Martin is like 60 fucking years old.
It doesn't matter. Now he wants to move it. Now he's moving it, right?
Lamont Hill.
I'm talking about. Bro, I'm not talking about no old ass people, bro. He's a fucking politician his damn self, damn near. I'm talking about, you know what the fuck I'm talking about.
No, I don't, which is why I asked you.
Wait a minute. The reason why he doesn't see it is because the leftists, they hide their fucking bullshit in pro-blackness. That's why you're not seeing it.
But he's talking about, one of the points he made was he said he doesn't hear black. I'm assuming now is the muting up is crazy. Because now I'm
hold
just
on,
hearing it back.
hold on, because I'm on my phone. It's fucked up. I ain't bring my computer. But
can you mute real quick so I can give you a response at least?
Well, you did, but let me say something. The Grapevine, them is fucking Africans.
So now it's Africans. So look, you see how many times you move it? You see how many times you know, and they're not all Africans. A lot of them are Black Americans as well. Bro, there's plenty of these people out here with this. There's Deuces and Mero. There's all of these people out here who've been given nothing but, in fact, the entire Black establishment in media is all liberal, and all they do is blast back conservatives. Black conservatives have only had the voice box since like Candace Owens and Larry Elder. Outside of that, it was Tavis Smiley, Cornel West. All of these people had TV shows and they did nothing for 30, 40 years but shit on Black conservatives.
Facts.
Lamont Hill, what's Joy Reid?
Yeah. There are people in the White House.
Facts.
What's it? Angela Rye, The Breakfast Club.
So,
the
Aaron, are you gonna
predominant
jump
movie.
in and tell patriarchy where he's messing up at, or are you just gonna let him keep spouting out the bullshit?
You know, patriarchy is not a
None of these motherfuckers. I'll do it because you ain't gonna do it. None of these people you name are over here, bro. That's what I'm.
Okay, what you're saying is
I
over
already
here.
prefaced my statement by saying I never seen. Right? I said I already prefaced my statement by saying I ain't never seen. Right?
You know why?
Here's the
over
three
here.
criteria that you're missing. One.
Okay.
Okay, wait, but here's the three criteria that you missed. One, the motherfuckers you named, first of all, them motherfuckers ain't
here,
black.
quote unquote.
You can say what you want to, but 80% of them motherfuckers on Grapevine, because I used to watch it, was from African descent, and you fucking know it, bro. You know it, bro.
Wrong.
Okay, that's one. Two, Roland Martineau and Lamont Hill and all them other old ass motherfuckers. That's all them politician ass MSBN, CCNN, fucking Fox News. We not talking about them. We talking about
But
us.
you talking about conservative. You talking about Candace Owens and stuff like that, right?
Podcast.
Fuck Candace. That's a politician type motherfucker. I'm talking about us. I'm talking about regular ass people like us, bro.
So hold on a second. So I can give you somebody who was over here. He said over here, right?
Okay.
So was Kay, the girl Kay, was she over here? She's a liberal. She's a liberal.
Kay.
She's liberal as they come. Okay, so there you go. For you to, I can guarantee you, a lot of the girls.
Wait, so you're saying Kay sat on panels and shit on rich people. Sit on well-to-do black people. That's what she did.
Podcast.
Did they say stuff about Candace Owens or conservatives?
Podcast. First of all, your argument.
You're shitting
you might
on
have came in late,
people.
patriarchy. You might have came in late. The specific point was that I said that they don't sit on panels and shit on well-to-do black people, specifically just for being well-to-do.
Your argument, this particular argument is disingenuous, and I'm gonna tell you why.
Do people shit on Anton? He's well-to-do and he's black.
Hold on.
I get it every day, Eric.
Every day. Like Anton gets shit on. He's well-to-do. He's black, and people talk about him. Kevin Samuels was well-to-do. He was black. People talk about him. Oh, okay.
Check this out.
So they said you fucked up because you got money.
Can they hear me?
What'd you say, angry man? You saying something? I'm messing with you.
Yeah, he's trying to make a bullshit statement to say that I'm being disingenuous when I'm fucking not. Because my literal statement was that they shit on panels and talk shit about broke people. And I said I don't hear broke people sitting on fucking panels talking shit about well-to-do people.
You are being disingenuous. You're being very disingenuous.
Oh, this is a wealth conversation. Okay.
You're being very disingenuous, and I'm gonna tell you why. YouTube's only been around 17 fucking years. And of the 17 years that YouTube has been around, spaces like this are fairly recent. So when you say that patriarchy is full of shit for naming those people, the reason why those people haven't been over here is because they didn't have to be. They're in mainstream media. There were barely any black conservative voices in mainstream media. It's part of the reason the fucking black community is so fucked up now. Listen to all of these asinine, stupid ass fucking liberals that keep telling black people it's okay to be fucking broke and struggling. And the voices that you hear now are necessary. Because since now that motherfuckers have been saying shit, niggas have been leveling up. The ones that's willing to listen. So it is a disingenuous argument.
That does not fucking make my argument disingenuous, angry man. I don't give a fuck how loud you yelling.
You just keep
I'm specifically speaking from my own point of view. So how is that disingenuous?
Okay.
If I preface my statement by saying I never saw.
Okay. All right. Well,
then I also said what I said I didn't see, right, was these so-called broke people, right? These so-called liberal motherfucking broke people sitting on panels, shitting on black people, on well-to-do black people, for that reason. That's what I said.
Yeah, he's saying
you don't get to change the motherfucking criteria of what I said to make your point. Him, and nobody else gets to do that.
I get what you're saying.
If you can't respond to what I said, then just say, well, no, bro, you right. I ain't gonna say I seen a motherfucker shit on the motherfucker just because they got money, but I have seen motherfuckers shit on conservative. That's a whole nother ball game, but that's my point.
Yo, say the shit you said again, the first part that you said I'm not responding to. Say that part again.
What?
The first part that you said I wasn't responding to. Say that part again, and I'm gonna respond directly to it.
Bro, I just said a lot. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I don't.
I get what he's saying. He's saying he doesn't see it, right? Like it's all. It's
Right.
that's
I
going to be.
preface my statement with
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So it's going to be based on his interpretation and all this kind of stuff. So it's a pointless argument or to even go back and forth because if that's how he's preferencing it,
Right.
it's all based upon what he's seeing. And you don't see black racism against white people, do you?
Black racism
Against white people.
So by the definition of racism that you're using, yes.
Okay. So you
Not
do
by the
see
definition that I use, though. No.
You do see. Okay. See, like I said, it's all going to be based on his interpretation.
Yeah, of course I see the bullshit when people like want to attribute every single fucking thing to race. That shit is corny as hell. You have to be able to, you have to be willing to look at every situation individually and assess it for what it is, right? But like I said, the only reason why any of this shit ever come out of my mouth is because of the fact that people will sit on these panels. They will look at the community, right? We would get on these panels. We'll pull up a video and we'll see a dude running around crazy, right? But nobody ain't gonna mention the fact that he was doing that because he was on a drug that came from Big Pharma.
Oh, okay.
They're not gonna mention that. They're not gonna talk about that part.
Maybe you should get off these panels then. Maybe you should get. It doesn't sound like they're good for your mental health.
Podcast. One of the biggest issues.
Straight. Is everybody else that got a problem with me? Which I'm happy about that. But you know, it's all good.
This is what I know.
A lot of mental health is fake too,
right? What I've never really seen, since we talk about things we have not seen, I've never seen any group of any other people tell the rich people in their group to help us out. The way they say LeBron's a sellout, I never hear white people say Bill Gates is a sellout. They never do it. They never go back and say, Bill Gates, you ain't came back and saved us out the bad predicament we in. Pour back to your communities. I've never heard any groups and their successful rich people do that. You know why? Because they realize, hey, they done moved on. If I want to get in those spaces, I got to grind, get up there. We the only people that say, hey, look, y'all remember where y'all came from. Y'all one of us. Help us out. And so why you think these conversations keep happening? Because y'all don't want to separate. Now,
but Aaron, they literally stood on the floor of Congress or the Senate and referred to every poor white person that supports Trump's as deplorables. You think that wasn't an insult? You think that what do you think they meant when they said all of that?
It's his opinion. It's once again, Anger Man, it's his opinion. He don't see it. That I get what he's saying. He doesn't see it. And I feel like once you take that, you're not going to get to him and what he sees. And this is my problem with the right. I think the right needs to stop trying to talk and win over the left. The people like this and I'm not saying podcasts, I'm not putting you down, but people like this are set in their ways. They're going to be like what Scott Adams said was correct. There's going to be some people that are you can never win them back and you just got to move on. Because when he said what he sees, what his opinion is he's coming from a completely different perspective than you, me, Aaron, or MRM, and you just got to respect it. You just got to respect it. He's gonna have his beliefs, he's gonna have yours.
I want to ask Aaron a question real quick.
Problem is, and this is
so. Well, my phone fucked up, Angry Man. Just let me get this off.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Aaron. First of all, to the statement that you made, you know what I don't hear? I don't hear rich white people. Again, do you hear me prefacing my statement by saying I don't hear, right? I don't hear rich white people telling working class white people that they need to get richer. I also don't hear that. But my question to you,
I do.
Are you serious?
Go ahead, little podcast, but I personally do.
Again, that's what I'm gonna tell you something. I don't know what y'all watching, but I don't, especially if it's TV, I ain't watching.
No. These are colleagues and friends of mine.
Y'all asking him the wrong question. Ask him what rich white people do he know and listen to.
I don't know. But Aaron, this was my question to you. Is Tyler Perry a conservative?
So he just gonna skip right over that?
Because I was already in the middle of something, bro. I'm not trying to battle with you right now.
That your argument is disingenuous because you don't listen to no rich white people.
Yeah, you're right. I don't.
You don't know what the fuck they talking about. So how
you
you
right,
sit here and substantiate an argument by saying that you don't hear them talking about that particular, when you don't hear them at all?
Right. You're right. I don't. You're right. I don't.
Do you know any white people podcasts? Like, do you have friends
like
that
personally
are white?
Friends?
Yeah.
No. But he didn't say friends. He didn't say friends. He said listen.
Okay, I got you.
He said listen, right? So which we all know is some dumb shit because this is what he just said. He just said you don't listen to any rich white people. Then when I start naming white people, you know what his response gonna be? You don't know them. But I'm the one that's gonna be being disingenuous.
Hold on. First of all, you
Aaron,
can't tell me what I'm
my
going
question
to say
to you was
based
this.
Based off of something that I haven't said yet. And that's how
I know.
These motherfuckers are so weak because they making an argument over something that I haven't even responded to. Instead of just dealing with straight up the conversation that's being had, he's leaning into his emotions to try to predict what I'm gonna say. If you know
you got that same script, you run that on everybody, bro. You do realize that, right?
No.
They lean into their emotions. When you just came on the panel and said that I'm not listening to no rich white people, how do you know that?
Because you just said it. He asked you, who do you listen to?
No, I didn't.
I asked you. I didn't tell you what you're doing anything. I asked you what white people.
And then you literally said, because he ain't listening to no rich motherfucking white people.
Because
that's what you said.
You said you didn't know any or listen to any of them.
Yeah, because I don't want to have this conversation with you. Because I don't want to have this conversation with you. It's been going very swell up until this point. And you just came in to do this thing that you're doing right now. And nobody wants to deal with that.
Every motherfucker
bro,
on this panel,
nobody has been talking the way you talking right now.
Because
nobody.
I can say what the fuck I want because that's
you
how
can, and I don't have to respond to it, so I'm not anymore. Go ahead, you got it.
Shut the fuck up if you don't want to respond.
I don't have to, but you got it.
I was saying, yeah, you are. You still responding because you triggered like a bitch.
You right. You right. I am
just like a female.
I'm choosing to. Well, you're the one yelling and cussing, so I think you're triggered. I actually think you're the one that's triggered.
Nah, you right. I'm triggered by broke niggas. I hate them around me. I hate you black.
I'm not around you. Why you hate me?
I hate you black, ugly, broke niggas that step around and always want to have a fucking opinion, and you can't even fucking feed yourself without the federal government, nigga. Nigga, you are my son because I pay for your taxes in order for you to feed
really
your own
don't, because we don't live in the same state, so you don't pay for me.
But you depend on the federal government.
You don't pay for me because we don't live in the same state, so you don't pay for me. Actually, that's one. You don't pay for me. Not to mention the fact that I've been on government assistance for 2 months.
Nigga, and you my son, nigga, because
I've been on government assistance for 2 months.
Where you think they get it from, nigga?
You been ugly for a long ass time.
Nigga, you are trash. You my son. You're my son, nigga. And the
you've been ugly for a long ass time.
And the fact of the matter is, every nigga on this panel except for you is winning. And you the only one that's losing, nigga. And you complain every time we hear this nigga on the panel. He's whining about rich people. He's whining about niggas that's winning. He's whining about black men that are winning when it comes to winning. He talks about his emotions. He talks about how he cries. He talks about how much he's on government assistance and how people need to assist him. This nigga's a bitch in the highest levels. This nigga's a bitch at the highest levels, bro. He is the very thing that is wrong with the black community.
Between the two of us, who has a Patreon, me or you?
Instead of y'all niggas calling him out.
Between the two of us, who has a Patreon, me or you?
Me, nigga. And I make
okay, right. So who's really dependent on the people?
I make over $40,000 a month on Patreon, nigga. Now what?
I know you do. Who's really dependent on the people? My rent $725. That's how much I get out the people.
Here's the beautiful.
I get $725 out the people. You get $40K out the people every month.
Right, and I provide a phenomenal service.
Who the fuck is dependent on the people? Me or you?
And you know what the beautiful part about it is? Inside of the Patreon, I show my check stub for my regular job. I make almost $1 million. I make almost $1 million a year just from corporate America, nigga.
Oh shit, nigga!
Yeah,
I ain't know you
nigga,
had
it's
that type
like
of
that.
bag.
It's like that, nigga. I'm that nigga.
That's not what they saying in the back chats though. They
It
saying
don't
some other
matter
shit.
what they saying in the back chat, nigga. I'm that
I
nigga.
know. Can't nobody ever
I'm
say I
that
talked about
nigga.
you in the back chat because I don't give a fuck.
I'm him in real life, nigga.
That's what's up. Where I come from, that don't mean nothing though. See, that's the difference. That's what y'all don't be understanding. That shit don't mean nothing to everybody. A lot of people don't give a fuck about what you're doing. They care about their own lives, nigga. We don't give a fuck about what Anton Daniels is doing with his
You
life.
complaining about rich people
Congratulations.
right
Everybody
now,
else
nigga.
still got to live theirs
You
though.
complaining about
And once
rich
y'all
people
stop
right
talking
now,
about
nigga.
everybody else's lives, nigga, I'll stop commenting on y'all's.
Nigga, you complaining about rich people right now.
I ain't complaining about shit, nigga. I'm
You
talking
are,
what the
nigga.
fuck I want to talk. Cause I'm a
You
grown man and I
are.
can fucking do that shit, nigga.
No, you not,
Close my
nigga.
mouth.
No, nigga, the minute that we decide
Close
to
my
cut you
mouth.
off, nigga.
You
The
want to talk
minute
that
the
money
federal
talk? Let's talk
government,
some street
the
talk.
minute
Close
that
my
we
mouth
decide to,
then.
nigga, you begging
Close my
Biden
mouth. I'm in
for
my
forgiveness,
feelings.
nigga.
Close my mouth then.
You begging Biden, you begging every nigga
Close my
in the
mouth
world.
then.
Nigga, you got government assistance as a grown fucking
Close
man with
my mouth
kids.
then. You got people assisting. So fucking what,
You
nigga?
got
Close my mouth.
government, nigga,
You not gonna make me
you
feel
the
bad
worst.
about that $700,
You
nigga.
got
I deserve that
government
$700,
assistance,
nigga.
nigga.
You know how
You a
much
man
money I
with
pumped into this
kids.
system selling drugs, nigga?
This nigga
Do
is
you
the
know?
scourge of the community.
Do you know
You
how
the
much
worst,
money I
nigga.
pumped into this system selling drugs? Do
You
you
a
know that the
demon, nigga.
American economy
You a
depends on
demon,
illegal
nigga.
drugs?
You
Did
a
you
demon,
know that,
nigga.
motherfucker? Probably not, because you ain't from the streets, right?
You better off dead, nigga. And I'ma say that with my chest.
Say
You a
whatever you want
scourge
to.
on the black
Close my
community,
mouth, nigga.
nigga.
I ain't all this extra shit you talking about.
You
Don't
better
nobody give a fuck about that
off
shit.
dead, nigga. We don't need you on this earth. You need to die, nigga. How
Nigga,
about that?
kill me
How
then,
about that?
nigga.
You need to be dead, nigga.
You
Man,
ain't gonna
hey,
do it. That's
fellas,
the
we done took
You
problem.
this
want
too
You ain't
some.
gonna
far,
do it.
man. Hey, we
You
took this
want
That's
too
the
far,
support for
man.
problem.
this
You ain't gonna
community.
do it. And that's my
Yo,
You
problem with
want
niggas
support for
like
this
you. You
community,
got
nigga.
all the money and none of the macho because you ain't gonna do shit.
You
hey,
got
we
something
are,
for
hey,
this
Fucking
y'all,
mean.
community,
we are
but
Catch a
you
literally
flight,
die,
nigga.
nigga.
portraying what we
I
trying to
just
Catch
do,
a
want to
man. Let's not do
say,
motherfucking
that,
flight,
man.
nigga.
I just want to
You,
say,
Catch a
you, you,
motherfucking flight, nigga.
Y'all,
I
come
just
on,
nigga.
man.
want
If
to
We're
I
say
doing
that
wanted you
exactly
gone,
what
you'd
That's
we
be
what you
what we
need to
gone.
trying
do.
to do.
Catch a flight.
If
Bro,
you,
we are doing
if I
exactly what we
wanted you
claim we
gone,
trying to
you'd
Catch a
be
do.
flight,
gone,
nigga.
nigga.
I just want to
And
say
You
that
ain't gonna do,
know
and
what?
you
You
ain't
know
gonna do
what
it
the?
though. You
You
gonna
know what?
use your
You know
money,
you
ain't
wonder I
you?
ain't.
You
You
gonna
know
use
I
your
ain't.
money, ain't you?
You know
You
the
gonna use
funniest
your
thing
money
about
to
this
get
whole
it done, ain't you?
situation? You know
What
what the
that's gonna
funniest
prove?
thing?
That you got some money? It
Bro,
still ain't
This
gonna
nigga,
prove
think about it.
shit.
Think about it.
Cause you
Hey,
ain't
Aaron,
gonna
can you
do it.
mute him for
And
5
that's what's wrong with
seconds?
y'all niggas. Y'all all
Can you
talk,
mute this nigga
nigga.
for 5 seconds, Aaron? Just for 5 seconds. You know what the worst?
Mute
Listen to what we
yourself,
talking
nigga.
about.
Don't you got something better to do than to sit on the panel and argue with a broke nigga?
No, nigga,
Don't
I'm
you got the
riding in my
bag to chase?
Porsche.
Don't you got shit
Aaron,
better
can
to
you mute
do
this nigga for
than to
5
be on
minutes,
the panel
please?
arguing with me? Now you want to pull rank on Aaron. Aaron, mute this nigga. Who
Can you
really in
mute
they
this nigga for
feelings? Who
5
really
minutes,
triggered?
Aaron?
Little ass wuss. Ain't gonna bust a grape in a fucking grapevine. Ain't
I'm
gonna do
laid back
shit but
because
get
I
on
was
panels
in the
and run.
back of the chat. Now.
Yeah, all right, y'all gotta chill,
All
man.
right, so listen, here's the thing. Here's the thing. As I ride from my Porsche on the way home from partying with niggas and spending $15,000, because me, Charleston, Lowe, Dewberry, we was all having a good time tonight. So I decided to splurge. Here's the fact of the matter. This nigga literally admits to selling poison to his community. He sells poison to his community. He sells poison to black people. He is depending on the federal government to take care of him in his retirement from selling poison to black people. And this is the person that y'all think should have an opinion? This is the people that we think actually makes the most sense for the community? This is the person that we celebrate. These are the people that we supposed to be aligning with just because they black. Really? How many people has he possibly killed as a result of an overdose, possibly? Come on, I mean, let's really parse this out real quick. How many people is it a possibility that this man has killed as a result of how many households is this nigga ruined? And he's saying it confidently. You know how many households I done sold drugs to? Really? That's wild. That is absolutely wild. And then y'all wonder why we so broken as a community. Y'all wonder why it's so easy for people to be able to infiltrate us and to determine what our fate is. You wonder why it's so easy for them to enslave us, because it was niggas just like that named Podcast that was probably back in the day that was doing the thing that was the worst for the community. I don't celebrate people like this. I think he's a demon. I think he's a devil. I pray against niggas like this. When I drive by niggas in the hood like this, that think like this, I think that they should be dead, because they bring no inherent value to anybody on this fucking earth. The only thing that they're here for is to balance the scales from the people like us that's doing the things that's in the best interest of other people. They take, they destroy, they kill, they advocate for, and then they gather amongst each other in order to do some of the worst things on the face of this fucking earth, and then they complain about it when you don't agree with them, and then you hold them accountable. Fuck these niggas, man. Fuck every last one of them. Fuck everyone that's doing anything that's bad for the community. Then that's not to say that you can't come back from doing anything good. But when you just live in your purpose as being a demon, you don't need to be here. Fuck you. Fuck everything he stand for. Fuck his daddy that had him. God Fuck damn. Every piece of his being. Fuck that nigga. I'm done.
I just want to say that this dark skin on dark skin crime has got to stop. I just want to say that. Jesus Christ. Did I miss something? Did happen?
I don't did something happen backstage or at another? I mean,
I don't think so. I think Anton's on point. He's real on point.
Oh, here comes Simon. Like
you
gonna throw gas on that fire. Why are you gonna throw gas on that fire, bro?
It's because I've been
I quite like getting like because people like say things like I do, right? No,
I'll tell you something. I've been at a bad point in my life, and Anton threw fire on me.
So you should be dead.
Point. No, he threw fire on me, and I look. He knows what he's doing, so I think we should just pay attention. It's not necessarily going to be like a everyday thing, but I'm just saying we should pay attention. That's all.
If we was in Singapore, they would drag that nigga out and shoot him in the middle of the street for selling drugs to his community. If we was in Singapore, they would drag that nigga out to the middle of the streets and they would shoot him in the head. Because they understand the residual effects of how it's going to create an entire community of people that are broken. They understand that he's a scourge on the earth. They don't deal with shit like this. We the only people that's trying to negotiate and pacify criminals. Who the fuck negotiate with criminals? This is crazy, man.
Yeah, what about that football game?
Yeah.
That's what niggas do. Wait, we negate. Okay, cool. We want to go to the football game. Cool.
Simon, you know what a joke is, right?
Simon.
You gonna bounce me out.
I mean, honestly, now you see Marlon Renaissance. He's trying to negate from the conversation by talking about the football game. We don't want to talk about football right now, right, bro?
Simon, you taking the piss? Like, come on, bro.
It's a joke, Simon. It's like,
no, you're detracting. It's just we need to have conversations about what we're talking about. You want to bounce? This what niggas do. You want to get in the club? You want to get in the
Simon. It's a joke, bro. I don't know. Maybe y'all don't understand that type of joke across the pond or something, but it was a joke.
The conversation.
Maybe you need to get international.
The conversation. Wait, Simon. Wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute, Simon. The conversation
you got it, Simon. My bad.
The conversation got heated, and we're not trying to throw more gas on that fire, bro.
I don't think what that heated is. No. I don't think it got that heated. I think it was.
Oh no, that was heated.
We know who.
No. Look. Wait.
I've never seen it.
Wait. Let me explain something to you, bro.
A lot of things is going over his head right about now.
Let me explain something right now. Okay. I know both of them meant everything they said. So, no, that was a heated conversation, bro. Don't add no gas to that shit, bro.
To you, maybe because you're the angry man. But the fact of the matter is there are other people in the world that are not angry. You get what I'm saying? It's like
Jesus.
I can quite easily have a conversation with you, and talk to you without being angry and not putting
Does
up a slogan
everybody
of
think
anger,
just
man.
because my name is Angry Man that I'm angry
You did it.
24/7?
I
Like,
didn't do it. You did it. Like, so, I'm Simon. My name's simple.
you know what, Simon?
Anton's
You know
Anton.
what? You know
Like,
what,
boom.
Simon? You know what, Simon? You one of the niggas that Anton was talking about, goddammit. You, bruh. You're a scourge to the motherfucking community, bruh. Every time you come on the panel with your bullshit, fam.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you
Hey,
can say what you want.
I'm trying to figure out when it became a bad thing to shame the thing that was worse for us.
Thank you.
I never saw it as like that's what I was trying to say. Like we're
Turn it to
supposed to
football
be shaming bad behavior. That's what makes people not want to do
on, bro.
bad behavior.
We shame baby mamas. We shame people that do some of the worst things in the community, but we not supposed. Yo, if you brought back shaming and we stop validating bad behavior and making people feel good about the bullshit that they doing to the people that's the most vulnerable amongst us. Don't you know that people that are addicted and then other people that take advantage of it, man, that's worse than taking advantage of a woman, bro. That's worse than taking advantage of a chick that's drunk in her bedroom. You know that person ain't got no control over the addiction and the things that they dealing with. And this person is willing to make money and then take our tax dollars and live off of it. And that's cool. And y'all want to say that I'm the problem because I'm standing up for the thing that's right for us, because I'm a reflection of the thing that I want to see in the community. And then I shame motherfuckers and see, you can't say that I ain't got smoke for both women and men alike. I'm an equal accountability smoke partner. I don't give a fuck who you are. If you wrong and you bad for the community, and it's you know what the worst fucking part about this is, because I'm not even a fucking blackety black. And some of the blackety blackest motherfuckers out here is the ones that validate this fucking bad behavior. So if I'm better for the community than you are, and I ain't even blackety black, what the fuck that say about your leaders? This is sick.
Wow.
This is sick. It's sick. It is absolutely positively sick.
Hey, yo, Ronnie, do you just follow me around and shit? Like, yo, they want, yo, I don't know if you see this or not, Anton, but these niggas want me and you to hate each other so fucking bad. Like, these
they
niggas
can't create no division amongst
they
us. We
stay
already
on
aligned.
that shit, bro.
Angry man. Listen. You think I can't see this?
Wow, I didn't even see that.
Look, that stuff don't move me. I don't know
Shit is
why.
crazy.
Nice try. Moving on.
Yes,
it's crazy. Like
the thing is, they grown men. I can't. They grown men. They gonna be going at it with each other. It is what it is. What you want me to do? I rock with both of them. They're my guys. I'm the case. If they disagree, they disagree.
Right.
this shit is crazy, bro.
Yeah.
And don't ever tell me that I'm doing too much to make my point. Bitch, I'm passionate about the things that I stand for. And maybe if you cared a little bit more about your community, we wouldn't be so fucked up too, because we need more people to actually stand for the thing that's the best for us, not validate bad behavior.
Bro, and I don't think that people even understand the psychological effect it can have on you, because I mean, honestly, if I wasn't in the position that I was in right now, my sons are grown, been married a number of years, and I'm going back and volunteering my time trying to help pull people out of this, and then I get this type of pushback. I swear to y'all, I don't even honestly, I don't care. The ones I see that start to give me, no, man, because they say, no, you want to go? Okay, come on. You want to go? Okay, come on. No, man, they said it when people, I'm okay. No, I don't even have time to even deal with that, man. Either you want to do it or you don't. If you do, let's go. If you don't, they want to come up with certain excuses and what, then okay, I'm done.
Bro, I'm not going to do.
And I only deal with young people. I only deal with folks between the ages of like 10 all the way to possibly 16. But other than that,
bro, I'm not going to do nothing. I'm gonna do exactly what Moses did on the mountain. I'm gonna call out. I'm gonna call out to the people. The righteous ones is gonna hear me and come to my side. And the rest of the motherfuckers,
Well, to be fair, podcast does have different perspectives and always like to hear it. That's why we often build. He had a question for me, but he didn't get a chance to ask the question.
No, I get it. I mean, me and podcast come from the same world, but
Well, yeah, I'm gonna let him go ahead and talk to you and answer this question, because to be honest with you, this nigga don't even deserve to be in my presence. Fuck that nigga.
God damn.
Podcast, what did you do? So I'm just messing with you. Maybe you was devil for real.
Bro, listen, man. I keep trying to tell y'all, bro. I'm from Cabrini Green Project, Chicago, Illinois. Nigga.
What building?
I am a fucking anxiety, depression, PTSD sufferer, nigga. I got 2 kids. My mama still living, and my father still living. If you think I give a fuck for 1 second what any nigga, any bitch nigga, or real nigga, or poor nigga, or fat nigga, or skinny nigga, any nigga got to say about me on this fucking YouTube shit, especially somebody whose ass I know I would kick, bro, I don't give a fuck about that. I like to debate, and I actually like to argue, so I give a motherfucker a little bit of that shit, because I like doing it. But outside of that, man, the motherfuckers that build with me, they build with me. And any motherfucker that don't build with me, I don't give a fuck what him or his minions have to say. He's of no consequence to my life. Period. At all. And this is what I noticed. Somebody hit me up and said some other shit that was being said by niggas on the panel, but it's all good though. But here's what I know. Here's what I know. The same niggas that sit in my face and be like, yeah, bro, no, it ain't no big deal. Like I said, I've been on Section 8 for 2 fucking months. You think this nigga finna make me feel bad about that? I signed up for this shit 5 years ago when I was in prison. Nigga, I don't give a fuck what this nigga think. He wasn't gonna send $1. He wasn't gonna help a nigga out. He don't give a fuck about people that suffer with shit. Fatty told me what he said on the panel. He don't rock with niggas. He don't believe that niggas actually suffer from shit. If you could muster up the words to even be able to say out loud that something is wrong with you, then you're just pretending and you're just looking for attention. Fuck Anton, man. And fuck motherfuckers that look like him. And any other motherfucker that wants some smoke. 6300 Hayes Drive, Chicago, Illinois, nigga. This shit ain't hard. All the rest of that shit y'all be doing on here, don't nobody give a fuck that shit, bro. In real whole life, nigga. But the same motherfuckers that sat on the panel and told me, bro, hey, let me tell you something. You got that Section 8. It's okay if you have it. Use that shit as a launch pad, bro, to build your shit up. Just don't stay on it forever. Them same motherfuckers when Anton hit the panel. Yeah, bro. Tell them, bro. Man, fuck y'all niggas, bro. I would cam up so y'all can see my thick ass chocolate woman behind me, but y'all don't deserve that shit either. Fuck you niggas. Real talk. Salute to the people in the chat that had my back. Salute to the people that was saying podcast cook Anton weak ass. Salute to everybody that was the echo chamber for podcasts like them other bitch niggas was echo chambering for Anton. And outside of that, Aaron, I'm all good. I understand why you muted me. That's your boss. I ain't mad at you, bro. It ain't no smoke between us. I ain't got none but love for you. Straight up and down. And I just really wanted to come back and say that because I dropped down because you muted me. I was upset for like 30 seconds. And then my girl was like, well, you know, that is his boss. And I was like, okay, well, yeah, you're right.
You got muted because you were the only one talking after I played the thing for everybody to be quiet. That's the only reason you got muted. Nobody else was talking.
Yeah,
it just so happened that you muted me right after he said, Aaron, can you mute this nigga for a second?
No,
that was coincidental?
Do you want me to play back the stream? I actually went back and checked it. I wanted to make sure that I didn't mute anybody unless they were talking over the thing that I played in the background. I went back and listened just to be sure because I know how you are.
Yeah, you know.
No, actually,
don't worry about it. I'll watch it tomorrow, man. It's all good.
Actually, wait a minute. Actually, when he muted the thing, everybody got muted, but you were still talking.
No, don't worry about it. Let them have it.
And whoever the fuck and whatever snake ass nigga went behind and hit you up talking about niggas, wasn't nobody saying shit about you on the panel, bro. Niggas,
it's all good, bro. I'm from Chicago, Illinois, nigga. I'm used to snakes.
Bro, niggas love. I hate that shit, man. Niggas love this. That shit was going on between you and Anton. Ain't nobody say shit. The only thing I said trying to lighten the mood was this dark skin on dark skin crime need to stop, and it does. Niggas is out of hand.
I said, what about the football game?
Yeah.
That's grown. That's what grown men do. We stay at other grown men's business.
Every time light skinned folks get on a
This
panel,
nigga's
y'all dark
stupid.
skinned niggas want to fight and shit, man. Come on, bro.
Man, ain't nobody fighting with these niggas, bro. Look,
Hey, Chris,
if it was Aaron, I ain't gonna lie, I'd be salty.
Christopher,
Right?
look, Chris.
I don't give a fuck about Anton, nigga. It's a few people on this motherfucker who I give a
Can't
fuck
get
about.
mad at me, bro. I'm just
Outside
saying,
of
bro.
them, I
Next
don't give
time
a
y'all
fuck.
have a meeting, next time y'all had the dark skin meeting, you gotta bring certain shit up, bro. I'm just saying.
That nigga is a white man. That's my whole point. When you reach that level that he reached, it's not even about the money, it's about the mindset. That is a whole white man. And I ain't mad at that. I ain't mad at that at all, bro. Do your thing. That's the point, though. These niggas that you sit on the panel talking about, they don't give a fuck about y'all. And if you went to where they at saying this same shit, you wouldn't make it home. I know it's no way I can convince you of this, but you sound weak as fuck sitting on the internet talking shit about people that you wouldn't talk shit in their face. I can't convince y'all of that because you want to be trolls and you want to believe the internet is a safe space and we should be able to say whatever we want to, but at the same time, let us silence the people that we don't think should have a voice, like podcasts. The hypocrisy in that fucking statement itself, that you motherfuckers be trying to push that agenda forward. Everybody got a right to talk, except for the motherfuckers that we don't want to talk, which is the ones that make less money than us. Man, please, bro. He is a fat cock, and you motherfuckers could suck that bitch. That's on God, nigga.
Podcast. Now hold on for a second.
On TVL.
You said something that wasn't totally accurate. Because I told niggas they wasn't shit at the card game. I told them they wasn't shit at the dice game. I told them they wasn't shit at the cookout. And I told niggas they wasn't shit long before I got any goddamn money. So that ain't totally accurate, nigga. I've been telling niggas they ain't shit. I'm just saying.
No doubt. No doubt. You know, I mean, look, it's all to the good, bro. The whole point of the conversation was this, bro. For me personally, what it all boils down to is this. I understand conversations need to be had. All I'm asking for is context when you're talking about certain shit, right? If you saying, bro, even if you saying, bro, it's men out here beating on women, bro, right? To me, it would behoove you to say, you know, a lot of those cats, they come from situations where they seen violence being used as the solution for stuff. Because what happens when you don't add the context, and I've literally seen this, Aaron, I'm not making this up. People have literally implied that black people are just savages innately, but then somehow trying to separate themselves from being a savage just because they made a certain amount of money. That shit is bullshit. There's no logic to it. It makes absolutely no fucking sense. Right? So if niggas is savages, then you niggas is savages too. If not, at least add the context to why the savages exist. That's all I'm asking for.
Podcast, just for clarification. This is only for clarification. Are you shaming Anton for doing it the right way and you doing it your way versus doing it your way?
Aaron, what did he just do?
Imagine calling in 1 week while you...
He said for doing it the right way. This nigga is funny as hell.
And I also did this for you as well. I put it in air quotes based off of your previous streams, I guess. Are you shaming Anton for having money versus your way? And like I said, I'm not shaming you. I'm only asking for clarification.
I'm so glad my phone was breaking up.
I gotta say this. I gotta say this.
I'm so glad my phone is breaking up right now.
I gotta say this.
That's the stupidest fucking question I ever heard in my life. What the fuck am I shaming Anton for? I don't know what Anton does. This is the point that y'all keep trying to wait. Hold on. This is the point that y'all hold on, bro. This is the point that y'all keep trying to skip over, bro.
Okay.
I and all the motherfuckers like me, we don't give a fuck what y'all doing. We don't sit on panels all day talking about y'all. We don't care. We have our own lives, our own kids. I might not never have no motherfucking money, nigga.
But I did a good job as a dad with the fucking hand I was dealt, nigga. My kids love me, nigga, and I got a great relationship with my kids. And both of them got 700 plus credit scores based on me, nigga. So I did a good job, nigga, with what I'm responsible for. So I'm not going to even answer your disingenuous ass questions because I don't know what the fuck Anton is doing. I don't care.
Bro, nobody cares. Bro, you're speaking for yourself. Cause I know for a fact there's plenty of broke niggas that sit on panels and talk cash shit about my black ass all day. So let's just be real. But I'm gonna tell you what's really fucked up. Being a dude that's from the hood, being a dude that's from the bottom. What's fucked up is when you in the bottom and you fucking fight like hell to get out of the fucking bottom and you finally achieve it. And then when you finally get to that level, you still ain't shit. That's fucked up.
Yo, salute, Aaron. Thanks for having
me. The reason why
wait,
that's too, Angry Man, I'm not gaslighting you, right?
Why can't y'all hear me?
Angry Man, I'm not. Hold on, Angry Man, I'm not gaslighting you, right? But what I am saying is this, bro. The shit that niggas don't never report, bro, is that in real life, niggas be rooting for niggas. Niggas be celebrating niggas. Niggas be applaud. We like niggas that haven't made it out be happy. I don't know where the fuck y'all from. I can only talk about where I'm from and the motherfuckers that I know and the experiences that I have, bro. Niggas be happy to see niggas make it out because that adds more motivation to them that it can happen, right? One of the examples that people like to use a lot right now when we talking to people that's like 28 and over is that look at Tyler Perry's situation, right? He did all that struggling. He was already into his 40s, I believe, before he actually broke through, right? So the narrative is, bro, you don't have to fucking give up. You can keep trying and you can keep pushing and you can get to where it is that you want to get to. But wherever it is that you want to get to, you got to be good with that. Bro, for some motherfuckers, they might want to be a school teacher. That shit might mean they ain't gonna make no more than 50 or 60,000 for their whole life, but they doing the thing that they love to do. And then they got to come on YouTube and listen to a motherfucker tell them that they broke and that they weak and that they lazy and all this extra shit. That don't got nothing to do with nothing, bro. It just everybody don't prioritize money that way. And that should be okay. But for the niggas on the other side, when we see niggas win, niggas be happy, bro. Like for real. When I first came into this space, nigga, I was happy to be in this space around certain motherfuckers who had met certain levels of success.
Hold on, Chris. Hold on. Podcast. I think there's some confusion here. Nobody is mad at teachers for not caring about money and wanting to teach unless they go out and say we deserve more money. That's a different statement. If they was fine with the money they was making, God bless them. Those don't tend to be the conversations. And then secondly, most of the issues that are derived about people that are committing violence and crime towards people in other parts of society, and they broke. So it's different if you're a teacher, ain't bothering nobody else, and nobody talking about no teachers. But if you say, I'm a teacher, I deserve more money, then we're going to have a conversation about why you think you deserve more money. But most of the issues is broke people. Go ahead.
Wow. So, Aaron, are you really trying to tell me that in these spaces, they don't put a number on what broke is?
I'm sorry, say that last part. Your voice went down.
In these spaces, do they put a number on what broke is?
So what I found is that yes and no. So some guys, when depending on who you're talking to, they tell you what money really is, and then people on a different level tell you what money is. Some people like, hey, 80,000, that's good money. But if you talk to somebody that's a multi-millionaire, somebody making $50,000 to $100,000 a month, and you sit there and be like, I'm doing all right, I make $45,000 a year, they gonna tell you you live in a distorted world. And that ain't no money. But if you're talking to somebody else, like you said, it's relative, somebody that's making 80,000 and you say you're making 45 to 50, they're like, okay.
But
so
Aaron,
it just depends.
But this is my point, Aaron. You and I both know. You just said that they not saying that about teachers, but the fact of the matter is some teachers make the same amount of money that they call broke.
No, but
so in fact, when they're saying that a person that makes that kind of money is broke, they're talking about teachers, they're talking about people who start gyms, they're talking about forklift drivers, they're talking about all the motherfuckers.
But I added the context. You said people be happy with the money they making. Ain't nobody bothering nobody that's happy with the money they making. It's when they say I deserve more because I'm a teacher. Then we have an issue with
But
that's
Aaron,
what the conversations is.
But Aaron, here's the thing that's being left out of this. Here's the thing that's being left out of this. In the Asian community, if they got too many kids that's becoming doctors, they'll be like, we got enough doctors. We need some engineers. Go to school to be an engineer. And guess what? If you're in an Asian family that is producing engineers and your ass don't do shit, they gonna talk shit. They gonna treat you like you ain't shit. This is not just a black thing. And what's worse is black people in this country are behind. Black people are behind. And this whole thing, and see, I'm gonna tell you where they fuck black people up at. They fuck black people up where they taught black people to constantly have the moral high ground. So everything is always about morality. Everything. And to quote the late, great P.D. Green, you can't do nothing if you broke. So it becomes an asinine argument to say that money don't matter, but then complain about the very things that money solve, like better schools, being able to lobby politicians, being able to have a better voting block, like all of those things. Everything in this country requires money.
Can I ask you a question that does not lead to a debate, please? Because you said you can't do nothing in this country without money.
Yeah.
No, you didn't say without money. You said you can't do nothing in this country being broke.
Being broke, yeah.
Okay. How can you raise kids being broke?
How can you raise them?
I said, can you raise kids being broke?
Yes, you can, but it's going to be more difficult.
Okay. The reason why I asked that question is because what this is what I'm saying, and this is why I can't believe, because Aaron is usually super honest. But Aaron just said that shit out of his mouth, knowing damn well it ain't been no teachers on these panels talking about they need more money. So anytime we've heard these words,
you are a liar.
40K,
Quan was one of them.
40K
Quan
being
that
broke.
He's like Mo. He's one of them. Beans. Quan is one of them.
Okay, well, I ain't heard Quan say shit. I ain't know Quan was no fucking teacher.
Teachers are grossly underpaid. We know that.
Okay, that's not the point, bro. That's not the point. That's not the point. The point is that, let me rephrase that. Let me correct myself. I haven't heard no teachers on here saying, yo, we need to make more money, whatever. I would be a person that would say teachers should get paid more, but I'm just saying I heard no teachers complaining about that on these panels. What I'm saying is, in totality, on these panels, what we hear is the average black man make 45K. That shit ain't no money. He broke. And Aaron even said it earlier that the majority of the time that shit is coming from women. He already stated that. So you can't say they not talking about teachers unless the teachers is saying they need more money, because they're talking about the number specific, the 45K, the 50K, the 55K, that shit is broke. That's what they are saying. So
my statement is pertinent to the fact that you said these people are happy making that money. I'm talking about the ones that are complaining. That's the difference. See, you said they was happy. There are a lot of people.
Right. Okay. So yeah. So what I'm saying is this. So okay. So you talking about one set of people, and I'm talking about a set of people. I'm just talking about. Bro, that was an episode of Kevin Samuels when this chick came on there, and he asked her would she date a man that made average money 45K, and she was like, so you think I should date a broke man? And he went the fuck off on her, because his whole argument was that's not necessarily broke, right? Based on the fact that, especially if you look at the stats, where the average black man is a single person, right, with no children. So if you're a single person with no children, and especially if you live in a fairly economically sound area, right, that could be decent enough money for you.
right? Especially if you just really getting into your building stage, right? You really starting to, top it off. So that's all I'm saying is the context is, see, this is what Antoine tried to make it seem like. Antoine tried to make it seem like I just come on panels like, hey, everybody, by the way, white supremacy, racism, and systemic oppression. That shit is a mischaracterization of who I am, but I understand that that's what people have to do in order to argue with me, because they can't argue against what I'm saying because I'm not lying. The things I'm saying, they actually happen and they apply to the people that I'm talking about, right? So imagine me, a person who has been visibly triggered, pretending like I don't have PTSD for the sake of another nigga's feeling. Imagine me, a person who's sitting here with all these cuts on my arm from where I used to cut on myself, pretending like I have not suffered for depression. Imagine me, a person who's up all night, mostly every fucking night, except for nights like last night when I ate bad Chinese food and ended up sick, pretending like I don't battle with anxiety for the next nigga's feelings. Wait for the next nigga's feelings so he won't say some bad words about me online. Are you out of your fucking mind? We exist. You ain't gonna shut us up, and we'll beat your ass. How about that?
I just want to say that if you had more money, that Chinese food wouldn't have made you sick.
That's
why? Because I wouldn't have ate the Chinese food. You saying that I wouldn't have ate the Chinese food?
You went to China walk.
Podcast. You said you're looking for more people that kind of think like you, correct?
Maybe.
I once was there.
So let me ask you this. Man. Have you found anybody that kind of think like you, kind of had a mentality like you, that got a lot of money?
Yes.
Okay.
But I will be honest that the majority of them didn't get it through legal. They didn't get it legally at first.
Okay, I got you. So
they didn't get it legally at first.
Okay. I got you. No. Okay, I get it. So
smooth now. I'm gonna get my ass too. You ain't gonna be the only one in the jacuzzi tub.
So I think that's why there's just constant differences of views and opinions and things, because if you're in a space where people get money legally, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying you can't get. Listen, if you survive, you survive. You're not going to find a lot of people that think like you if they're doing it legally and they went and got money. It tends to be a mindset shift. So if you're in a space where those people that, kind of think more aligned with you, but they did get their money, they're not going to be on here. So you're not going to really find.
But Aaron, think what though? This is what I'm saying, bro. What have I consistently said? When I'm offline, bro, none of my mans, none of my family, none of the guys, nobody is talking about this shit. They not talking about the gender war. They not talking about systemic oppression. Niggas is taking care of themselves and doing what the fuck they gotta do to survive, bro. And that's about it. Bro, we burying people left and right every day. And I'm not talking about from no motherfucking murders, just murders.
But people, they whine about money all the time. We grew up there. We got to stop acting like our aunties they've been whining about money since we was in the hood. All they do is cry about money. That's
okay. Well, wait. Let me make this one distinction. Aaron, I'm gonna be honest. The conversations, gender war, systemic oppression, all of this shit. The women ain't having that shit either. But I'm gonna be honest. I'm not thinking about the women when we having this conversation. I'm really thinking about the men, and that's what I'm just saying. The men I know, bro. I know niggas that's 6-figure niggas. That's right there at the millionaire mark type niggas, right? And they, like I said, they might didn't start out legally, but they legal now. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's talking about this shit. I'm the only one that's really having the conversation because I'm online. So I'm just simply adding context to the conversation that's already being had, and it's being mischaracterized, but I'm used to it.
The reason why, and I get so goddamn sick of this fucking argument. The reason why people outside of being online are not having this conversation is because they're fucking sheep. The people who are the thought leaders are always going to gravitate to the place where they can reach the most people. You're not going to see people that are not online having these conversations. People who have these conversations are going to go to the public square, whatever that presents itself as. Okay. the Malcolm X's, the Dr. Kings, the Stokely Carmichaels, if they was around right now, they'd be online talking they shit. Y'all gotta understand
Martin Luther King was
that.
broke.
And a lot of niggas is here talking shit is broke.
First of all, Martin Luther King was not broke.
There we go. Here comes the divisiveness.
I'm not trying to be divisive, but Martin Luther King was not broke.
What was his net worth?
See, that's a different statement.
So look, when you said that podcast, when you say nobody is talking about this, so what do you think? It's not wasting my time, but what do you think I spend my time doing when I go to these after school programs? What do you think we're talking about?
No, I'm not talking about you. I specifically said none of the people that I know, none of my people, none of my family, none of my guys.
Okay, I got you.
What I'm saying is offline, bro. Nobody is talking about the gender war. Nobody is talking about systemic oppression. Nobody is having woke conversation, bro. We talk about
that's not true.
The good old days, hooping. Look, somebody just said that's not true.
Wait. What he's saying
somebody
is that
literally just said that's not true.
Right. It was no. What he's saying though, again, let's make this clear. What Little Podcast is saying is in his family, his realm of folks, his
fair enough.
Folks.
This nigga is a piece of shit, bro. I said the shit twice, and he still said that's not true.
I said salute.
Wait. Hold on. Podcast, you gotta understand. Everybody don't think like you. Everybody don't catch on every single word like you.
What the fuck is that to think about? Why are you listening to me if you just listening to respond? If you just listening to say something back, that's the shit that destroys conversation. How can you say to me that's not true when I'm telling you something from my life? See what I'm, and that's what I mean. That's why these conversations go the way that they go. And if I wouldn't have said nothing, nobody was gonna say nothing. Nobody was gonna catch that shit and be like, "Yo, how can you say that's not true?" He said his family, his friends, his people, his guys.
But podcast.
Okay, and I think that's the problem.
Hold on, one second. I'm sorry. I'm gonna let y'all cook that. Podcast, the people in your real life. Now, Angry Man said they sheep. I'm not gonna go that far. What I'm gonna say is this: they watching TV, bro. If they not getting no money, and I'm not saying you don't know people get money, but the majority of people, when you say they live their regular everyday lives, they go home and watch Netflix, bro. They go home and they watch one of those NBA Basketball Wives or a show like that, bro. That's what they do with their time. So when you say they're not having this conversation because they're busy following other people's lives, that's what they
or they're busy working. Or they're busy raising their own motherfucking kids. How about that? How about say something that's not condescending since you don't actually know?
You're lying. Most of these people are not raising their kids.
Everything.
Right. So you know what my people is doing?
No.
Everything.
My statement did not say your people.
Everything
you clearly heard me state it.
Everything that people are talking about here, the rest of the world is living it, even if they don't complain about it. Okay, it's still touching them. All right, you might have homeboys that's in relationships. They might not complain about this shit, but they might have a woman that does every single thing that we're up here describing on these fucking panels. They've just gotten so fucking used to it that they're numb to it. And the thing about it is,
why the fuck does everything I say turn into a goddamn debate? It's not up for fucking debate, bro. I'm only saying that shit. I'm only saying that shit because I'm saying, bro, in my life, in my own fucking personal life, bro, there's offline. That was the only reason why I'm saying that, is that offline, nobody's having these conversations, bro. Period. Nobody was having the conversations about how black mothers destroy their children. I was having those conversations on Facebook. Nobody wanted to have those conversations. No fucking body. They just wanted to focus on work, focus on raising their kids. That was it.
They're not having those conversations because they're fucking sheep. They're watching it go on and pretend like it's not there. Because in real life, it's bad to go against the narrative of what everybody else is doing. Most people are sheep. They're like herd animals. They go along with the flow of everything. The reason why people didn't want to talk about that shit on fucking Facebook is because they didn't want the backlash from it. That's part of the goddamn problem with the fucking community, is the fact that everybody's just living their life and working, and it just is what it is at the end of the goddamn day. That's the problem.
They asleep at
you get attacked pretty heavily.
You don't want to hear this. You don't want to hear this podcast. You don't want to hear this podcast, but I'm gonna tell you this shit.
Oh my fucking God.
I'm gonna tell you this shit. Like, well, here's my question for you then. Here's my question. If it bothers you so much that people are challenging what you're saying, what is the fucking point of even talking about it?
Bro, because everything I say isn't supposed to be up for being challenged. That's not the point of having a conversation or being on this panel. We're supposed to be talking about a specific thing. So if everything that don't make any sense, you just heard a nigga try to challenge something I said about my own motherfucking life. Right now, you speaking about people who you have no clue of. Angry Man, let me ask you a question. Is there anything in this world that you don't talk about?
But the way,
please be honest.
But the way that you are having the conversation, you don't get to dictate what the fucking conversation is, bro. You can't tell other people how to respond to you, how to answer, what to fucking.
That's not the fucking point.
You do that all the time.
That's not the fucking point, Angry Man. That's not the fucking point, Angry Man.
That is not how intellectual thought works.
That's not the fucking point. If we're talking about basketball and I introduce an analogy about football and then you want to change the subject to football when I was only using football as a goddamn example, that's not the point. Ain't to talk about football. The point, we're talking about basketball. I'm just bringing in an analogy of something. What I'm saying now, I'm gonna ask you a question. We want to talk about who's gonna be disingenuous. Is there anything in this fucking world, any subject matter in the world, Angry Man, that you don't talk about?
Hey, I like your shirt, Modern Renaissance Man.
It's okay to say yes because we both know it's true.
Podcast.
We both know it's true, Angry Man. You asked me a question, I'm going to answer it. Can you show me the same respect? It's not a straw man. I'm just asking you a question.
I just told you earlier, okay? Because this is what you don't get. When you do shit like that, it is extremely insulting to my fucking intelligence.
So now you telling me how to have a conversation when I couldn't tell you.
What I'm saying to you, you can say whatever you want, bro. But that don't mean I gotta fucking answer it. And that don't mean
so you can tell me you're not, bro. I'm showing you the ultimate respect.
That don't mean, and I'm showing you respect by.
Okay, so when you ask me questions, I answer them directly, bro. So I'm just asking you a simple question, bro. Forget what it is that the point you think I'm trying to make, Angry Man. Listen, bro, I usually don't do this, but I'm gonna just say it, Angry Man. I'm begging you, bro. I am begging you, bro. I am begging you, bro. This is not a straw man. Can you please, for once, show these people what it looked like for when podcasts ask a question and you just give an answer, not worried about the point podcast is trying to make for it. Bro, is there any subject in the world that you don't discuss? Okay, so here's my point, Angry Man. For the people that I'm talking about, it's very okay. So here's my point.
I don't give
it is very possible that
the specifically that it is insulting to my goddamn intelligence. So everything you have to say after this, I don't give a fuck about.
How is it insulting? How am I insulting you?
I'm telling you. The same way you can tell people, you say it all the time. You have triggers, right? One of my triggers is when somebody wants to walk me into something so they can make a point that don't got a goddamn thing to do with what the fuck I'm saying.
But I'm not trying to, but here's the thing. I'm not actually commenting on what you said. I'm commenting on what you said a few minutes ago. Not what you just said. I'm commenting on what you said a few minutes ago. Because when I told you about my people and you said they ain't talking about it because they're sheep. And so I'm saying there are subjects in the world that you don't talk about because you don't care about them. It don't make you sheep. You just don't care. You just don't care. That's it, Angry Man. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just literally trying to point out, instead of me saying it and a motherfucker think that I'm just saying some shit, I ain't trying to walk you into something. I'm just trying to walk you towards the narrative so that you can understand what I'm saying without me actually just saying it to you. Like you don't know.
This is what you're not getting. And the reason why I said that, I don't have to know your people personally. I don't have to know every single detail of every little thing that they talk about. Okay, I don't. Because people are people. And people operate a certain way, especially the average everyday person. They do certain things on a regular basis. You can track it. People, this is what people do when they do studies and shit like that. You have some people that live above the bell curve, some people below it, some people right there in the middle of it. Okay, the average everyday person, especially black, have things that they do. You feel me? And this is the reason why we identify with each other so much, because I can say certain things, and when I'm doing my show, I can crack jokes about certain things. I don't have to explain the joke. I know black people gonna get the joke because I know how black people operate.
Right.
So when I'm talking about what black people are doing, the black people that you see come into these spaces to talk about these issues, they are the black people that see everything around them, and it frustrates them so much that they have to go somewhere and express that. But they are still the same people from those places. They're still the same people. So they still experience the same shit. Now, can you honestly sit here and tell me, your peoples that you're talking about that don't come here and have this conversation, aside from you coming to the internet to talk about this, would you say that you're similar to them?
When you say similar, what are you talking? Do you mean mindset?
The way you live your life, the way you live your
the way I live my life. A couple of them, yeah.
Okay. So you're still the same as those people, even though they don't come to the internet and voice their opinions about shit. So
right, but Angry Man, but look, this is what I'm saying specifically, right? I'm thinking about one cousin individually, and I actually been trying to get him on the show because when he starts running his mouth, it's like it's strange to think about what he's actually going through in life if you don't know his circumstances. See, like if you just met him in real life, you would look at him and you would probably be like, man, this dude kind of shiesty, right? This dude, he a slick talker. He a fast shaker. You know what I'm saying? You know the type. Everything is a hustle. You know what I'm saying? Everything is to turn over $1. But the dude is so intelligent, though. He could come on here and have these same conversations and wouldn't miss a beat. But he don't. Bro, he buried his mama. He buried his daddy. He buried his youngest nephew. He buried his grandmama. He buried his youngest brother. He had to get out of the house with his kids. He got so much other shit going on in his real life. You can see the pain in his fucking face. He was 350 pounds. He had to go have that lap band surgery to lose all that weight and still ended up losing his family. Bro, people go through real shit in real life. They don't give a fuck about coming on the internet and talking about the world's problems or the community's problems. They just too busy focused on their own. They too busy trying to survive, bro. They too busy just staying alive. Wait, let that sink in. Please don't interrupt that. They too busy staying alive.
You have absolutely no
busy
idea how
just enough to stay alive.
You have absolutely no fucking idea how goddamn frustrating this shit is. Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to give importance to what people are doing offline, as if us.
I'm not trying to get. See, this is what I mean. I'm not trying to give importance. I'm just stating what I'm saying.
Can I please finish what I'm fucking saying?
No, because I don't want you to allow me. I'm not trying to give importance. I'm just stating something. The only reason why I said any of that was because I was just stating the fact that I don't have these conversations offline. That's the only reason why any of this came up, Angry Man. So it wasn't about it making importance about what people are doing offline. I literally was just making a statement that offline, I don't have these conversations, that nobody I know is having these conversations. And look what the fuck it's turned into. Now all of a sudden I'm trying to make something important. I'm not. That's why you don't fucking supposed to pick apart every single goddamn thing that a motherfucker say. I'm not trying to make shit important. These conversations are important to me. That's why the fuck I'm here, nigga. I got a naked woman in the fucking jacuzzi and I'm on the phone with y'all.
So you just arguing to argue.
No, I'm not arguing. I'm stating something, and you are perceiving it as an argument, and I don't know why.
I'm trying to make a statement. I'm trying to you're having discussions.
Oh, there you go. Excuse me, sir. Go ahead. My bad. Let me mute up.
This shit is crazy. Like,
so what does podcast want us to do with his statements? If you don't want to,
nothing, just nothing.
And my phone on mute. Mute me, Aaron. Hey, do y'all have any forks?
There it is. We can move on, right?
What's fucking annoying to me? What's annoying to me is that he doesn't want to understand that he may be making a statement just to make a statement, but there's implications to his statements. There's implications because one, if you're sitting here saying people offline, they don't give a fuck about what niggas is talking about online. You may not take it that way, but to me, it seems like you're diminishing what motherfuckers is talking about online. Am I the only one that picked up on that?
I made that point to him earlier. He says that's not his problem if you interpret what he said, if not specifically what he said. That's what he said earlier.
So I don't know how. See, here's my thing. I don't know how to converse with somebody that's doing that.
You don't.
And the reason why is because when I talk, I'm leading to a point. There's a purpose to why I'm saying the shit that I'm saying. I'm not just saying it for the sake of saying it. So how do you get any understanding in a conversation back and forth if we're just making statements to make a statement?
it just sounds like he just wants to be heard, which
Angry
is fine.
man.
But
Can I point something out real quick? Can I point something out real quick? Listen to what you just said. You said that my statement makes it sound like I'm trying to diminish the conversations that people are having online when I'm one of the niggas online having the conversations. I can't even believe you doing this to me right now, Angry man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't, bro.
Yo, I watch.
I would have expected this from Chris. I would have expected this from everybody but you, bro. I know why it's happening.
I watch niggas talk shit about how single mothers are ruining the community and they fuck single mothers. So you asking me that question is a little crazy, bro. You telling me,
well, that's your life. That's not my life. I don't know nothing about that.
I know dudes that come into the quote unquote space to talk shit about the space that they're in talking. So the fact that you come here to talk does not necessarily mean that you're not going to diminish people being here talking.
It's crazy. This shit is crazy as fuck. I'm not even gonna lie. This shit is absolutely nuts right now. I cannot believe this shit.
You got that shit.
March 1st or April 1st? Because this shit is crazy, bro.
You got that
like
shit.
this nigga just literally told me that I am trying to diminish the conversations that people are having online by saying that the people I know ain't having them. That I'm the only one having them.
Then what was the purpose? What was the purpose of pointing out? Then what was the purpose of pointing out that people offline are not having these conversations?
The purpose of pointing that out was to point out that I wasn't having these conversations offline. That was the point.
What was the point of that?
Because people try to make it seem like this is what I am. This some victim Olympic ass nigga that they only want to talk about the white man. I don't fucking have these conversations offline. That was the original point. Rewind the video back, and when you see that was the original point, all I want you to do is just, you don't even got to do it online because I know you're not. Just do it in the back chat, do it on the email, do it in the Instagram, be like, oh, Beans, I watched that shit. I see what you're saying. I see that was really the point that you was making, bro, that you not that nigga offline. So my bad.
So what you're basically trying to say is that people have painted a picture of you being a victim, and you're saying that you're not a victim because the only time you have these conversations is online. and it's not who you are. That's what
Yes,
you're saying.
because I don't walk around in some sort of victim mentality. The only time I talk about what's going on with black people, shit that black people aren't actually doing to themselves, is in the context of conversations where people are shitting all on black people without adding the context. That's
But
when
if
I
you,
bring it up.
but
That's when
here's
I
what,
say,
here-
yo, but I'm
but
saying at the
here's what-
same time, though.
But here's what you're missing. Here's what you're missing, podcast. What you're missing is the average black person that has now become successful understands that in order for them to become successful, they had to get rid of the victim mentality that most black people have in the black community. This is something that everybody understands that has broke through that barrier. We understand because we have been there and now we're here. We know one of the main things, if you succeed at something, hindsight is 2020. You can look back at why you were failing and you can pinpoint what it was that was causing you to fail. And most of us understand that it was the victim mentality. So guess what? Even though you don't believe that you're a victim, or you may not be, when you are fighting like hell to tell black people to stop talking shit to black people about being victims, you become a victim advocate. You do realize that, right?
I could say yeah, but then I would be admitting that that's what I'm doing, and that's a mischaracterization of what I'm doing, and I don't care to restate what I'm doing.
But that's how people are interpreting it.
That's their fucking business. That's their problem, angry man. That's not my problem. Fuck them all. They can all suck a cock and die, nigga. I don't give a fuck about people's interpretation. Listen to what I said. Don't interpret. That's the problem. People too busy interpreting because they're so full of shit and used to lying all the goddamn time that they think somebody else is always hiding something. Some of us just tell the fucking truth. Some of us just say what we honestly thinking or feeling in the moment, and it ain't no motherfucking hidden ass agenda behind it. So that's on them dumb motherfuckers. At the end of the day, I have specifically stated this shit. And like I said, when MR came on the channel, I thought he was coming up to fucking agree with me, even though I see now he came to join the fucking bandwagon. But at the end of the day, he was the main one. When I brought up about Big Pharma on Fight Club, he agreed.
Yes,
he was like, you know what, bro? I'm not even gonna lie to you. You're 100. I didn't even know this until he said it. He said the Big Pharma drugs have killed and hurt more people than heroin and crack combined.
Right. So I haven't changed my stance on that. What did I do that was different? We didn't even talk about
at
pharma.
the end of the fucking day,
when I came on the panel,
nobody said, MR, you're being a fucking victim advocate by acknowledging that Big Pharma has killed more, Big Pharma's drugs has killed more people than fucking crack and heroin. So
Right,
why is
because
it
we
that
never
when
got to that.
podcast said podcast is victim advocating?
We never
Deflection
got, we
in
never got a
4,
chance to talk
3,
about
2,
that.
1.
The podcast. We never got a chance to talk about pharma when I jumped on. We never even hit on that subject. Not when I jumped on.
And then you just said deflection in 4, 3, 2,
Yeah,
1.
because nobody's gonna answer that question. Why is it that when MR said it, it wasn't victim advocating?
But you're not interpreting right now.
Why is it that when MR says that Big Pharma has killed more people than heroin and crack together, it's not victim advocating when he says it?
Because he's not also.
When did someone attribute victim advocated to you when you said it, unless you contrast it and say that's why it should be legal for people to do it on the streets?
This nigga just told me that when I say shit like that, I'm indirectly, or some other shit he said, victim advocating, that people will interpret it that way. And that's one of the things that I say when I talk about adding context, is while you're talking about the guys in the neighborhood who sell drugs like heroin and crack, don't forget that shit got here a certain way. And don't forget there's other people who also sell drugs that do just as much damage. And according to Modern Renaissance Man, has done more damage and it ain't even close.
Correct. But Modern Renaissance Man doesn't say what he says and then say, so in the street, you shouldn't complain about that too. He don't do that. So he wouldn't get that added.
Aaron O, I get that you rock with Anton. You have never done that to me, bro. Please don't do that to me right now. because you know you're not gonna go through no video ever and find where I said that at, bro. You're not
interpreting again.
You're not. I'm not, because he literally just said that I said something that I didn't say, that I never have said. He literally just said some words, right?
No.
And he literally just said some words suggesting that I said them. And he knows you're not going to go through no video and find me ever saying that. I am specific to my words and I know exactly what I say, which is if you gonna talk shit about the niggas in the neighborhood, put the context on it. Talk about how the drugs got there and talk about the other people who are selling drugs that do as much damage.
Podcast.
See how it keeps switching back and forth from Aaron to Angry Man, Aaron to Angry Man, Aaron to Angry Man. And I'm handling you niggas.
So we supposed to just shut the fuck up?
No, you're not. You're supposed to keep talking so I can keep handling you niggas. Keep talking. Keep on trying to just come back at me instead of once just saying, because you know you can't just once say, well, you know, he's not lying. Like I said, when fucking Modern Renaissance Man said it, you didn't have shit to say. You was there for that conversation. And you didn't tell him he was victim advocating. You didn't say it.
Okay, number one, first and foremost, chill the fuck out. I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
I'm saying the same thing Modern Renaissance Man said.
You're talking through me. Same way I just sat here and listened to all of that shit. Let me talk.
That wasn't shit.
You know what? Fuck it.
Say it, nigga. Say it with your chest.
No, because I'm not gonna do this goofy shit with you. You being real fucked up right now, my nigga.
Yeah, y'all are trying to combat every fucking thing I say.
No, my nigga, you being real fucked up right now, my nigga. Fuck all the
Modern Renaissance Man said.
No, real nigga activity. You being real fucked up right now. Because we
So
sitting
are
here
you.
listening to you. We sitting here listening to you and you being super disrespectful, my nigga.
Yeah, that's what happens when people try to combat every fucking thing you say.
No reason.
I'm older than you, nigga. Show some fucking respect.
Nigga, like
I'm older than you. I'm your fucking elder, nigga. Just because you got more money than me.
Years, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? You not an
I'm just
elder
talking
to
shit.
me?
I'm just talking shit.
Fuck is you talking about, my nigga? 2 years? Nigga, I watch
Podcast
fucking
troll.
movie do like you did, nigga. Fuck out of here.
Man, podcast trolling.
You're bugging right now, my nigga.
Hey, podcast. I don't think anybody ever told this to you. Your PTSD is going to be your downfall, my brother. Seriously.
This man is Black
This
Joker.
nigga here.
No, he on some bullshit, and he know he on some bullshit. And tomorrow, you'll realize you was on some bullshit, my nigga. Watch. Tomorrow, you gonna be like, damn, maybe I shouldn't have. Watch. I guarantee you, my nigga.
I like how you try to use me as a scapegoat, though.
Yeah, you are.
Try to use me as a scapegoat.
Yeah, that's what I did. That's what I did because you didn't actually say what I said. You said you right.
You are
You bugging right now, for real.
You right, Modern
I'm
Renaissance
sitting-
Man.
I'm
I
sitting
tried
here
to
trying to
scapegoat you because
fucking-
you didn't actually say what I said.
I'm
You
sitting
said
here
you right.
trying to fucking understand what the nigga's saying, and the nigga just being belligerent for no fucking reason, man.
Yeah, by dodging my motherfucking Modern Renaissance Man. Did you say what I said? You said yes or no?
Ain't nobody dodged your question.
Yes or no, Modern Renaissance Man.
Ain't nobody
Exactly.
dodged
Now
your
play that. I don't. Just
Ain't
not going to
nobody
address a
dodged your
nigga comment shit. Get the
Ain't
fuck out of
nobody
here.
dodged your question. Here's the motherfucking truth. Here's the motherfucking truth, and you ain't gonna fucking like it. The truth is, the niggas in the hood don't have a motherfucking FDA license to sell their goddamn drugs. You know the reason why they don't have an FDA license? Because they haven't done what they need to do to make the shit they do fucking legal. And you know why they haven't done that? Because they're fucking broke and they don't control shit and they don't run shit. The reason why the motherfucking big pharma can do whatever the fuck they want is because they got money and they fucking run shit. That's the goddamn truth. And as long as niggas is broke and fucked up, they ain't never gonna be able to do shit except what other niggas let them do. That's the goddamn truth.
Well, you ain't lying about that. There's only one problem with that. That ain't the shit niggas complaining about. They ain't complaining about the fact that them niggas don't got the licenses. They complaining about the fact that the drugs is harming people in the community. And according to Modern Renaissance Man, even though he don't want to acknowledge it, Big Pharma has done way more, twice as much harm to the community as the black the niggas in the neighborhood.
You said that already.
I ain't complaining about that. I ain't complaining about that. I don't never complain. I don't never complain about the drugs doing damage to niggas in the community because I know 80-year-old crackheads, nigga. I don't never complain about that shit. I don't give a fuck.
Bro, you must have got. I know that shot.
I don't give a fuck how high niggas get. I don't give a fuck how high niggas get. I don't give a fuck how much money niggas make off the motherfucking shit. That ain't what I'm talking about.
What I'm talking about is niggas with ass backwards fucking mentalities that keep niggas fucked up in the game and getting locked up. I don't give a fuck how high you get.
Well, you know this, but look, because you from the hood, Angry Man, you know some niggas just get out the way, bro. Some niggas find a way to get to the bag, and then some niggas that don't find a way to get to the bag, they just get out the way. And then it's other niggas
that get out the way,
and they end up going back and forth to jail.
But the niggas that get out the way. But see, this is where you mischaracterize niggas. It's really fucked up that you did that. The niggas that's smart enough to get out the way, it don't mean they don't give a fuck about the niggas in that fucking community. And a lot of the niggas that get up here and talk that shit, we talk that shit because we give a fuck about the niggas in that goddamn community. Real shit.
I gave the most simple analogy earlier when I said a lot of times, depends on how type of parent you are. If you spank your child, people are focused more on the fact that they got spanked versus on what they got spanked for. And that's exactly what's going on right now. Don't talk about them. Don't talk about what's going on with black people. Stop talking about what's going on with black people. Stop talking about what's going on with black people. Well, I gotta mention this in order for us to fix it. So it's like the equivalence of something happened in my marriage where my wife was sometimes after I did with one of my kids, she would, oh, come here. No, ain't no come here. No, let him wallow in his shame for what he did because I'm correcting his behavior. I see the trajectory. If we keep on letting this attitude roll, he's going to end up being the type of child
Renaissance man. Renaissance man. This Renaissance man, this disingenuous motherfucking nigga over here said he was older than me, like he didn't have a metal lunchbox like I did. Nigga, you done lost your fucking mind.
Had the lunch pail kid.
You done lost your mind.
Had the boxcar children, the old aluminum, big old
you had that bumpy lunchbox like I did, nigga. Cutting it.
Oh no, he from Chi-Town. We had paper bags.
I'm trying to remember what's the motherfucking metal for real. Oh yeah, we had tin cans. That motherfucker was tin cans.
We had a white lunch card.
So let me just ask. So podcast, do you have issues with people selling drugs?
Yeah, the bitches was tin like a motherfucker.
So podcast, do you have issues with people selling drugs in the community?
My phone breaking up.
Here's my thing, but can I address what Jonathan?
I can't hear the damn question because my phone breaking up.
Sure.
Jonathan said selling drugs to your own people is wrong and destructive. Okay, but what about Big Pharma? These folks don't actually like black folk. No, it's not that people don't like black folk. It's that black folk in the hood know that niggas is gonna get high regardless.
And it's not that black Big Pharma don't care what color you are. They care about money.
Their
color is green.
The problem is not that niggas is fucking. The problem is not that niggas is selling drugs. That is a problem, but it's not as big of a problem as the reason why people get high. If that makes sense.
Well, where would people get the drugs from if people stop slinging in the community?
They would get it from somewhere else. They would get it from somewhere
I know
else.
Aaron, you know what would blow your mind for real? And I'm not even joking when I say this. When I served on the west side of Chicago, I promise you, you're not gonna believe this, but I would argue at least 45% of our customers was white people.
Yes, sir.
See, look, here's the thing.
That neighborhood was blacker than that thing. You know why people live over there?
Because you skipped over something I said, and I noticed that you skipped over this podcast.
Oh, me?
No, podcast.
Oh.
I'm gonna say it again. The problem, even though drug dealing is a problem, it's not as big as a problem as why people get fucking high. Skipped over that. Now
that's the angry man I know.
Now
that's the angry man I know, dog. Angry man is back, baby. You
nigga, you ain't. See, I tell you, you ain't shit, nigga. And I would tell your big ass. I would tell your big ass in person, you ain't shit, nigga. Look, here's the thing. The mentality of the people is the motherfucking problem. I'm gonna say it over and over again. It's the mentality, and I know my man, Young Practical Absolutes, will agree wholeheartedly.
What's going on, bro?
It's the mentality of the fucking people. If you have people that are being taught a better mentality, they're not gonna get high because they don't want to corrupt their body.
Facts.
Well,
that's why it all should be legal.
Well, it doesn't matter what
mess
you say.
yourself up.
No,
we
it doesn't
need
matter what
stronger
you say,
laws in that shit.
or MRM, because you're not black no more. So it really don't matter.
Yo, why do these niggas like, yo, what the fuck is, yo, you niggas have a sick, twisted obsession with Anton. Like, for real. It's really getting real weird, bro. Like, this nigga talking about some Anton paid angry man. Nigga, shut your lame mother. Somebody need to pay you, nigga. You looking bad, nigga. Fuck is you talking about?
So, still, all in all, I still want to know where they're gonna get the drugs from.
They're gonna get it
Wait,
from
which drugs?
they're gonna the ones that make it to the streets where there's new stuff. Oh yeah, they get told. I mean, these are gonna be some people that's gonna. I told them, and I mentioned this on my channel before and on another panel that some of the biggest crackheads are doctors and nurses. So if they are getting high off of stuff, they're gonna actually tell other people, and it's gonna be by word of mouth. That's why people were taking different drugs that's actually considered to be legal in the streets and mixing it with oxy, doing stuff with horse tranquilizer and stuff. Somebody.
I have a point.
Well, real quick,
are you telling me that black people, if they stop selling drugs in their own community, I'm not saying they should do what you want, you take your own risk, that then white people will start getting exposed for being the actual drug dealers?
I mean, it's a known fact in hospitals.
It's
no. What will happen is if you got rid
somebody's going to fill the market.
If you got rid of the street drugs, my bad, Rob. Let me just say this real quick. If you got rid of the street drugs, people would figure out another way to get high. They would sniff glue. They would do all types of other shit to get high. Right. Okay, like I said, the issue is not the getting high. The issue is not the drug. The issue is the reason for getting high.
Yes, because anytime you have a market, because people have always wanted to get high somehow. There's been some sort of drugs for all of human history. As long as we've been able to figure out how to use some sort of chemical that'll change what our brain does, people will figure it out. So it's the same thing that happens in anything in economics. When you reduce the supply, people figure out another thing to fill that market with.
I'm not arguing that. I understand market supply. I am
where they would get the drugs from. They would find somewhere else, or they would find another drug. So you'd see an uptick in mushrooms, or you'd see an uptick in
fair enough.
Else.
But the point that I'm saying and trying to figure out is that if black people stop doing it, what you're saying is the other people gonna start going down for it, and they'll be able to be exposed as opposed to hiding behind closed doors, getting the black drug dealers to sell, and they get caught up. Is that basically what you're saying?
Yeah, somebody's going to fill the market. So
if black people stop doing drugs, you're gonna see the same amount of white people that come into our ER. That number is not going to change.
But Aaron,
the same amount of white people that are getting high, that number will not change. They're still going to come in high and ODing.
But Aaron, you're right. If black people stop consuming drugs, you would then see who is really pushing drugs. But the only problem is that ain't never gonna happen because niggas ain't shit. Right.
Yeah, I mean it's what happened during Prohibition, man. Like there's people are gonna do
now,
it.
Aaron,
It just
Aaron,
is what it
let me
is.
say something.
That's why they can just make it all legal. That's if you want
I'm
to
with
mess
you,
your life
Mario.
up.
Yeah, do 100% of drugs.
If you want to mess your life up, then by all means,
100% of them. Yep, I agree.
It's like a lot. It's like what I said about
what you just heard right now was complete context of the conversation. That's all the fuck I've ever asked for.
Podcast, go bang
It's
your
those
wife
type
in
of
that.
conversations.
Go get your wife in that.
You ain't getting
boy.
shit else that you asked for, nigga. What you need to do is you need to take that fucking plastic
podcast is inserting his trollism in here. Y'all don't fall.
Nah. This is what he need to do. He need to get that plastic fork. He need to take that plastic fork, eat whatever fucking food they delivered to you, and whatever hotel you at, nigga, and eat your food and go chill with your fucking woman, nigga, because you need a break, my nigga.
podcast. Wait, podcast.
Nigga, I
Hold
just-
on, man. Hold the
listen,
front door. You
it's
wait,
only-
podcast. Hold on.
only-
Hold
the
podcast.
only
Hold on for
people who
podcast.
not
Did
gonna
you
say
not
this.
tell us
Okay.
that you was getting in the hot tub and you said your wife was butt naked? You know what
And
a
I know
remedy
you
for?
had a- I know
Do
you
you
had a
know what a
hotel.
remedy?
Yeah, why the hell you on here with us?
Wait, do you know what a remedy for PTSD is? Take
I
a
know
what?
you
It's
at a hotel,
it's
nigga.
oxytocin. It's dopamine. It's
Because
serotonin.
I
It's
told
all
you
of
I
that.
like to
Nah,
argue and
MRM.
debate, but I don't
You
want to argue
MRM,
with
no.
my
Over
lady.
your wife?
You trying to you being too scientific. It's cheeks. Cheeks is the remedy. Cheeks.
Man, my wife walk around me butt naked. I'm coming off this internet so fast.
Bro, in a jacuzzi, he said. And he talking about
He
PTSD.
said over
And the
your
remedy
wife?
to his PTSD is sitting right in front of him naked. And he talking to us.
Nigga,
Yeah.
I'm not.
You just want some masculinity. That's
I'm
what
not
you
having
want.
PTSD right now because she's here. That's why I just got through cooking y'all niggas.
No,
You didn't cook shit. What you did is annoy the fuck out of everybody. That's what the fuck you did.
Shit,
You
nigga, I
just
just
do a
cooked
bunch of
them.
Okay,
ingredients.
I'm doing a reaction. All right, I'm doing a reaction because of you.
You know how you didn't cook nobody?
I
my
had
nigga?
you niggas trying to challenge what the fuck my family do offline. That's how bad I was cooking. you niggas.
No, I know you
Y'all
wasn't.
can't fuck with me in this debate shit, man. Just admit it. It's okay. Y'all
Oh,
richer than me.
Lord have mercy.
Low
man, it is
podcast,
what
man. You
it
Y'all
can't say
richer
that we
than
can't
me.
mess
Damn,
with you.
ain't that enough?
You can't say that they can't.
Y'all
mess with
can't
you in
fuck with me in debate, bro. No.
When most of what
Don't-
you say
don't
is
fall for it.
don't argue
I'm
with my
not.
points.
I'm not.
Podcast
sound like-
slick. I know. Hey,
That's not what I
hey,
said. No,
podcast
what
is
I
ready to
said
do-
is stop making it
podcast
seem
is
like
about to do
everything
this.
I say. No, Rob.
Okay.
What I said was this. Stop
Don't do
making
it,
it seem
Rob.
like
Rob,
everything
don't do
I
it.
say is a fucking point.
Everybody
Everything
stay
I
quiet.
say in the
Everybody
goddamn
stay quiet
point.
after this.
Yo,
Can't
yo,
debate you if you
shit,
ain't making no points.
you know what? Podcast.
Bro, everything ain't a fucking point. We're conversating, bro. This is a conversation.
Podcast sounds like that
Bald
kid.
head ass boy.
Podcast sounds like that
I ain't
kid
bald.
on Big Daddy talking about some I win. What's the name of the game? I win. Fuck out of here, man.
So podcast, have you been convinced that conservatives are not douchebags?
Angry man, look in the back chat. I swear to God, I typed that back there.
Have you been proven that your conservatives are not a douchebag podcast? Are you still steadfast to that position?
I'm only talking about black conservatives,
Jeez,
and
all
nothing
black
applies to
conservatives are
everybody.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
nothing
I
applies
missed
to
I missed
everybody.
that part
We
of the
already
conversation.
know that.
Why do you think
I'm the
black
main one
conservatives are
who argued
douchebags?
that.
What is it that
You
makes,
said how many?
makes black what makes us black douchebags or black conservatives douchebags?
Specifically because the point I was making earlier, which is that when we have these conversations about certain things, especially things that involve black people, they tend to not want to include the context. They just want to just say nigga, ain't shit. So the same way how when we were just having a discussion and Angry Man brought in the point that the biggest problem is not that people use drugs. The biggest problem is that people feel like they need to use drugs. It's the why they use drugs. And then somebody else stated that for long periods of time, people have always used drugs. People have always wanted to have that escape from reality. There was a time when drugs weren't legal and people used them readily. And when they were addicted to it or had problems like that, they were treated as such, like it was a problem. They were treated with welfare and not with visceral, with vitriol. You see what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying is that these people, once they get to a certain level, mindset wise, I don't know what the dollar amount is. They feel like now I don't need to address that part of it. Just let me come on these shows and come on these panels and sit in these rooms and just talk shit about black people all day and just forget all of the things that I once knew. Because knowledge does not make you a victim. Hold on, let me say this. Knowledge does not make you a victim. Understanding does not make you a victim. So just because you are aware of something and you can speak it does not mean you have a victim mindset. It just means you're aware and you know how to fucking literate things.
And the circumstances of life and the hardships and plight of any individual does not alleviate personal responsibility.
Let me ask you this, podcast.
Stop trying to interpret what that man said.
No, I'm interpreting that, man.
No, that's only with
That's
him
the way
and
I
his
was
family
taught.
and his wife
That's
in
the
front of
way
him.
Renaissance man.
Their own little bubble in the
We
sky.
are going to. We are not going to think according to podcast motherfucking parameters. We are going to critically think the way we were taught to. Renaissance man, we're not letting this man.
JB,
be no
you dumb as hell.
No, it's his bubble.
I got
It's
a
his bubble.
podcast. I got a question for you. When you have conversations with conservatives, is your goal to debunk what they're saying to make it be wrong, or do you want to
No,
understand?
Rob, listen, the
Wait a
conservative
second. Let me finish the
title-
question. Let me finish the question. Do
Podcast
you
about
want
to reel
to
y'all in.
understand why they believe what they believe, and why that's different from how they got to that conclusion versus how you got to your conclusion?
He really doesn't care.
This shit is fucking insane.
See, there you go.
It
Again.
is. Listen, because
He's
not
doing
one
it
time
again.
did you hear me say
He's doing it again, Aaron.
Go.
Get
Go.
your man. He's doing it again, bro. That's some bullshit, man. What Rob said was logical, was sound, and made perfect
He didn't
sense.
say
Now you gonna
anything.
act
He
like
asked
you're
me a
being ridiculous.
question.
No,
He didn't
Can't
say
answer a
anything. He
question.
asked me a question.
I can't ask a
he
question
did
without
say
saying
something. When he asked the question, he
asked
said
me a
something.
question.
The fuck?
No, he didn't make a statement. He asked me a question.
I didn't
Now we
say
got to play
anything.
semantics because you niggas losing
I
to
didn't
a
I'm
say he
messing
made a
with you, man.
statement. I said he said something.
Now we got to play semantics because you niggas ain't losing to a bro.
Podcast, you are good, bro.
I'm interpreting what I said.
He didn't make a
Podcast.
statement. He asked a question.
Yeah, you definitely could
The
bring
only
green,
problem
bro.
with
You
the question
boy,
is I
podcast,
haven't
you a
said
fool, bro.
anything
I
like
mess
that.
with you.
I have not addressed. Hold on. So to answer your question, Rob. I have not addressed conservative beliefs at all.
I bet you something.
Have
Look,
not
look, you
addressed
said-
one
look,
thing.
Renaissance man.
You've been
Renaissance man.
confronted
haven't
with them.
said I agree or
Renaissance man.
disagree.
You said he's Cabrini Green. Right? Watch this. I bet you at some point in his life, probably numerous times, Podcast has been in a debate with one of his niggas or somebody he knew, and I guarantee you he said, "That's all right. I bet you can't kick my ass." I know he said it. I know he said it.
That's hey, I already know that. I've done. That's our go-to when we defeat it.
So Rob, to the to your question is what I'm saying is this: you digging for shit, bro. I never once even spoke about their beliefs or what they believe in politically or otherwise. The only thing I'm addressing, and I literally just stated it out of my mouth, is when you talking shit about niggas, just put some context on.
You know what?
Why is that so hard to accept? Why do it got to be? Well, have you talked to them and when they were skinny dipping? Did you see them when they were coming off the moon? Like, why can't it just be that when they talking shit about niggas, I just want them to put some context on it? That's it.
What? Podcast, I can agree with that. A lot of times, a lot of the ways that conservatives talk about things is a little bit it doesn't add the context. It doesn't allow for a lot. It does. It's so. Here's an example, man. Like here's an example. One of the things that if you talk to enough liberals, you hear is all conservatives. The answer that conservatives give is just work harder and things will be better. You just gotta work harder. That's one of the things that liberals see.
That is one of the most goddamn disingenuous.
No. Angry man.
Welcome to the team, Rob.
You're talking to a conservative, right? I understand what you're saying, and I understand why it's disingenuous. I agree. The problem is we talk past each other most of the time. So what happens is they hear something different than what we're saying. And we're unwilling to try to find a different way to say it so they hear what we're saying in a way that makes sense to them.
No,
And
Rob.
when we're having a conversation with somebody that believes different things than us, has a completely different perspective.
Rob, listen, bro. I am probably one of the best dudes that can take conservative concepts and put it in layman's terms. I can take conservative concepts and put it in a way where the average street corner nigga can understand it. It's not an issue. What the issue is niggas that are on the left or niggas that believe in left ideology, what they do is they go look for the nigga that is the worst type of conservative, and that's what they base their opinion on. They'll look right past the nigga like me, and they'll run to Ben Shapiro or one of these other motherfuckers or Candace Owen, who they know is gonna say some shit that's gonna offend them, and then that's their opinion of conservatives.
Exactly. They like to use, there's the reason why I put them on the thumbnail. They think that black conservatives follow every single thing and every view as the ones that are outraged, that are making the money off of people. So there's the far leftist people that are making crazy money off of the Democrats and poor people, and it's the far right people on the right conservative that's making their money. So they automatically assume that anybody's in that realm agree with 100% with this and 100% with that. What you'll find is that's not the regular people, but that's the image of it. So Rob, let me ask you, have you ever heard or know of any broke conservative that got money and then became a Democrat?
Broke conservative that got money and then became a Democrat.
Not a one.
So I'm not sure.
Maybe
unless it got them one. Wait. Not that I can think of.
Rob, if you can't,
not that I can think of.
No one can.
No. Well,
never gonna happen.
No,
Never gonna happen.
There's
a reason why I asked that question, Rob. I just want to. Have you ever heard of a broke Democrat got money and then became a conservative?
Actually, you know what? I have, and I'll tell you why. And I'll tell you why it happens. So, what happens a lot of times when you get wealthy and you get wealthy enough, this is why somebody like Warren Buffett is a liberal. He's
not a liberal.
He's a liberal.
He's not.
When has Warren Buffett been a liberal? That's what I want to find out. That's what I was trying to find out. When was Warren Buffett
How is he a liberal?
So I'm fairly certain, and I have to look at his voting rate. He supports Democrats a lot. So what happens is when you become wealthy, you put money into whoever is going to make the laws that are favorable to you. That's what happens when you become wealthy.
When the fuck did Democrats' laws be favorable to rich people?
When they create regulations that block their competition.
No.
Is that not true? When you can get a regulation, when you can be Walmart, right? Or no, let's because this is the one I love to give because I understand this industry really well. When you can be Comcast and you can require anybody that wants to come in and compete with you to get a franchise agreement in order to offer cable service in a neighborhood, right? That's a favorable regulation that you can place that prevents competition and allows your company to thrive when other companies don't.
The problem is that doesn't sound democratic. That doesn't even sound democratic, though.
Are you saying that Republicans make those kind of regulations?
Wait, but that is a chess move. That does not make him a liberal. That doesn't make him a leftist.
What I'm saying is Democrats are usually the ones that vote for
capitalist at heart. Capitalism at heart.
It's capitalism.
I told you I would sit there. I think I will sit there when they talk about those people want to sit there and put frozen tomato paste popsicles up their butt. I said I'm going to invest in that. I'm completely against that lifestyle and everything, but I will invest in stuff they're gonna buy.
Exactly.
As a capitalist, don't make me like a left Democrat because they want to push that wokeism ideology.
Wait, even frozen butt pops?
Yes. See what I'm saying?
He's investing in it. Like I get what you're saying. Like it's a smart investment.
What's the pause?
It's a smart investment, but it's not capitalism. That doesn't have anything to do with capitalism. Capitalism ends when government begins. So anytime you get a regulation, you've ended capitalism. It's not capitalism. It's not a free market.
I don't know about that. Yep. I don't know about that at all. What is lobbying and capital? What is lobbying and venture capitalists about?
Capitalism.
Wait a minute.
Capitalism
what is lobbying for then? What is lobbying for?
Capitalists fully utilize the government
exactly
to engage in capitalism.
No, exactly.
That's why there's a difference between crony capitalism and capitalism, right?
What?
You've never heard the term crony capitalism?
No, sir.
You've never heard the term? Okay, so
never.
And this is
you're teaching us something today, Rob.
Yeah, this is okay. So capitalism is basically the free market. It's open exchange. It's how people interact when there is no coercion. anytime you add government into something, you are automatically adding coercion, because that's what government is. Government is forcing people to behave a certain way. It's the use of force to get people to behave a certain way. So that's what laws are, right? That's what a law is. Capitalism is Angry Man is a good graphic designer. I need a design. I'm going to trade with you something. Doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't have to be money. I'm trading with you in order to get the service that you provide, right? So if I give you, $4 and you give me a design, then we've engaged in capitalism. We don't need government for that.
No, that's a free market system. That's a free market system is what you're describing.
Here's the thing. Look, here's the thing. Here's the thing. If I am a rich industrialist,
right, capitalism is big
and
business.
I am cool with the mayor of a particular city, okay, and there is some lakefront property that everybody has to bid on, and I know that mayor, and I go have a conversation with him that I want him to use regulation to lock everybody else out of that so that I can get it. That is capitalism, bro. That is me using the influence of political officials in order to win. That is capitalism, bro.
It's actually socialism.
No, that's big business. No, that's capitalism. What are you
is.
talking about, Rob?
It is.
How socialism is with
public. It's socialism is the public ownerships of the means of production. So what happens is when the public is the government is the public, right? Right?
Oh my God.
No.
So if the government can decide who gets the thing, you've engaged in socialism. It's not
socialism is when everyone gets the same thing, though, Rob.
That's not
the same thing in the same portion. Yes,
it's not what socialism is.
It is socialism. What are you talking about?
Socialism is the public ownership of the means of production. Capitalism is private ownership of the means of production. That's what it is.
Where are you getting?
The problem is that the government is not public. You
can read.
The government in America is not representative of being public. We're in a representative democracy.
What's a democracy? No, I'm not a Marxist. No, I'm a capitalist.
First of all, that is not Marxism.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not. It's not Marxism.
It's not.
And we're in a republic, so it's not our government is not like a public.
This is why our society.
You actually don't have to pay income tax. It's not required.
This is why our
they're going to come for you.
This is why our society is so open to Marxism, socialism, communism, because y'all have a misinterpretation of what that shit is.
Disagree. Well, I mean, yeah, but my interpretation of what it is not incorrect. It's not. And if you'd like to correct me, you can. You tell me what I said wrong.
Bro,
the description that you get.
Socialism is when you have a socialism when you have individuals at the top that basically claim to disperse everything equally.
The top
so
of
that
what?
everybody has the top of whatever society you're in.
The top of the society. What entity is the top?
Whether it may be a government, it may be a dictator, it may be whatever.
Government.
But the point,
governments and dictators are the same thing.
But what you're saying, we don't have that type of government.
What other type of government is there?
We have a republic.
Whatever you mean. What do you mean? There's different types of governments.
So
you have democracies, but you also have republics. We have sort of a combination of the two.
Yeah, representative democracy and a republic.
The reason why
it's a constitutional republic is the way it's supposed to be. That's not how it functions.
Man, see,
it doesn't function that way. Are you telling me that our government actually functions by the Constitution?
Wait, I mean, I know this may seem like it's off topic, but are you talking about USA or USA Inc.?
Wait, but hold on. This is but you're going too deep. Practical absolutes. Hold on. You're going too deep. Practical. And everybody not ready for that conversation.
Let me read this super chat real quick. I just want to read this one because all right. So it says, buying influence via political donations is very different from aligning based on political ideology. Rob is tripping, and by definition, buying influence in that manner is explicitly anti-liberalism. You could argue it's a form of neoliberalism, though.
Can I read? Wait. Can I read this definition real quick? Capitalism is an economic and political system in which a country's trade and industry are controlled by private owners for profit. But it's a
private
political
ownership over the means of
yes,
production.
no, but no. Hold on, Rob. Stop. It's a political system. A political system. That's the part that you fell into realizing and fell into acknowledge. It's a whole political system.
Where'd you get that definition?
From Google.
Okay. So there's a lot of, when it comes to political and economic thought, there's a lot of different people who are going to give you definitions of things. So you can read Thomas Sowell, you can read Mises, you can read Rothbard, you can read F.A. Hayek. You want to understand capitalism here.
Wait, I do understand capitalism. I took ELP in school, so I do understand capitalism.
Okay.
And it was just what we said it was. It's a political system. It's based on politics. It's based on lobbying. Venture capitalists.
Read Hayek, right?
I can't even see that. It's dark.
Yeah, it's dark.
No.
But it's F.A. Hayek. It's the opposite of what's his name? Keynes. But
we are so fucked. We are fucked. We are fucked. And when I say fucked, I mean proper fucked. Like real shit. Like no. First of all, there's a very specific reason that our system is set up the way it's set up. It's set up that way for certain checks and balances. It's set up that way so that capitalism can fucking flourish. So to say that is socialism, bro, that's not. I did a whole show breaking down the differences between socialism and communism based off of Marxism. I broke it all the way. I broke it all the way down. There's a fundamental difference from that and capitalism.
That's why they didn't like each other. Communists and socialists didn't like each other.
Man, Karl Marx was a fucking douchebag because he used capitalism from his fucking parents' money to fund all of his shit. Then he used his homeboys' money that came from capitalism to fund it. That entire ideology.
Socialism requires capitalism to function. Like it can't function without it. But what capitalism is it's about the exchange. It doesn't have much to do with politics at all. You can have capitalism without any government.
Socialism.
That's why there's anarcho-capitalists.
No. Here's the thing about this.
But not in America. It's not mutually exclusive.
Here's the thing about this. You said socialism cannot function without capitalism, right?
Yeah, it can't.
Okay, socialism is bullshit. All right. Socialism does not, it has to function under capitalism because it can't exist outside of it. Because if it exists outside of it, you end up getting tyranny. You end up getting fucking bullshit. Okay.
You have to have markets. Like it doesn't work. People, anytime you try to remove the markets and make the stuff even, black markets develop. It's always there. There's that. I don't know if you've read Rand. There's always got to be somebody at the top for them to steal from, right? There's always got to be the person that makes the money for them to steal it from in order to fund their stuff.
The problem with communism and socialism, and the way I understood it, the difference between communism and socialism is one has a money system and one doesn't. That's really what it boils down to. but it's pretty much the same fucking thing. Okay. The problem with the shit is when you have people that are supposed to be dispersing whatever resources or whatever, right, evenly, they don't. What they do is they keep the majority of the resources for themselves. So if they got 100% of the resources, they'll keep 90% of the resources, tell the people that what they have is really 10% of the resources, and they disperse that. And then the people at the top live like kings, and the people at the bottom have absolutely no ability to climb up. They have absolutely no ability to gain anything. So that shit is always going to be a failed ideology, for the simple fact that it's always going to end up in some sort of situation where you have dictators, right?
Yeah.
The way our system is set up is vastly different. And even though we have little hints of socialism in our structure, when you look at people,
you mean like the welfare programs?
Yeah, like the welfare programs and shit like that. And the only reason some of them programs only came about, they was originally ideas of the fucking Black Panther, which they definitely was on some socialism shit. But here's the thing, right?
Outside of the military, where does the majority of the American budget go to?
Entitlements.
Social programs.
We getting way all over the place here. So let's just bring it back. So Rob's point was the conservatives and liberals basically don't see eye to eye, right? They just don't hear each other, right? They say you just got to work harder, and they're like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Now I'd argue, Rob, have you ever? I'm just wondering, have you ever really seen a conservative really talk to them like, hey, you got it wrong, try this? And they go, okay. It's like it's literally pulling teeth.
It is. Oh, believe me, I know intimately. I know, like it's very difficult to have these conversations with liberals because it's a matter of a completely different perspective on reality. They see things differently.
They are soft.
So Rob,
soft, man.
This chat is for you. I'm pretty sure this was directed for you.
But yeah, between
we're about to get back on that again.
He's JB.
I'm not disagreeing with JB here.
JB, I hate to tell you this, JB, but you're wrong, man. You're wrong. One of those systems, I can't remember which one it is, but one of those systems, the state disperse resources and they don't have a money system. One of those systems, when they disperse resources, they also disperse a certain amount of money. So what I'm saying is one of those systems does not have money in it. I can't remember if it's communism or socialism,
it's
but one of those systems,
communism.
Yeah, one of those
communism will be void of the monetary system.
So there's when you get into like anarcho-communism, and I have a lot of trouble understanding anarcho-communism because I think it's an oxymoron, but you can start to get into a situation where there's not a monetary system, and there's people who believe in that. I can't explain it. I don't understand it.
Well, my thing is with your original statement, which there's so much wrong with that statement. There's so much wrong with that statement. Like,
tell me,
when it comes to industrialists and people that have a certain amount of money, capitalism and political influence goes hand in hand. That's not socialism. If you're using the government to influence certain things in order to win financially, and you're utilizing your influence through the government, that's still capitalism. That's not socialism.
It's not capitalism either.
When you bring into the government,
how do you figure that?
It is capitalism.
It is capitalism.
When you bring the government in, you're no longer competing. You're no longer using markets. You're using force.
You're talking about a free
guns.
market. A free market is not the same as
right. It's two separate systems that work together, though. That's right. Capitalism and free market systems are two separate systems that work together. Capitalism, absolutely. That's why they had to enforce no monopolies. These are the reasons why they had to enforce those things. And the government is the one that enforces not to have a monopoly.
And you got to realize that everything that we do, and you got to realize that everything we do in this country, everything that we do in the capitalist system is regulated in some way, shape, or form.
By whom? The government and laws.
Name one part of capitalism outside of illegal activity that is not regulated by the government.
For a long time,
angry man, but in your system, it's like a referee. A referee says, here are the rules, you got to follow them. That's regulation. The referee doesn't pick the winner or the loser.
No,
they're not supposed to, but that's what lobbying is all about.
Exactly. Like,
so once you're using lobbying, once you're using the government to pick winners and losers, once you're using the government to force people to behave the way you want, you are no longer engaging in capitalism.
No,
exactly.
It's still capitalism because everybody else has the ability to do the same shit.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
You don't. Oh, really? I have the same ability as Warren Buffett to make this.
No, you do. But if you had as much money as him, you would.
You don't
have the same money.
If you had as much money as him, you would.
That's a really big if.
What are we talking about? To you, it's a big.
So there's nobody in America.
Of course, to me, it's a big if. And to you
Wait.
And to everybody.
So there's nobody in America that has as much money as Warren Buffett, is what you're saying?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, then. So then what you're talking about?
But what I'm saying is not everybody. You said everybody can do the same thing. That is false.
No,
very false.
No,
Why would capitalism?
It's not.
Hold on. Why would capitalism support everybody doing something? That's not even capitalism.
No, wait a minute. Let me clarify something. Let me clarify something, because you don't get what I'm saying. You're taking everybody as in every single person on the planet at any given time can do the exact same thing. That's not what we're talking about.
That's not capitalism.
That's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is every single person in this country has the ability to climb the fucking ladder to do those things because of capitalism.
This is where liberals have a problem with conservatives.
More or less.
I know.
This is
because liberals want to sit on their fucking ass and get something fucking handed to them so that they can make
liberals.
They want to make the fucking this is what liberals want to do. They want to get in the boxing ring with Floyd Mayweather and have somebody tie one of his hands behind his fucking back. That's what the fuck liberals do.
Because it's not fair that he can fight so good.
And really, to be truthfully honest, what liberals fucking do is they fucking muddy the fucking waters so that they can actually be capitalists, but under the guise of fucking liberalism and leftism.
Can we get Smitty in here? I want to see if I want to give him some space. He wanted to say something. Smitty, what up?
Respect. Y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Cool beans. I wanted to tap in on earlier when y'all was talking about the self-medication and drug addiction. Know a lot about that, but we moved past that. So let's go ahead and push forward. I guess from what I've been listening and seeing, and respect to you, Aaron. Definitely love the show. When it comes to, like, I guess, conservatives and liberals, back in the day, I remember it just only being called Democrat and Republican, but I realized we got to kind of adjust our language. I remember for the longest time, I grew up, majority of my family is, on the blue side. And I just got older and I started looking at stuff. And I really, because I've always been a thinker for myself. And as I got older, I started to be like, hold on, man, something ain't right here. So then I went on ahead and I started to look at the red side. Started checking out folks like Matt Walsh and, Steven Crowder, Ben, you name them, all of them. I'm hip on that side. Candace, all of it. And then when I realized that, okay, I see the blue side and the red side just like how I see the defense attorney and the state attorney. Now, you have your lawyer, you pay your lawyer. Your lawyer's supposed to do their job and get you the best outcome possible. The state's job is to get the best outcome possible for the state. But at the end of it all, you know what? They all at the golf course together. Them, the judge, all of them are together. And that's
Thank you. Thank you, because we was about to hear this fucking bullshit about two birds of the two wings of the same bird bullshit. And look, let me fucking say this. Let me say this, right? First of all, I used to believe in all of that fucking liberal bullshit. I used to believe in all that leftist bullshit, all that Democrat bullshit. And you know the reason why? Because I was fucking broke. And one of the main things that the left has an expert ability to do is make you think that the reason you're fucking broke is somebody else's goddamn fault. But guess what? As I got older and I learned some shit and actually accomplished some shit, I can literally look back and say, yeah, I see the fucking okie doke. I see the fucking bullshit. So can nobody on this fucking planet tell me nothing about no fucking liberal. Malcolm X warned you niggas about the liberals back in the fucking day. And to this day, they're still running the same 1-2 motherfucking play from the same playbook that keep you niggas broke and fucked up. Because you want to think
liberals.
everybody's out to get the black folk and everybody's trying to do this and then, oh, the Democrats and the Republicans is the same people and blah, 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 blah. What the fuck did that got to do with your personal accountability? What did that got to do with you learning what you need to learn and doing what you need to do to improve your fucking situation?
Because what you're saying is a conservative talking point, so that makes it conservative, and therefore, yeah, that's what you're gonna get.
My name is Israel Mills, and I approve this message.
Hey, same here. I second that notion.
But this is what I don't get. I mean, I understand what they were saying with the liberal thing, but it's like it doesn't stop and it doesn't try to detract from the fact that that's what it's going to take. Like I said earlier, if you sit there and say, okay, I got type 2 diabetes, I can tell you, you can either go on this medication, which you're going to be on for probably the rest of your life for a long time, or you can change your diet. Well, I don't like, he just flat out said, you just take your diet. Dude, that's what it is. So I know they might not like the fact if you tell them you're going to have to work to get this, but that's what it is.
Let me ask you this, Mario. Oh, go ahead. I didn't mean
they know to refine sugar.
What I was going to say is that, you know, it is unbelievable.
It's so hard
that
to say no.
Several people have sat there and took this same path and is giving you the same answer, but for some odd reason you want to stay down there talking down there saying that that's not what it is. I heard that you can do it a different way. Well, do it. Well, I would, but no, do it. If there's a different way, you got a better strategy, then do it. If there's an easier way, then do it. And that's what I'm saying. It's like they want this excuse. They want they want it to be handed to them. Can you give it to me? Can you? Matter of fact, when I talked, I think Aaron, I did this on your channel a while back when I talked about that rich guy that taught me how to do those cover calls investments. Guess what? Most people emailed and told me, I don't want to learn it. Can you just do it for me?
Exactly.
I don't know. Bye.
MRM. All the rewards, no risk, no sacrifice. All
can I give you the money and you do it for me?
No sacrifice.
All the rewards, no risk, no sacrifice. The funniest shit is this. The funniest shit is you can be a person that lived in the trap house and then you move and transition to the White House. Now you know what go on in the White House. You know what go on in the trap house. But the nigga that's still in the goddamn trap house is going to tell you what goes on in the trap house and the motherfucking White House.
And they never spent one day in the White House.
I mentioned that earlier. I said it's amazing to me that the ones who are still down there is telling me who crossed over to the other side how things are being done when they never been over there. But I'm like, dude, I've been on both sides. And that's why I always make the comment like, look, if stuff hit the fan really bad, which I want, but let's just give a scenario. If stuff if stuff hit the if stuff hit the fan real bad, guess who's gonna know how to survive if I have to go back over there? I will. But the thing is, they got all the answers for what it's like to be over here and have never been over there. And that's why a lot of times Just like earlier, I'm just gonna sit back and not say nothing because apparently they got it. Okay.
And
So,
look, most people don't realize this.
oh.
Most people don't realize, my bad, Rob. Most people, they don't realize that for a very long time, the Democrats needed the black vote. So they have to make black people feel that the Republicans are evil and that the only person that holds the key to their prosperity is the Democrats. That's why they do that shit. That's why they continue to push that bullshit. Because if they can keep and see, here's the thing. This is what most people don't realize. If you don't reach a certain level, it is impossible for a person to reach a certain level financially and remain a Democrat. It's impossible.
And meanwhile, they offer you everything and give you nothing at all. They never give you shit. You're sitting there looking for some empty promises and some caviar dreams. That shit don't never come.
No.
Nope. So I guess one of the things is the help aspect. The do it for me. Let me ask you this: MRM, you work with kids a lot. How many of the kids that you work with do you feel like would come to the conclusions that you're bringing to the table for them without you bringing it to the table?
How many would come to the conclusion?
Yeah. How many people do you think, or how many of the kids that you work with would do as well as they do with you there without you there?
That would be a very small percentage. I mean, there's other people that work there, but because I'm not the only one. Let's just say
I'm not saying you personally. Let's say a proxy for you, just somebody like you.
If they weren't there,
yep. If those
I couldn't say what their percentage would be.
It probably doesn't happen very often. There's something about so what you're providing is what the liberals think that they're providing through the government. They think that they're providing a safety net. You're actually their safety net. You are the free market alternative to what the government is supposed to be providing. You are the social program, but you're doing it of your own free will. It's charity in a lot of ways. So instead of the government providing this service that you're providing, you provide the service, and that's how it's supposed to happen. Liberals think that they should get this same service, do what you're doing, but facilitate that through the government. I think that's wrong, personally, but that's where they're coming from. They want the same thing as you, and they think that the best way to get there is through the government.
Well, the trick behind all that is I get what you're saying, and what I do is that I let them know that one of the things you do as like when you let's just say the field. I think I said this on your show before too.
You know how that's not true.
What's that?
I'm sorry, MR. You know how that's.
I was getting ready to go ahead. I was getting ready to.
I know. I'm a simplified though. You know I'm a simplified. You know how that's not true. If you ask liberals or even regular people, who controls the government? You know what they'll say?
I don't even know how people will answer that question. Hopefully they say the people.
No,
but that's usually not. I don't think that's how they answer that question.
Rich people and big corporations.
Yep,
that's what their answer will be.
So
if that's true, if they think the rich people and the big corporations control the government, why do they think they can get what they want the same as us through the government?
They don't.
Why do they think that?
No, just real. If they have that mindset of understanding that, how can they then, in the same breath, think that the government will deliver such things?
Listen, and when you say it's like pulling teeth, having that conversation with somebody is really hard.
Bruh.
Because there's a disconnect there. I know.
Bro, half of these folks don't even believe voting works, but they still go out and vote Democrat.
Yes.
The thing is, what I was going to say is that people have been put under the mentality of having a crutch or an assistive device. If the government keeps this is what happens in physical therapy. Like when I write a script or something like that for somebody to be seen for therapy for a certain amount of weeks, we got this thing where we expect the patient to progress. If that patient is not progressing, we have to discharge them. Okay. So what they do is this: they give them the least restricted device. You start off with a walker. Once you master walking it and you're better with that, then we downgrade you to a Hemi walker. Once you master that, we downgrade you to a quad cane. When you master that, we give you a single point cane. When you master that, you're independent. What the government is doing and what they're putting into people's minds subconsciously is to keep on making you rely on the walker because you feel safe with the walker. The walkers seem to provide you some type of protection, but what you don't know is while the process of constantly using that walker, your muscles and things in your body no longer have to work. You lose balance because there's something called vestibular in your brain that controls your balance. You lose proprioception, knowing where you are in space and time. Your muscles will atrophy, but because you feel safe with that walker, you think that it's good. And what the government does, oh, we're going to put a cup on that walker now. Oh, we're going to give you bigger wheels. And the whole time you have no idea you're becoming more disabled. And that's exactly what they do to people mentally. Keep on giving you walkers, a better walker, better crutch, but at the same time, it's keeping you disabled. You will never become independent. And it's strategically and masterfully done.
There was one question I wish I had got to ask podcast, which was since conservatives are such douchebags, I was wondering which non-conservatives are the ones that you look up to that are actually doing something for the community? Because that was the question that I really wanted to get to before
Mayor Lightfoot.
That's a great question.
That's a good question. Yeah. And that's part of why I asked. I was asking him. That's why I was trying to ask him. Do you understand why conservatives come to the conclusions they come to? Because I believe most of the time liberals and conservatives want similar things. I believe they do. I believe that everybody wants people to be better. You know what I mean? Their lives to be better.
No, that's not true. You got.
I think if we're being honest about what they want, I don't think anybody is sitting here thinking I want everybody to be worse off.
No,
I just gave that crutch analogy. The liberals want to keep on giving you the crutch. That means they do not want you better.
Okay,
they
so,
know.
So, MRM, there's a difference between the liberals and the government officials who are actually making the policies. The people who make the policies, absolutely, they want people to be worse off because that's how they stay in power. The people who are below them, the people who they are purportedly serving, and they call themselves liberals, they don't feel like what they're doing is making people worse. They think that it's making people better.
That's a fair point.
Right. I see that.
The ones underneath government officials, that's a fair point.
But
individuals, I'm fairly certain, and in general, I think average people, when you talk to them, nobody wants to see other people being worse. Now, when you get to real intellectuals, like you get to these college professors and the people who, are like big time socialist, like ideologues. Yeah. I've talked to them enough. I've talked to a lot of them enough to say, you actually want people to be worse off. Like there's something you don't actually want people to get better. Like I've had these conversations and I've gotten to that point.
But do people that are broke want to actually be broke and stay broke?
It's a weird thing that happens. So it's kind of like with Skid Row. The people, if you talk to them, they won't say that they want to be there, but their behaviors are completely different. They don't behave in such a way that would make them not homeless. They don't want to do the things that it would take in order not to be homeless. So a lot of that is because there's no pain in the situation that they're in. Their life is good enough being homeless that they don't want to change.
I got a question.
So that means that they want to stay in the same condition to which they're in.
No, because if you ask them whether or not if you were willing to give them $1 million, how many of them do you think would turn it down?
Rob, but the thing is okay, but see, the thing is, we know that in the real world, in order to get the thing, you must do the thing. In order to do the thing, you must get the thing. So that's the thing in the real world. You can't get the result without doing the action to get the result. It don't just fall out the sky and just come. So if you continue to do the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, you're actually insane.
You're preaching to the choir. Like, I get that. I understand that. What I'm saying is I understand how they're thinking as well. It's something that happens to you when you get into a situation and you're in that situation long enough. You get comfortable in that situation, and it's hard to change. It's not as simple as conservatives like to make it seem like it is.
No, conservatives do not make it seem like it's simple.
That's how liberals feel. They feel like when we say things like
it's just feeling, work harder. It's the feeling based on the reality what it actually is.
Liberals, no.
That's the issue. The feelings.
No, liberals are full of shit. Okay, they want the people to believe that conservatives are just fucking assholes that just have these asshole ideologies. And see, the mistake that you're making, Rob, when you said name one person that is below the politician that you believe is really trying to help people.
Name person. Wait a second.
Or the type of position, the type of job that you would say that a person in that job that's a leftist is genuinely trying to help people.
Oh, people like community organizers. I think that they're trying to genuinely help people. I think that people who work in a lot of government programs, so the government outreach programs that allow people to, I don't know, get money or funding for different things, for businesses, for whatever. There's a lot of leftists in those positions, and they think they really feel and are trying to genuinely help people.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is here's the problem, right? Because it's the factor that people always leave out. In this world we live in, human beings have a self-motivating factor inside of them where they're doing something that's out of their own self-interest for whatever reason, right? Now, with these type of jobs, they're jobs.
Mm-hmm.
They get paid, okay? Now, if you point out to somebody that, they have a regular job and every weekend they go to the soup kitchen and they help out for free, you'd have a point. But anytime somebody's getting a paycheck, I'm always going to question the motivations behind what they're doing, especially when I look at whatever organization it is and what they're doing in that organization. Because a lot of these individuals that everybody think is trying to help people are not fucking helping people. They're not. It's kind of like you ever sit back and watch these freaking police shows, right? And the police officer, he'll go to the person that's that's in a community where there are gang members and drug dealers and stuff, and they'll tell them, well, you witnessed a murder, you need to come forward, because we just want to put these people away. We just want to do XYZ. Now, from the outside looking in, it might seem like that police officer is really trying to help the community.
Mm-hmm.
But in actuality, they're just trying to further their career by actually solving a case. And they really don't give a fuck what's going to happen to that person if they tell on those people, because they're not going to protect them after that fucking case is over.
Agreed.
Bro.
So
it's actually something really interesting because that's a lot. I don't know if you know.
Well, Rob, real quick. They want to know: do you have a channel?
No, I'm
sorry, nerds. No channel.
I'm really bad at monologuing, so it's not my thing. Okay, so darn it, I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh well, since you're thinking that maybe if you happen to get it back, then go ahead and interrupt me real quick. But what I was gonna say, when I was at that school board meeting, when they was talking about there you go, you got it.
All right, so Thomas, thanks. Thomas Sowell actually had a really similar story. That's why he started part of what brought him from being a Democrat to a Republican, because he was a mad socialist, and then he became a Republican. Yeah, he's a Marxist socialist. Like he was like on that. And what brought him to that was working in government positions. So he actually worked in the positions and he saw how they behaved. He was like, these things don't actually help anybody. And he was like, if we did this, it would actually help people. And they were like, nah, we're not doing that because that'll put us out of a job. Yeah. So and that's kind of what changed him. So yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying. Like I agree, but I also do believe that it's amazing how people have the ability to justify bad behavior or justify things that aren't as beneficial as they would like to believe themselves to be. So they believe, and they have it in their head that they're helping people. You know what I mean? They're in the welfare office. They're helping people get the welfare. This helps, and they genuinely believe that they're helping people. They might be wrong, but to say that they don't believe that they're helping, I don't think is fair.
Do you think the fight back that we're getting? Because I tried to ask podcast earlier, but he gets very upset if I mischaracterize, mix pros, his quotes. So I'm not going to focus specifically on him. Do you think a lot of the backlash that the so-called uppity, douchebag conservatives, the uppity ones, when it comes to the poor, democratic, liberal thinking people, you think they're frustrated that women say they're broke because they only make $40,000 a year? Because if a man walked up to say, angry, you ugly as hell, right? He'd be like,
conservatives don't care, Aaron.
But no, what I'm saying is, I think that it really comes from the fact that women are like, yeah, you guys are broke too, even if it ain't necessarily true. It's what the women are saying, because most men don't care what other men are saying if they're getting what they want in life. You understand what I'm saying?
So one thing, women have a higher propensity to be conservative, socialist. I'm not conservative, socialist, liberal, be on that train of thought.
Yeah, they have no problem begging for money, asking for money. Yeah,
they tend to be more. They tend to be more collectivist. So these conversations don't really happen because, one, a lot of times the being a liberal, being a collectivist, being woke or whatever is a strategy for getting laid. Like, it's how you get in with the girls. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to relate to these chicks. They're socialists. I'm a socialist too.
Oh,
I have some pussy.
I get that. So, but are you in a like somewhat of alignment that when these pompous and these uppity conservatives get on and say, you ain't making no money, I make $20,000 a month, and you talking about you make $38,000 a year, you broke? Do you think they get mad because the ladies hear that, and because women are hypergamous, they like, well, you is broke, I want to go with him? And that's where the frustration tends to actually derive from, because I'm telling you, as a guy, most men don't give a damn what other men say if it ain't affecting how they move in their life. So if the women is still rocking with them, they getting their little money, they happy. But if they find out the women are like, nah, you really broke, and now women actually look at $45,000 a year as broke, they frustrated with that.
Can I answer that real quick? Wait, can I answer that? Because the truth is that what happens is when you come across somebody who's better than you, who's greater than you, it puts a mirror to who you are. And so a lot of times it's not about a woman and it's not about another man. It's about what you see when you look in the mirror. It's about what you feel about you. And so if you caught it, what you heard was a lot of self-doubt and a lot of insecurity within oneself and how one feels about oneself when they look in the mirror. Some people put that mirror up to you and make you understand that you really ain't shit, you really ain't doing shit, and you probably could be capable of doing much more, but that would require actual work, and that would require actually doing something.
It's a weird thing. So I think it's subconscious. I don't know if people actively hear that and they're like and connected to how women treat them or how women see them. I don't know if that really happens actively. But I think that's why you find in the red pill space, people tend to be more conservative than liberal in the red pill space. It's not the liberals that are making these complaints and trying to fix these issues. It's conservatives. In fact, liberals will fight you tooth and nail when you start to point these things out. They're like, nah, that's not how it is. Hypergamy is not real. It's not, all of this stuff. Like they will fight you on these points. You know what I mean? So I don't. Go ahead.
If the country were built by liberals, it would have never got built.
Agree.
I agree.
So here's the problem, right?
No way.
Here's the problem with the discussion. Whenever you have guys that get upset when somebody else talks about how much money they got, it's exactly what Israel said. People get complacent and comfortable in mediocrity, and they hate anything challenging what they've deemed to be okay. So if I deem it to be okay, I make 40,000 a year, I'm good. If I deem that to be okay, or even worse, I might feel like I'm doing the damn thing because 5 of my buddies only make 30,000 a year. So I feel like I'm the motherfucking man.
Right.
And then all of a sudden somebody else comes along that looks like you, that has the same capabilities as you, that's able-bodied like you, but this motherfucker's a millionaire. And what some people do is, instead of being inspired by that, what they do is they look at it and they say, well, what the fuck? I thought I was XYZ. Now, they're never going to say that out loud, but they're going to think it to themselves. What's wrong with me that I'm not at that level? But the way it comes out is it comes out in a way of animosity towards that. Like I see niggas in the hood do it all the time. Dude ride by in a fucking Bentley. Man, fuck that nigga's car.
It don't got no rims on it. Or some
ain't got no rims on it, man. Fuck
That's
that.
an old Bentley.
Yeah.
That's an old Bentley.
That's
like
female purple color.
Yeah,
that's human. That's like, unfortunately, that's human nature. You know what I'm saying? But
whoa, John the Baptist. Now you're gonna make me sound like
he trolling.
He not trolling. John the Baptist, no
He trolling. He gotta be.
See, there are people that are better than other people.
That's
there
right. Hierarchy.
Hold on. There are people that are more important than other people. However, how we decide who is better and how we decide who is important, that's the real question.
There you go.
Let's not act like it ain't out there. Now, you may have your own criteria, et cetera, but I'm sorry to tell you, there are people who are more important and better to other people. I don't know how they determine it for everybody else, but I'm telling you now, it exists.
And at the best, Aaron. People hate what they can't conquer, fear what they can't understand. I guess it's just inferior man. That's what it is. They hate what they can't conquer, fear what they don't understand. They hate us because they ain't us.
If a homeless man was valuable or important to this world, listen, 1 second. A homeless man just died right now. Do you know their name? Almost every single billionaire that died, we know them. We knows them. Most of us do. They got a building. They got
so it depends. It depends on what he means by equal. So
I clearly just said
equal is equal.
No, it's not.
No, y'all
it's
don't understand.
Under the law.
Look, let me translate for you guys.
No, man,
because you're not getting it. Okay. What you're dealing with right now is the unspoken Negro contract. Okay. In the unspoken Negro contract, what you have to understand is that Black people have to always take the moral high ground. So the moral thing to say is that everybody is the same and everybody is equal because everybody's life is valuable. And I get that from a moral position.
Right.
But when we're looking at society, the billionaire who has businesses and companies that employ thousands of people is going to be more important than the bum on the street that isn't responsible for anybody else. Hell, a guy that works a blue collar job that has a family to take care of that depends on him is going to be more important than a bum on the street that's not responsible for anybody else, because there's going to be consequences to that man losing his life. So the problem is when you talk to Black people, they conflate those two things. They conflate the morality of it with the practicality of it. And that's the reason why Black people as a whole have so much of a problem functioning in a capitalist society and climbing the ladder, because they judge everything from a moral fucking standpoint. And if you judge everything from a moral standpoint in this world, you're going to always be fucked up in the game. You're going to always be Jesus riding in on the donkey.
Oh, Florida Evans face motherfuckers.
Yeah. On some, oh Lord, where did that money come from? Where did it come from? I can't use it because I don't know where it came from.
What I don't like those. Why is conservatism always associated with having money?
Who Sherelle?
You know
did
what I'm
that?
trying to say? Like every
Yeah.
time
Well,
you hear about
I could
conservative,
I could say something to that.
it's always associated. I
Stop.
voted. I just turned 41. I voted for the first time in my entire life the last election. I didn't care about politics. I didn't look into politics. I didn't care. All I cared about was trying to hustle, making sure I took care of my family. I didn't care what was going on in the world, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Now, what I end up doing, because I had time to do it, I end up just going and studying history, et cetera, looking and seeing what party did what, who started what, da. And I was just like, wow, how did people not know this? Like, what the heck? And so when I read that, and then I heard a certain type of person, number 45, that was literally like doing things to help folks to look just like me, I was like, dude. And especially like, okay, for example, we got these after school programs. A lot of people didn't know that number 45 put things into place that if you are a single mother and you wanted to go to college, if you had anybody in your family from your cousin that was 16 years old up to your grandmother, if you wanted to go to college, they had a program set up to where your relative would be getting paid to babysit your child, right? But what I'm saying that for is this. After all that, I decided who I was going to vote for, which I'm not ashamed. I voted Trump, whatever like that. But because of my position in medicine, all of a sudden, folks just instantly said, yeah, you definitely conservative. And I promise y'all, you can call me stupid, whatever. It's still on my YouTube channel. I had no idea what that stuff even meant. It's like, you conservative. You're this. I don't even know what I didn't know what that stuff meant.
But Renaissance man, you forgetting angry tweets.
Yeah.
That's really what it's about. It's all about angry tweets. Who gives a
nice
fuck?
tweets now?
Who gives a damn? Who gives a damn about programs that help single mothers? Who gives a damn about more money for historically black colleges? Who gives a damn about opportunity zones? Who gives a damn about a $500 billion
platinum,
fucking platinum plan to help the
as
black
long as
community?
Twitter is better.
It's
But he was talking
it's
mean.
about
who,
angry,
right?
It's about
But he was
angry
talking
tweets
mean.
because
Mean
at
tweets.
the end of the day, it's about morality.
No, he was talking shit, angry man. You
That
don't
man
understand. He
wanted to
was
send a
talking
National Guard to Chicago. They were like, nope. They just trying to, dude. Okay.
He was being mean. He took photo ops with people
Hey,
with
look.
that was Ku
Hey,
Klux
look.
Klan.
Hey, look. What you call it? Biden could say that he want to create fucking what's them camps that they be making?
Oh, concentration camps.
Concentrate. Yo, Biden
That's
could
it. Nope. Nope.
What?
That's it. Nope. Look, listen, I love you guys. That's a no. I want to thank everybody for tuning in to the show. Shout out to my panelists. I appreciate you guys as always. Appreciate you holding me down. Shout out to my chat. Y'all crazy. Shout out to podcast for pulling up to have the conversation. Things go a little crazy from time to time. That's why you let people, men be men, and they have the conversation. And then we get back on track and continue to push it. I want to tell you guys, I'm not telling you which way to lean, left, right, up, down, etc. It's your decision in life. But I will tell you this. If you don't make the right decision, if you don't get in the correct mindset, you will fall victim to life. If you don't get control over your life, if you don't put yourself in the driver's seat and you continue to let somebody else drive your life, i.e. say, we need help, we need all these programs, can you do this for us? We need this, we need that. You will never been able to stand on your own 2 feet. That will be an issue. That will be a problem. If you truly want to help people, if you truly want to impact people, you must get in a position of power, a position of influence, a position to do so. Playing victim, being a victim, it will not work. You will be manipulated by left end, far right end, one way or another. Sensationalize the media. You notice when a white cop shoots a black person, it's white cop shoots black person. When a black cop shoots somebody, it's cop shoots somebody. If you guys don't pay attention to the sensationalized media that exists, pushing you to the victim mentality, to always showing you as a victim, you will always fall victim. Shift your mindset. And I'm not telling you go left, go right. You make that decision. But I will tell you this. When you do lean a certain way, you tend to want to put the responsibility on yourself. You tend to want to push other systems in place. Say, get out my way. I can do it myself. I need less of y'all in my way. I can do it myself. You have to make your own decisions. I hope you have learned here today. People are independent thinkers, and some people are sheep. They don't really think for themselves. They just watch Love and Basketball, the Kardashians, and they don't realize life is happening to them. They're not participating in life. They're not in the game. They haven't learned the game. You must learn the game. But remember, people can only do so much for you. Nobody can live your life for you. You must live your own life. And with that, I bid you adieu. We will see you on the next show. I appreciate you guys for being here.